Good morning.
Morning, Stefan. How are you? Oh, that's disturbing. Hold on. I've got to mute the live stream. So let's give it a few more minutes wait for people to turn up. I'm actually going to just quickly duck out of the session. It's my dinner time, so I am going to quickly eat and I'll hand it over to one of the other board members anyway. Morning, everybody. We're just running a little bit late. We'll get started in about 2 or 3 minutes.
Good morning, everyone.
Hi, good morning.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, right now I cannot. Can you say something?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Stephen.
Okay, great. Good, so let me share my screen. Okay, good morning, everyone. So a warm welcome to the second days of OCA Days online 2020. Yesterday was great, I think. There was a lot of excellent content and good participation. So let's see how it's going today. First, I would like to thank the sponsor who help make these kinds of events possible and also facilitate the daily work of the OCA, as well as making some more significant investment possible. I also want to extend special thanks to Rebecca, our General Secretary, with whom this event would absolutely not have been possible, as well as all the board colleagues and all the people who volunteered to help with the organization during these 2 days by hosting or helping in any other way. Also want to thank all the participants. It's certainly not as easy as a live event as we do yearly, but as I said, I think it's not going that bad. So a few practical notes for those who joined today and could not be here yesterday. Discord is the tool we use for participation. You get a link to join here, and also on the event page on the OCA website, you can find all those links that are here. We have 2 tracks. Track 1 is dedicated to training-like events, and it's available on Zoom at this URL. You can also find this link on the event page, and on the track 1 channel in Discord, you get the link at the top of the channel. And the track 2 is the one we are in right now, where you can also find the link in Discord. If you participate on Twitter, you can use these hashtags to share your thoughts. And also you can find a detailed agenda on the website as well. This year we have a code of conduct, so before engaging, we'll take a moment to have a look at it. Nothing exotic there, but it's there to ensure that we have an open, inclusive, and diverse community. And you, on the event page, you find as well a document which is as usual the document which summarizes all the information about the event, as well as the various code sprint tracks that have been opened by our participant. We really encourage you to, if you participate in the sprint, to add your comments there, state your name, and summarize the achievements. So since it's not easy to do a daily summary of the sprint activities, it's even more important to populate that document so we get a sense of what is being achieved during this sprint. So to attend the talk, well, simply enter the Zoom meeting for track 1 or track 2. The moderator are going to present the talk and collect questions that are being asked on the Zoom meeting chat. So please use the Discord chat, the Zoom chat for asking questions, and use Discord for general discussion. So it's a bit easier for moderators to spot the questions. So the moderator will manage the QA sessions at the end of each presentation, and further discussion can happen on Discord. And in each room, there is also a room manager who has the access right on each meeting on Zoom and will give access to speaker for talking and presenting and generally managing participants. On Discord, we have a support channel, so you can use that if you have any question or problem with the tools we are using today for the event. So for participants, you can ask questions to the speaker. So track 1 and track 2 are a little bit different. So in track 1, you can raise your hand to make yourself seen by the moderator. So if you click on the participants button, you get a participant list, and on the top right, you get a small button from which you have a menu option to raise your hand and make yourself visible. And when the speaker allows you to ask your question, unmute yourself and speak up. Otherwise, keep your microphone muted because in some rooms there are many participants. So to avoid unnecessary noise, it's better to keep you muted during the talks. And on track 2, in this track, there is a specific button and a chat to ask questions in writing. So corridor talks, various discussions go to the track 1 and track 2 channels on Discord, and please reserve Zoom, as I said, Zoom chat for questions, so your questions do not get lost in the general discussion. And for coordination between moderators, there is actually, it's not moderators, there is a staff channel on Discord if moderators have questions on how to manage that. All right, so the agenda is on the website. If you don't find it, you click on Discover. If that works, then you have events, and then the OCA Days Online is the first event visible there, and then there is the agenda. The two tracks are mixed, although you can filter. And so tomorrow we have the two tracks are there. So tomorrow at 9 in this room we have the presentation on an introduction on how to contribute to OCA by Daniel Reis, followed by a talk about working and cooperation between IT cooperatives using Odoo by Manuel Claes and Sergio Alonso. And then you have an introduction to the OCA document management system by Gemma Arroyo. And before the break, the presentation of the OCA contract module by Suel Bejawi. And in track 1, which we are going to open in a few minutes, at 9, we have a presentation on how to set up a run bot by Alexandre Fayol, following by a presentation about testing best practice tips and tricks by Simone Orsi. And then I think there will be a small break there before the rest of the talks. All right, so I think that's it for me. I just want to add maybe that the talks are going to be recorded, so be aware of that. And I hope you enjoy the day as much as I did yesterday, and that you take benefit of the great content we have today. So thanks for participating, and see you or talk to you during the day on Discord. So the first talk will be in this track at 9, and we are going to open track 1 soon for the first talk too. All right.
Hello, good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, Daniel.
Hello. Get this to my window 1. Sure. Okay, I think we're on the hour mark. Maybe we can get started. I realize I'm not
Sure.
sharing my screen. I had this up, but I was not sharing it. Okay,
No
so you
issues.
can see my
Yeah, we
screen.
can see your screen. Yeah, yes, Daniel.
Good. So you can see my screen. You can hear me. We're good to go, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's get started then. Hello. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
There were some issues here on my side. Okay, let's get going. So um, let me. I'm sorry. Let me do something here because it seems like this. Okay, good. Good morning, everyone. So my name is Daniel Reis. I am consultant at Open Source Integrators. I'm at the head of the European office for open source integrators. That is a US-based Odoo integrator. And I'm also a long-time contributor for the community. I've been here since the beginning. And in the last few years, I've also contributed as a board member for the association. And my topic for today is how to contribute to the OCA. So this is my agenda. I could go straight to slide number 4, which is what, meaning how can you actually contribute. I try to make things a little bit interesting and give you a bit some more context and discuss a bit who you are, why we are here, why this is important, why we should contribute, and then focus on what exactly each of us can do to contribute to the community. So the first thing to note here is that we're really a community. We're not a company. So we're not buying and selling services from each other's. What the community does, you give and take without expecting anything in return. So when you give something, it's for the benefit of the company. It's not a transaction. You don't expect some immediate reward for what you're giving. And when you take from the company, from the community, it's the same thing. So you can take it, you take it for free. You're not expect to be charged something, and you just use it, and it's okay. And why does this work? This works because people involved in this social contract actually get benefits. And the thing is, the um, the result or the outcomes of behaving this way are bigger than if each one individually just working individual transactions with each other. In other words, the cake gets bigger because we behave this way. There's less, and I think if you go to social sciences, the explanation there's less friction in the relations since they're not transactions. This give and take is frictionless. But it's built on trust. When you give, you know that sometime in the future you'll get back and you'll get more than what you gave. So basically this is how this works. So this is not crazy. Actually, communities have been like this since the beginning. Villages work like this. If you ever lived in a small village, that's how it works too. So so moving along, so okay, let me click here. So who are the people involved? So we have different roles, different skills available in the community, different kinds of people interested in the community. So for all these people to be full members of the community, we should be able to address all of them, meaning that all of these different roles and skills should be able to get something from the community, and at the same time they must have opportunities to contribute back to the community. And that takes us to the what each of these can contribute with. So who are the people interested in the community or active in the community? So I separated this in two columns. One I called stakeholders. Who are the stakeholders? Who is interested in that, has interest in this, in the success of the community? Customers, of course. So the end customers, so these are, for me as an integrator, these are my customers, but it's also final customers that participate directly in the community. So we have both cases, but the meaning, even directly or indirectly, in my case my customers benefit indirectly. They don't participate directly in the community, they do it through me. Or if you are someone who is implementing and is active in your own implementation and participate, then you are participating actively in the community. So customers, arguably, this is the end of the value chain. This is where the actual value is given, right? So at the customer level. So these are the main ones taking benefit from what's done in this community. Next, you have the consultants. These are the professionals like me, the integrators, that use the community work to deliver value to their customers, and they get some benefit from that. And also, we have students and hobbyists. So these can be people still studying and using the community to learn, or hobbyists who like some of the topics we work with or like the environment, the work environment we provide, and they just hang around the community and also takes, or maybe they use it for some association they are involved with, and they also interested in the community. And the who on the roles, under any of these stakeholders, you'll find these kind of people. So you have end users, and these, honestly, we don't see them a lot, but I see them. They get benefits from the documentation that we may have in the community, so that may benefit the users, and also usability issues impact directly end users. Then you have the business analysts. Business analysts are the people who bridge the business need with the technical design. So these are the people to look what is needed to implement and work with the developer to actually build those features. This is a critical piece to implementing an ERP. So an ERP is not a technical component. It's not a database. It's not an operating system. It's not a programming language. It's something quite different. And arguably, a lot of people might not like it, but I think in an implementation, the business analysis component, it's more important than the actual development. So I think these are key people for us to be a successful community, and they need to be highly involved for this to work. I think they do it even if indirectly, because we see a lot of developers, but we can benefit having these people more directly involved in the community. And then we have the developers, and you all know that. So that's the most visible part, maybe because the output of all these processes is code, and it's also very tied to the origin of the community. So we are very strongly technical oriented, although my message here, we don't want to be just a technical community. We want to be an all-encompassing community. And then you have the managers. The managers can be the business managers, can be the consulting managers, business owners, on any of those stakeholders. And they're interested, they have interested in that the community thrives, because if you're a managing consultant, if you run a business company, it really runs down your costs. It makes it easier to find partners to meet the areas you don't have skills at. If you are a customer and you own a business, you probably rely a lot on the OCA modules, and you like that you can get a lot of features that basically for free. You don't have to pay thousands of dollars or euros to get them built. So that benefits directly your bottom line, your business. So you have direct interest here. So, uh, so managers are interested not only because of what the community provides code-wise, product-wise, but also if you go to the consultants and customers, you can. It's a venue where you can get alliances and partnerships with others to help you achieve your customer goals. Because we're not a lot of these consultant companies, these are not huge multinational companies. They are small companies with a few dozens or even less employees. But together, we can actually perform globally and scale because we can work together with each other and complement each other's skills. So, and when do you, in your work process, when do you need to be involved in the community? So there are several things you can try and you may be doing. So you can be learning like hobbyists and students, or evaluating like customers can be evaluating the product, and the community helps you because there are some already features out of the box that may reduce your gaps and make it easier for you to select Odoo instead of other ERP. Yeah, at some point you are designing solutions, so you are deciding how do you solve those business needs, and the community can rescue you here because you can see some futures there, or you can even just ask around, collaborate with other people and ask other people opinion. Has anyone else faced this same problem? What did you do? How did you solve it? So this is valuable. And then at the implementation, we go again to the developers building the code, so nothing new there. At the support phase, because if you, instead of having a private custom module, make it a little more generic and publish it as an OCA module, odds are that it's also adopted by other people with the same business need, and they help you maintain it. And they'll probably do bug fixing for you for free and migrate to the next versions for you for free. And you'll probably be much more comfortable using it because you know if other people are using it successful in production too, maybe this is a solid, mature module and it's well built. When you do it privately, you'll be unsure if you made the right choices, if it's technically a sound implementation. So on the support stage, I think the benefit of working in the community is huge. And at some point, you'll need to migrate. Again, that's the same benefit I mentioned for the support. When you are migrating the systems, it's very good for you when you go to the community and find out that 60% or 80% of the modules you use, they are already migrated. So instead of having 100% of the effort, you have a fraction of that. So that brings us to the bottom line. So what can you do for the community? My starting point here is that this is not only about contributing code. So that's the last topic I have there, implement. You can help implementing things, and this is through GitHub pull requests. So that's the most visible part of the community, but that's not enough. And we shouldn't be happy stopping there. We need all the other things, and we need strong contributions on all the other things. So how can you do it? I have here pointers of how you can do and what you can do. Of course, some of these areas may not be mature, and we may need to improve our processes and our tools for this. So, but this community is also a work in progress, but it's a work in progress between everyone. The tools we have now were not built by the board members or by one or two. They were built by a lot of people. For sure, a lot of people who passed through the board were key on some of the current tools we have in the OCA, but it's not about individuals, it's a community, and these tools are there for because of the contributions that people made, and they got out of their daily jobs, and they sacrificed several hours from their family time to help build these things. And it's not finished. There's more things to do. Now, going to the what you can do. So on the documentation side, we are lacking a lot. Today, the main documentation point for modules is the README files. They have actually a nice structure. I can try here to show you. Okay, so here is an example. If I can bring this up here. So this is an example for this field service module. We actually have a good structure where we separate clearly the module description from the installation instructions, configuration, and the usage. The thing is, most of the time, this is written by the developer who creates the module. And honestly, developers are not very good at documenting their own work. So this is true. I speak for myself. At least when they're programming, they're in programming mode. They don't have the higher view to make a good explanation. So we need business analysts or users or people to help with this. This can be something that's improved after the module is merged. So there's always time to do this. And another way to improve with the README files is when you are designing the module, do your design documents in a way that it's easy for the developer to reuse pieces of text from the design document and just copy paste it into the README fragments of the module. If you do that, there's no extra work. You just organize your design document a little bit better, and it will help your developer implementing it does not have to think about what he's going to write in the README, and he'll thank you for that. You just need to copy paste those pieces of text, and you'll have a decent README documentation. Okay. So this is not enough, and we are thinking about if we can bring this to the. So this is a good start, having the good README documents. Please contribute and help, but this is not enough. We need to make it easier for non-developers because this contribution process is the same as for code, and it's not easy for everyone. Not everyone is familiar with Git flows. So we need to step this up and make this easier. So Maxime yesterday had a talk about the OCA documentation platform, and he showed a wiki-based prototype he built. And going to the next level, it's something that's under discussion, and ideas are appreciated on this. Okay, but this is a very important thing for the community, and it's something that we know it's not where it should be. Other thing, we are a global community, and we have participants from all places in the world, and translation is an important piece of this because these people, to be able to use the OCA models in their countries, they need them to be translated to their local languages. And the OCA provides a service, a translation service, that you can find at this address. So this is an open source tool called Weblate, and you have a user interface for translations that anyone can use. I think you need to send an email to an address, look it up in the OCA website, to be able to write or accept translated texts, and this is this is the website translations. So this is the weblet, and see here I'm translating to Portuguese. That's my native language. And this is how it looks like. So I'm proposing how to translate this string. There was a talk yesterday by Pedro Baeza. He also at some point described a bit do's and don'ts on translating. So he gave advice, so you can look up that talk, and it actually it has a lot of features. I'm not going to describe them here in detail, but you can easily it checks for consistency if the same word is being translated the same way on several places. And so this is a collaborative platform where you just use this, and then these translations are pushed into the modules automatically through OCA tooling. There is a bot, a translation bot, that takes care of that. And on the migration front, developers can help do technical migration for modules. So this is different from contributing new modules. And there's also the open upgrade. It's a bit harder to contribute there because it's a bit specific, writing the upgrading scripts. Still, this is a great tool and provides a lot of benefit to everyone. Since it's a bit technical, the OCA board has been doing an effort of funding every year, and it's funding the migration for the core components, even if it's not 100%, at least the core components like inventory and accounting, sales. We are funding the migration for those components. The goal here is that we migrate our own Odoo instance, and in the process, we fund the scripts that then are available for the whole community. So we've been doing this successfully through the last years. Now we rely on having the funding available in order to continue this. So that will take us to the next slide that's called Keeping the Lights On. And I'll talk about that in a moment. So for support tasks, how can you help? So you can, finding bugs is helpful. Opening GitHub issues with a good description on how to reproduce those bugs is helpful. Triaging bugs and discussing on bugs, even if you're not a developer, trying to reproduce the errors reported there and discussing with the person posting the issue is helpful. For developers, writing fixes and proposing GitHub pull requests for them is helpful. Forward porting, so a fix that was done for version 11, it may be still there for version 12 and 13. Forward porting or even backward porting these bug fixes, that's also helpful. Writing tests or performing tests to these bugs, or writing tests that reproduce the bug and then confirm that there are no the bug doesn't come up again in the future. That's I'm missing the name right now. Okay, then never mind. That's helpful. And doing the reviews and validating the pull requests and confirming that the bug is fixed, this is also helpful. So there are plenty of opportunities here for very different roles and skills. And then at the design side, this is also something that you should do at the community side. So if you are trying to close a gap for a customer, and the customer can be yourself, of course. If you're trying to close a gap, so the Odoo does not provide a feature that you identified you need, you can work on the design with the community. So there's been more than once where I propose, so there's two ways for this. You can just make open questions on the mailing list, and the contributors mailing list is probably a great place. Has anyone else found this issue? I don't believe I'm the only one who found this issue. I did my homework. I searched about it. I didn't find a solution. I recently had this case. So I had a requirement that the PO number in an invoice should be required for certain customers. And this is so basic. I don't believe there's not a module in the OCA for this, but there wasn't. And I asked around and people said, no, there's nothing there. But if we're going to do that, remember that a lot of times it's not only about the PO number, it's about some documentation that's required. If you can incorporate this in your design, that would be great. And we did that. Then we implemented the module, and I included that feature because it was probably also useful for my customer. And the other thing that you can or should do is to open a request for comments issue. So before starting actual coding, when you're preparing your design, create a GitHub issue with your current design, your proposed design, and that will open a discussion. And there's been the case where I gave up on module implementations and replaced them with Odoo configuration because someone pointed out, you can do this if you do this and this configuration. And they were right. And I spared my customer a lot of money of implementing that module. So this is also helpful ways to contribute. And note that these two, you don't need any technical skills. Okay? So this is not only for developers, that not only developers have contribution opportunities here. Finally, well, this is where I started. This everyone knows, GitHub pull requests. But let me underline one thing here, that's code reviews. So right now we have more pull requests than code reviews. Actually, for each pull request, we ideally should have 2 code reviews. This depends a bit on the module maturity, etc. But bottom line, we did more code reviews than pull requests. So for this to work, the rule of thumb is for each pull request you ask, make sure you do 2 reviews to someone else. And the second thing is code reviews. These are not really, actually, this is not only code reviews that we need. So we need reviews for pull requests, and these don't have to be technical code reviews. These can be actual tests. So you, as a user, you can use Runbot. There's a link for the OCA Runbot in the pull request. And you just click, you log in, and you read the usage section of the module, try it out in Runbot, and see if it works as expected. And that's a review, and you can approve the pull request. Or you can just browse the module and see what's the structure being added there, what are the models, what is the logic, and from a functional point of view, say if that's that makes sense, or maybe that's too much tied to a particular use case and should be more generic. So there's value on different perspectives on GitHub pull requests. My message here is that the pull request is not only a technical thing, it's something anyone can do. Functional people can do, end users can do. So if you look at this, there's a lot more here that can be done by non-technical people than by technical people. So this is my message. These are some broad pointers. If you go into the OCA website, you'll find more details on this. If you have trouble with the OCA website and the information is not clear enough, please reach out to us or write to the contributors mailing list and point that out. We'll make an effort to improve that information for you. Okay. So finally, keeping the lights on. This community can only run, we need funding to have this community running. And also, as important as funding, we need participation. So it's not only about the modules we provide and the pull requests and all those tasks I mentioned before. We need people to be members, to have a voice and be representative and have a weight when we discuss with Odoo SA on their roadmap and on their policies. We need sponsors. Sponsors help us support the costs for the servers and paying for this kind of events and funding for open upgrade. We also launch GitHub sponsors that individuals can add with $5 per month, which is a very small fee. You can help funding the open upgrade and the OCA toolset, and you'll get a nice button there so other people know you sponsored. And if you do that, it's easier for me to do a pull review for you than if you don't have that. And more than that, please participate. So we have a delegate assembly. These people can and should candidate for board. We need renewal of board members. So please participate or just give your opinion and suggest improvements and help on the organization of the OCA as a whole. And so this is my presentation. I'm open for questions if we have time. I'm not sure.
Thank you, Daniel. So, does anyone have any questions?
We're a bit on time also, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So if anyone has any more questions, you can ask on the Discord support.
Yes. Yes. Mention me on Discord, and I'll be happy to answer your questions. I'll be around Discord through the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Daniel. Hi, Manuel.
Hello.
Hello.
Do you hear me?
Yeah,
I will have
I can hear you.
effective writing. I don't know if you can find Sergi, who will be my co-host, and if you could make him speak as well. He will share a screen and we will both talk. And he's saying hi.
To Sergey Alonso, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, okay, sure. Hi, Sergey. I've made you the panelist.
Hi. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
We had one small question for when we started in a couple of minutes. Would it be possible for the second part of this talk, when we will ask questions, to ask people to say if they want to respond and to give people the microphone for that part?
Yeah, they can like raise their hands if they want to ask any questions, or they can ask question on the
If they raise
Q&A.
their hand, can you give them the mic, or do they
Yeah,
write?
we can
Yeah,
give
we
them
can.
the mic.
Okay. There is some reverb. I don't know if someone has his microphone on or shouldn't. Okay, thanks. That's great.
Yeah, so we can start whenever you are.
Yeah, let's just wait 2 more minutes. for everyone to join.
Sure.
And I see Sergi is going to share his screen as well.
Yes.
Sure.
I don't see Sergi's screen yet, so I don't
Yes,
know.
yes, wait a minute.
Okay.
Yes, now.
Yes. There we go.
Yes, we can see the screen.
And we're even in presentation mode. Yeah. Okay, well, it's 9:35, and if you confirm that we are live, then let's go.
Yeah, we can start the session.
Okay. So welcome everyone. This morning, if you're in Europe, or at another time of the day, what are we talking about today? You can see the title of our speech. It's called Facilitating Intercooperation of IT Cooperatives Using Odoo. And it's what Sergi and me will be talking about for the next 30 minutes. We actually have the plan to talk for only 15 minutes and then ask some questions afterwards. And for that, we will see if we can manage to give the microphone to some other people as well. Okay, let's go. What are we talking about today? So as you can see in the title, we'll be talking about IT cooperatives, which means worker corporations implementing Odoo and other tools. For IT cooperatives, for actors in the social economy. So these are actors, companies, organizations, and so on. That can be, for example, energy cooperatives, some management tool for their shares, or cooperative supermarkets who have members working in shifts and need some tool to manage that, or housing cooperatives or housing initiatives that need to keep track of who has paid or hasn't paid his rent. And we are talking about these IT cooperatives because we see and we are part of some of these cooperatives that start working together. We see that many IT cooperatives making, amongst other Odoo tools for these actors, are IT cooperatives. And what we have done ourselves and are seeing around us is that some IT cooperatives have joined forces. They decided to mutualize their resources, share knowledge, and build better tools together. So today we'll talk about who's doing that, why we're doing that, and how it's being done. And then we'll end with an open discussion to hear your feedback on what we are doing, on the ways we are starting to incorporate, and hear especially also if you have had similar experiences that we can learn from or that we can join. Yeah, let's go. I'll give the word to Sergi to talk about a bit the history of how this intercooperation that we are part of started and who are the main actors.
Yes, thank you, Manuel. Yes, we can start with this short version of our love history between CopyTZ and CopDevs. The first contact between CopDevs and CopyTZ was in the OCA Days 2018. We had a first contact between organizations related with Odoo, IT, and cooperative movement. And to the good relationship that between CopDevs and CopyTZ, we decided to organize a new meeting in Belgium in 2019 to continue working. We invite to attend many organizations, mainly focused on cooperative supermarket movement. And a year later, we thought that in order to continue with this intercooperation, it was necessary to build a common framework between CopDevs and CopyTZ before to join others. That is why in 2020 we held another meeting also in Belgium at COP City in Brussels, focused in common goals to continue working regularly. And during 2020, we have been holding monthly coordination meeting of these intercooperation projects, and we have finally reached this OCA Days 2020, where we would like to present our work and encourage other organizations to join us.
Yes, and not on here yet is the future, because we will probably be meeting also next year, but we're talking more about that in a second. We've told you that we ourselves are IT cooperatives, and so I'd like to take some time to explain what that means, what it means to be a worker cooperative, because it's one of the starting places of this initiative. So for those who don't know, cooperatives are a form of enterprises which are controlled and run by and for their workers. So that means that workers have control of their own economic future, and they're not working for a company who is owned by external shareholders and have a say in have a big say in how the company and finances are regulated and projects. So we as part of cooperatives are employees and business owners at the same time. And so this type of enterprise, a corporation, a workers' corporation, is a value-driven enterprise, and these values have sort of crystallized in 7 principles that are put forward by the International Cooperation Association, the ICA, which sounds almost like the OCA Days. You can see the 7 principles there, and they talk about open and voluntary membership. So everybody is open to become a shareholder of cooperatives, of democratic member control. Cooperatives are typically controlled by a 1 member, 1 vote rule, which means that every member has the same weight, and it's not dependent on the amount of capital that he or she has brought in. You can see some other principles there as well. Number 7 talks about concern for communities, so working towards sustainable development in their communities. And number 6 mentions cooperation among cooperatives. So it motivates cooperatives to strengthen the cooperative movement by working together, and that's very much what inspired us to start this movement or this initiative. So Sergi, let's talk about which cooperatives currently exists working with Odoo or in IT.
Yes, here we want to map more organizations that both of these 2 types of organization, cooperatives that are using Odoo, for example, the Mobility Factory, that is a 2nd level cooperative of mobility and car sharing cooperatives. Energy cooperatives use a lot Odoo, telecom cooperative, Coop supermarkets like Piscop, Lenit, La Louvre. And also we want to be in touch with IT providers for social economy, like us, like Cooperative and Coopdevs, but also Grab, web architects, and others. And we thought that both of these kind of cooperatives can benefit of this intercooperation, because cooperatives that are using Odoo can join efforts and have us a common roadmaps and join budgets to invest in Odoo development models. And also IT services can provide and can intercooperate, offering their services to these cooperatives.
Yeah, exactly. So Sergi just mentioned that cooperatives can benefit from intercooperation, both the IT cooperatives offering services and the social economy actors that can also be cooperatives that they offer services to. So let's talk about a bit more about what this benefit is and about why we engage in this intercooperation ourselves. What are the goals of this intercooperation initiative for us? Firstly, our first goal is to develop and maintain a common base of IT tools for the main branches of the social economy. So currently those are Odoo modules, and we have 2 main projects that we would like to work on, for which we would like to have to build together some standard offer that we can some standard solution that we can offer to the social economy, and that is shared and common. So one example, for example, is that we have developed a management tool for cooperative supermarkets, and within our intercooperation initiative, we have added functionality and translations to that module, such that it could be used in upcoming supermarkets, not only in Belgium where it was developed, but also in Spain, which is much more efficient, of course, than having our partner CoopDevs starting all over again. So, of course, in the future, we would also like to integrate these projects into OCA, because this is part of our initiative that's quite similar to the OCA. But more so in the future, we hope to engage in some more strategic planning and together, and also funding together for these projects. So we would like to hold hackathons to work together and hear what the actors in the social economy that we work for, what they really need as tools, to decide together which ones are the ones we would like to work on this year, and to look for what funding we can have or assign to divide the tasks and realize them together. So that's really a first goal of this intercooperation. Then secondly, a big goal is to maintain functional documentation for the tools that we build, making it as easy as possible for others to install our tools, to use our tools, to train on themselves and others to facilitate the dissipation of our tools, and to therefore help the social economy, to explain it to their clients, to train their functional staff. And by maintaining this together, the burden of making documentation is shared, and more actors can benefit from our efforts. So there was a talk yesterday also about the documentation system within the OCA, where I mentioned that we are building a functional documentation also within this project. So we'll give you a sneak peek of that afterwards, of the tool we are using. And then two other goals that we have is, of course, to promote open source tools and support their community, as well as we all do here at the OCA. And then lastly, to improve the cooperativist movement through IT, because we truly believe that cooperativism can improve our society and take care of our environment. Yeah. So if we go to the next slide, we can see how we go about that. And currently, so each member of the two cooperatives that are mainly investing in this movement dedicate some time to work on this project every month and meet once a month to do the follow-up. We also organize a hackathon once a year to work on the future of our tools and to develop and go together. And in the future, we would like to have a common budget, or work towards a common budget for bigger tasks, and explore mutualization of costs between the various actors and ourselves. Sergi.
Yeah. So what are our main projects and our roadmap? So first of all, to set up and coordinate this intercooperation group, that it's a lot of job. We should have the common strategy and the common roadmap. We was working in our website, and we set up documentation system to have all documentation about functional documentation about the models that we develop. We move forwards joint solution for scale and point of sale, that it's mainly used for cooperative supermarkets, and improve our cooperative share management tool through EasyMyCoop. Sorry. EasyMyCoop are models focused in this sign up for membership, and also the shares management system, and also generalize cooperative supermarket models, because the models that we start on are focused on the necessities of BISCOP supermarket, but we want more general solution for all kind of cooperative supermarket. So yes, you can join us. We warmly invite you to join us in efforts. You can check out this website, itforsocialeconomy.org, and you will find there a lot of information of our intercooperation, and also you will find a link to join us and go to our forum and present your project and start the conversation and keep in touch.
Yes, actually turn on my video because I thought so it was turned off. You can maybe give a sneak peek to the website and to the documentation system that's under construction strategy if you want to before we go to the open discussion, because we're well on time.
Yes, let's write it for social economy. Here we have our super simple website, but with all the information, and here the link to the documentation. But it's doc.it for
There's a
social
link
economy.
in the on the top of the website as well.
Yes, that it's only set up, and we will start the documentation of Odoo and vertical cooperative that is in my COP. We will work in French, English, and Catalan / Spanish documentation. It's a big effort, so we should think the best way to do that.
Yeah, great. So now I would like to open the floor for questions or input about this this topic. So we have two questions that we would like to ask. First, are there people present here who are doing something similar or interested to join? So if you are, can you tell us who you are and how you have intercooperated on larger projects? And then maybe after that we can leave some time for dreaming. Let's take some time to dream about what form or shape intercooperation could have, or what topics from the social economy could benefit from this approach. So if you would like to contribute to this, maybe, I don't know, I'll ask the moderator how they can best, do they raise a hand, do they answer in the chat?
Yeah, so anyone like who wants to ask any questions, they can like ask the question on Q&A, or they can raise their hand so that I can unmute them and they can speak if they want. So anyone has any questions? So anyone from the participants who have any questions, they can ask a question on Q&A.
Till we wait, we can show where is the place that you can say hi. Here in the website, you have this link to our forum, and you go to a discourse, a community forum that you can say, you can open and respond this thread and tell about your project and how you can join to us.
So again, for those who are just joining, if you have worked together on a project with other Odoo implementers, other partners, other cooperatives, if you are a cooperative yourself and you would like to work with other cooperatives as well, please raise your hand or ask a question so we can hear from you.
So any of the participants can just put their questions on Q&A. So I can either unmute them or I can convey a message.
Okay, if not, I think we are done. I don't
Yeah.
know,
So
Manuel.
if anyone wants to, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. This is it's a bit tricky with this new format, I think, or maybe people are a bit timid or still asleep. I don't know. We'll make sure to leave the link and the information on how to join us in the description, so people who are maybe a little shy can contact us there. If you want to hear more about our approach or participate or have questions, you can also ask us afterwards on Discord or
Just to
say
say
hi
that
on our forums.
Or you can just like ask questions on Discord. I'll share the information there. So if anyone wants to ask further questions, you can ask there.
sure, perfect.
So thank you, Manuel. Thank you, Sergey. That
Thank
was a
you
good
to you
session.
Here.
Thank you.
for our conversation.
Yeah.
See you soon. Bye bye.
Wait a second, Sergi. I see that we have one question in the Q&A from a certain... there we go.
Nice.
Yeah.
Another one.
Yeah.
So let's answer that one. There's Lednarin,
So
who says, hi there, we are just starting to find out if Odoo will be the right tool for our cooperative store and member work. Will we be right in this network? Or is it only for long-time users? Sergi, can you answer that question? Thank you for that question, Lednarin. You saved our Q&A, our open question.
yeah. Yeah.
Yes, I think every
Sergey.
cooperative that will use or is thinking to use Odoo is welcome to join us, because at least we have the same like easy MyCoop modules that we need for membership management. So also it's important to be in contact, to have this network of cooperatives using Odoo, because we can have a common training on Odoo and share our experiences using Odoo, and it's always a good idea to be in touch.
Yeah, I also think that it's interesting to, first of all, the goal of what we set up would be that we have a website where you can go to. You're going to answer this question live. Can we give the mic to Lednarin?
Yeah, sure.
Here that Egun is going to. No, it's you who. Sorry, no, I thought Lednarin wanted to answer live, and he can now. So if you want to speak, you can. Otherwise, I will just reply. I think the goal of our system is to have a kind of website where your initiative or your type of starting cooperative store could go to and find all the information you need to get started. So it's also interesting for us now to know what your needs are now and how we can help you start. And otherwise, it's just cool to hear about you in the forum, so we know where you are and what your demands are, what your goals are, and we can see how we can answer your questions and see how you can already find some of what you're looking for in the current tools we provide, and start to list what else you would like to help us work on in the future. If you want, you can give some more comments yourself while you are live.
So Lednarin, does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Or do you have any other questions? Yeah.
You're welcome.
Well, anyone else have any questions so they can ask? So yes, like if anyone else has any questions, they can ask on Discord channel. So you can interact there.
Yep.
And
Exactly.
man
We'll
will
be on
be
Discord for a little
answer.
while longer. Otherwise, find us or go to our website and leave a note on our forum. Yeah. Thanks, Fagun, for hosting us.
So,
Another question?
There we
another
go.
That's
question, I
only
guess.
only information about the process.
Okay. Yeah, it's
So we will keep in touch.
Cool. 20 euro of organic food company, food cup store in Stuttgart. Yeah. Cool.
Okay.
Let's hear from you later. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sergey. Thank you, Manuel.
Bye bye.
See you. Bye. Hi,
Hello.
Jimmy.
Hello.
Hi. Good morning.
Good morning.
So I guess we'll be starting our session in other 4 minutes, 4 to 5 minutes.
Okay. When you tell me.
9 minutes. Yeah. Sure. Let all the participants join till that.
Hello, hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
So now I'm here. Who's gonna have his talk now?
I'm gonna have the talk about the Odoo document management system.
Okay, perfect. So I'm gonna help you out there. Do I need to do something for you?
Okay. No, I will just share my screen and make the presentation.
Okay, perfect. Go ahead.
Well, the talk was at 10:10, but if you want, we
10,
can
10.
start.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, then let's start at 10:10.
Okay.
Some time. I will just do my camera right. So
Yeah.
perfect. Nice to see you. Happy to see you all.
So I guess we can start with our session then.
I hope so. I have to make myself familiar with the agenda for now, because I popped just in. Simone asked me to join you. I have to become a bit familiar with the tools here, because I didn't manage to be a host so far.
Okay.
So.
So we'll start our session in another 2 minutes, I guess.
Yes.
Yeah.
So Fagun, you are going to continue to guide this session, yeah?
Yeah.
Perfect.
So I guess Jamie, you can start presenting, and you can start with the session.
Okay.
Yeah.
And now you should be seeing my screen.
Yeah, we can see.
Right.
Yeah, we can see your screen. Yeah.
Okay. So I will go for it. Well, welcome everyone. I hope you can all hear me and see me properly. My name is Jaime Arroyo, and today I wanted to talk to you about the new OCA document management system that is being developed. First of all, a little bit of introduction about me. I'm a software developer working with Odoo already for 2 years in the healthcare sector at Creu Blanca. I'm a very active member of the OCA since the day I began working with Odoo. I've especially worked in the human resources repository and the maintenance, but I also try to contribute to as much repositories as I can. And well, this is my username on GitHub, okay, in case you have seen me there. I guess we all know what a document management system is, and well, the name is pretty self-explanatory. But I think that giving a very brief introduction and remembering what it is can't be bad. A DMS is basically a system that we use to receive, track, and manage and store our documents. And given the large amount of data and files that companies usually have to deal with, having a software-based DMS and structuring properly your data can give multiple benefits to your organization. Between these benefits, first of all, we can find the most obvious one, probably. If you store all your information in a computer system, you don't have to store it in paper. So you can reduce the physical storage space you are using in your office, and you can use it for something more productive. It is obviously very difficult to go 100% paperless, but I am pretty sure that you can reduce the percentage of papers and documentation you have by using a nice software-based DMS. Another key point is the security. This is critical for all organizations, and having your most sensitive data protected is vital for everyone. With a DMS, you can have better control about who can access the information, who can modify it, and you can even have an audit trail that keeps track of all the actions that have been made in order to try to investigate what has happened in case that some problem occurs. Another of the main advantages is the search facilities. Having your data in a structured way can help you make the task of finding the document you're looking for much easier than looking in a bunch of boxes full of papers, which at the end of the day makes you save a very big and appreciated amount of time. So a positive point there. And finally, very important point too, is that it enhances the collaboration in your team. Having all the information in the same place and accessible by multiple people at the same time from multiple places helps you improve your communication and make your workflow more visible to everyone, which will result in a more agile process management. After this introduction, I wanted to talk to you about how can we manage our documents with Odoo, and how did we got this need in my company. Every day we are giving more. Our Odoo database is growing and our Odoo instance is growing, but not only in data, also in the importance we are giving to it. Users every day are getting more used to the system and feel more comfortable putting all their documentation there related to invoices, employee documentation, and all of this kind of stuff. The attachment is a really good tool, but it gets to a point where it makes it hard to manage a large amount of data. So in some certain cases, records with maybe 20 or 30 attachments were difficult to handle. We also realized that with the importance we were giving every day to Odoo, and the more information we were adding to the system, to the ERP, we were splitting information between the ERP and another separated DMS system we are using, which at the end could lead to confusion or some problem. Then after that, we started looking for a solution. We at first we thought maybe a connector connecting the two systems would be a good solution. We also checked Odoo, what did they have to say in this aspect, and they have a DMS in the enterprise edition, but we use we are using the community version and only use open source modules. So it wasn't an option for us. And then all of a sudden, almost as if it was made on purpose, this new option came into our path, the OCA. So how did all the relation between OCA and the DMS began? It all began with the company OCA IT, which, by the way, in the talk description, I said they were German, and I think they are from Austria. So sorry for that. They already had an implementation of a really good Odoo DMS in their local. They had it open sourced in their company repository, and luckily they after some discussion they agreed to move it to the OCA. This was perfect for us, and during the Spanish OCA days, this migration was done. Because as we all know, the DMS was really good, but the OCA has some guidelines to follow. So there are a lot of model renames and a lot of effort to do to make this transition and make their project be part of the OCA in what I think is a win-win situation, since the OCA gets a really good DMS to work with, and OCA IT gets more people involved in the project, which will result in a better product for everyone. So that is basically how the creation of the OCA DMS repository was made. During the Spanish day, it was done, and the first pull request was created during those days a couple of months ago in July. I think it was in July. So what is what is the current state of this repository? No? The base model of the DMS is already merged in version 12 and version 13. And this model includes the base models, which are the file model, the directory model, storage model, all the views related to it. It also includes all the security related to the DMS, the access, the read-write access permissions. It now recently adds the portal. I put in parentheses the pull request, but I think it's already merged for 12. In 13, it's still a pull request, I believe, so having a portal also gives us a very nice, another view option to manage our documents. And the last point, very, very important, it also includes migration scripts from the MOOC IT DMS to the new refactored OCA DMS. So in case that you already knew this project and you were using it with the MOOC IT version, you can safely migrate it to the new OCA module. This is the part that it's already merged, but very interesting pull requests are open. Since we are integrating our DMS in Odoo, we want to link all these files to records. This is done with a module named DMS field, which is currently in a pull request, but in a really advanced state. It could be merged really soon, to be fair. And this gives us the perfect link we wanted between the ERP and the DMS. Also, now we have a problem because Odoo already has their attachments. So maybe we could think that the DMS files may overlap with Odoo attachments, but work in this topic is being made, and to be able to integrate both systems and make them perfect compatible. And for now, the DMS is only in English, but translation is just a matter of time, and we will probably translate it to Spanish as soon as possible. But well, I think that there is no better way than showing you what is the current state and how the document management system of the OCA is than showing it to you. So I will proceed with a very, very small demonstration about its main functionalities. Here I have a local Odoo 12 instance where I have included the base module, and I have also included some of the advanced stage pull requests in order to be able to show you in more detail the functionalities that will come soon. So basically, this is the main view. This is one of the main views of the DMS. Here we can see all our directories, and we can filter and access them through the search panel in the left that was backported from version 13. Here we can navigate and we can filter. And here we can also check with the tags and all other grouping tags that we can use to make our accessibility easier. And as soon as we get into one of the DMS directories, we can see all the information related to it. Here we can see all the subdirectories, all the files that it includes, meta information about when was this file created and who has worked with it, access information regarding which permissions do we have in this folder and the folders under it, groups which also tell well, which permission does each group has above this directory. And then here also another category, another basic information as the size of it and all. And here, wait a second. Here we can also access very easily to the subdirectories and the files that it has. Here with the subdirectories, we get these really nice views where we can navigate to data, and in data, pues, then we can check for the files. For example, here we get to the files model, which contains information about actual files. When we click in one of them, we can see its name, its path, its extension, also information about when it was updated and created, access information, and we can, of course, view the content in case that the file is previewable. We can see it directly here. And we can also download it and access through other program in case the file is not compatible with that. So here I have shown you the two main models of the DMS, which correspond to the directories and the files. And it doesn't have any secret. It's just very easy to navigate and to add and remove and move documents from one folder to another. Which is the core part of the DMS. Another key part I told in the previous minutes ago is that this DMS is perfectly integrated with the rest of the ERP and the records. So we are going to make an example about how can we link a directory or some files to a record. First of all, what we will have to do is to create a storage. A storage is a model that is above the directory model, which provides some more general information and characteristics about the directories that will be under them. So the basic structure of this DMS is storage is above everything. Then under them we can find the directories, and under the directories we can find more subdirectories or files. Here we are going to create a storage, and we will make the demonstration with the contact model, the easiest one. So we are going to create the contact storage, and we are going to say that this storage is selectable by contacts. Okay. Now we will go to a contact, for example, Brandon Freeman, and here, of course, we will have to edit the view and give some space in a tab or somewhere in the form to the DMS widget. And in here, I have a demo example implemented in the REST partner. Here we can start with this button. We can link the record to a storage, as we said before, and now we can start playing. We have this really nice view integrated in the form with these buttons that will allow us to do some of the most basic stuff. We can begin creating some subdirectories. So subdirectory 1, subdirectory 2, for example. And here we can easily begin to create our structure. We can also right click in one field, in one directory to create more directories. So one. And here very easily we can begin to create the desired structure. We can also create files directly from here. And for example, we want to add a file under this folder, we can click this button and we can upload our file, for example, this C++ book. And here we have it. It's perfectly added to the tree and linked to the record. And here we can have information about it, and we can even preview it very easily from the record itself. It is also compatible with the drop feature, so we can also add, for example, this sale order. We can drop it here, and the sale order will be already linked to the DMS too. A new DMS file will be created. So, well, basically that is all. And now we could do the same, for example, with other records, no? Here, and we will add, for example, another directory. So now we have created in a couple of contacts, we have linked them to the corresponding directory, and we can see that we can very easily, from here, from the contact storage, we can access all the information regarding the partners. Here we have the folder we created from Brandon Friedman, along with the one we created with Colin Diaz, very one close next to another, so which makes it very, very, very easy to navigate. And that is basically it. I finally want to show you the portal made by Victor Martinez in Tecnativa. Really nice way to navigate through your documents too. Here you can download it, and that's basically it. So thank you for this amazing feature. Now back to the presentation. I think that I have showed you more or less which is the main idea of the DMS, the main modules and the main views. So now I would like to talk a little bit about the future of the DMS, which is the roadmap to follow. Actually, a missing key feature of the DMS is the versioning. It's still not possible to manage the multiple versions with the DMS, but it is the first things, the first in the to-do list. So we will probably begin working on it soon. Also, we need to improve the attachment integration, translation to other languages. It's always nice. And now with the recent version 14 branch, it will be also great to have it migrated in the new version, and then obviously some other general improvements that can help make the DMS better. So that's it. Thank you to everyone for attending, and especially thanks for the OCA sponsor for making this event possible. And now, if you have any doubt or any question you want to ask me, pues feel free to talk or to ask on Discord later. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so participants, anyone has any questions, they can ask on Q&A, so that I can convey to Jamie, and you can raise your hand so that I can unmute you if you want to speak.
If there is no question, I would have one.
Okay.
Yes, sure.
I'm not sure. I haven't had a too close look into the module myself, but it looks indeed very interesting. Are you aware of possibilities of storing the attachments in online repositories, online DAF servers, or something like that, instead of in the file system or in the database? Because the question is, you can store IR attachments on the file system or in the database usually, but does the DMS come with an abstraction layer that allows you to put the attachment somewhere else?
We are still, it's still on development, but yes, of course, it is on the to-do list to be able to extract all these attachments onto another server or another place that can handle better the information.
For instance, there are lots of modules on the App Store dealing with Nextcloud or SharePoint or whatever, and I think it could be an interesting feature to be able to store the file attachments and such offsite storage.
Okay, so well, maybe we can add it to the roadmap and have in mind that it's I also agree that it's a very interesting suggestion. So we will try to work on it for sure.
Actually, there was a
so
remark of
there's-
Dennis Russell here saying that OCA storage would be the way to go for it. Maybe Dennis can comment on this himself.
So Dennis, like if you want to say something, you can raise your hand so that I can unmute you and you can speak if you want. And there is also one more question from. Okay, no issues, Dennis. So there's one more question from Henrik Norlin that can we see PDF files directly in the browser, or do we need to download them?
And there are some kind of files that are previewable, for example, PDFs or some audio files that are previewable. There is a module in the social repository that is called mail preview base, which serves as a base model to implement pre-visualizations for different kind of files. So if the file is previewable, it will be previewable in Odoo. But if it's not, if it's I don't know, a code file, for example, you will have to download it and look for it in another program.
I hope, Henrik, that answers your question. So anyone else want to ask any questions? So I guess like if anyone wants to ask any further questions, they can. Okay, so Henrik said that what is the link to mail preview based repo?
It's on the OCA/social repository on GitHub, so you will be able to find it there, or I can send you a link on Discord.
Sure. So like if there are any other questions from participants, you can ask your question on Discord. So Jamie will be able to help you there. So
well, I think we can leave it here, no?
I guess, yeah.
Thank you very much.
I guess if there would be any other questions. Yeah. Thank you, Jamie. Hi, Suhail. Good morning. Hello, Sohail. Are you able to hear us?
I think you are on mute. Sorry.
Hi, Sohail. Good morning. Sohail, are you able to hear us? We are unable to hear you. Can you say something? Like,
Did you try to mute and unmute him? At least we can see
yeah,
you,
I have
Sohail.
asked. Yeah, we can see him, but yeah, he's on mute, but we are unable to hear him.
Hello. Hello, do you hear me?
Yeah, hi.
Yes.
Hi.
Good morning.
Good
Yeah, we
morning.
can hear you now.
Finally.
Sound clear. Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll start a session in another 7-8 minutes. Let
Okay.
every other participants let them join.
Do you see my screen? I show it now.
Yeah, we can see your screen.
Okay, thank you.
So I guess let's start with our session.
We start now?
Yeah, let's start with the session.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I am Bijawi Suhail, Odoo developer at Axon. Today, we're going to see how to manage subscriptions in Odoo using contract modules. But let me, before that, thank those who made this virtual event possible and gave us the chance to meet this year again. Sorry. In the last decade, the subscription business model got his way to be the solution for companies selling services. The question always was how to be a healthy company that can estimate its revenue and have reasonable, secure evolution plan. Companies that adopted the one-shot sale got always the dilemma to find the correct price to cover product cost and company benefit from a side and meet the customer purchasing power from the other side. This is not an easy question to answer. The subscription model has that solution to amortize the cost, ensure stable revenue, and have a business model attractive to the client. Studies says that by 2022, 53% of all software revenue will be generated from a subscription model. So you are surely seeing what I want to say. An ERP must cover this business model. Odoo introduced what we can call a base contract data model in version 6.1, and it didn't really evolve since that, but the community managed to create many modules around it to give a mature contract management system. In version 9, Odoo chose to abandon the contract module and create a new one under the enterprise license. That's why the community moved the base module under OCA contract repository and became the only responsible of its maintenance and improvement. In version 12, we decided to go in a deep refactoring and improvement of the data model, and we can say that the resulted contract module we made share few things with the previous versions. And now it's a complete suite of features that can manage several use cases when it's about subscription. In this presentation, I will use Odoo as an IT company that sells web development and hosting services. The workflow will be to start by configuring my product catalog, respond to a request for quotation from a new customer, confirm the sale order and see how the contract is created, generate invoices, and then upsell my contract. I will use this modules, contract module to manage contracts and recurring invoicing, product contract to create contract from sale orders, contract forecasts, and contract variable quantity to have a variable quantity when invoicing a contract based on a formula. And for our scenario, I will show you how I will show you two use cases: how to invoice timesheets and how to invoice in prorated quantity relatively to the working days. This presentation will be in version 12, as the migration to version 13 is in progress and those modules are not available yet. For those who are interested, we can use some help boosting the work. You need just to follow the contract repository. So let's start the workflow. I switch to Odoo. As said, we need to configure the product catalog of my company. Here I can see that I already added some products, but the backup service is missing, which is very wanted by my customers. So I want to create it. I create backup here. When I select the service type, a checkbox appears to ask me if this product is a subscription. When I check it, a contract tab appears where I can see, where I can define default configuration of my new product. Those default values will be proposed to my salesperson when they add this product to quotation or a contract and help them to speed input. Now let's see those fields one by one. To start with this field contract template, let me explain something in the base module. We can create a contract from a predefined template. It's easy, efficient, and time gain. It's like the quotation template in sale order. We have a predefined template that will generate a contract. This is can be used for my popular offers in and made it in such a template. But the contract template is used also when I am creating a contract from sale order. The system will group product by contract template and create a contract for each group. The template values will be used in will be used to create them. So if I have in my sale order different sale lines with different contract template, the system will group each will use each group to create one contract. So I will have, if I see here, for example, I have two contract template, hosting and development. When I will confirm my sale order, the system will group all hosting product in one contract. So my backup product belongs to the hosting contract template. The next thing to set is how and when my product is invoiced. It's invoiced every month in prepaid, which means that the invoice will be generated at the first day of the invoicing period. The default quantity is 12. This field defines how long is my first subscription will be. In this case, it's 12 months. So now if I check this auto renew checkbox, the subscription will be automatically renewed by year when the end of contract comes. And the customer have here this field termination notice before define when the customer can notice us if he want to resign his contract. Now here he have 1 month before the end of his subscription to notice us. Otherwise, it will be automatically renewed. This product is invoiced in a variable quantity. It's not fixed quantity. If it's fixed quantity, we will invoice every month the quantity we set on the contract. But here I say it's a variable quantity using the formula prorated quantity. The prorated quantity is computed according to the number of billed days. For example, if the contract starts today and my contract is invoiced at the invoiced at the monthly last day, the last day of the month, the system will only invoice the half of the period. The customer will pay in the first invoice the half of what he is supposed to pay, as we only provided the service for a half of the invoicing period. And let me save my product. And to continue with formula, let's take a look on the web development. Here you see that I selected the formula task timesheet, which will get the invoicing quantity from users' timesheets. This is very useful in practice, and you can find more formulas in the contract repository for other use case. Now, with my product catalog is ready, we can create our quotation. So I go and create a quotation. I select a customer and start by the web development product. Now you can see that all the fields that we set on the product are here and pre-filled. Plus, we can see that start and that end of my subscription was computed based on the invoicing method and the default quantity we selected, which is here 12. And here I can see that the quantity type is variable and the quantity formula is timesheet. Okay, let's add the hosting. It's okay, the same thing. Let's suppose that to access to our server manager, you need a license. So here the license is a bit different from the other contract line. It's invoiced every year. the customer need to pay it in the year, and I selected this fixed quantity. It's not computed in prorated quantity, just he need to pay one license. Then the backup service. And to end, let's suppose that we have some setups fees that the customer pay when he starts his contract. So if you see here, the fields of the contract are not, the contract fees are not shown here because this is a normal product. And when I save my my sale order and confirm it, you can see that the system created two contracts. If you remember what we said when we configured the new product, the system created a contract for each contract template. And you can see here only the setup fees line is colored, which means that it can be invoiced immediately. Odoo knows that the other lines will be invoiced in the contract, so they are not flagged as, no billable. Now let's take a look on the contract. We have a development contract here and the hosting one. In this contract, we find the three hosting related product. Each line have its own start date, end date, and date of next invoice. I find also all the fields that I used in the sale order and the product on the contract line. On the contract level, I have access to the forecast report that will show me what revenue I can expect from this contract by invoicing date. Many other fields are available to go further in the analysis. You may notice here in the first period for the hosting and the backup, the price is low than the other month. This is because we set already the prorated formula, and if I open the first period, we see that we didn't invoice a full month. That's why we bill less. So let's go back now to the contract. There are many ways to invoice my contract. I can do it manually using the button here if I am in developer mode, or from a wizard in the invoicing app by selecting a date. Here I can see that I will invoice two contract, or just wait the planned action. There is a planned action that check every day the contract that can be that can be invoiced. But before running the invoicing action, let me log time in my sheet to see how it will be invoiced. But when I'm creating my sale order, I forget to link my contract to my order to the analytic account of my project. So I can do it directly on my web development project here. I link it to this project. So now, as I am in with the formula task time sheet, the system will check the user's log time on this analytic account and will invoice it when we gonna invoice. So I go to the timesheet, I log some stuff here. I need to select development project, a task, and I will log 12 hours. I go back to the invoicing app and create the invoices. And here the system, as you see, created two invoices, one per each contract. And for the development product, I can see the quantity here 22 because I have already logged for my test 10 hours. So he got here the log time from the timesheet. Let's go back to the contract. After my first invoice, you see that the license line changes the color. This is because it will not be invoiced in the next run, as it's configured to be an annual subscription. Okay, now let's talk about this button. In the real life, a customer can ask to end his contract, suspend it for some time, or we can suspend it ourselves because we are fixing things and we don't want to invoice the customer while we are cleaning up the mess. With these buttons here, we can cover all those use cases. All right, everything is in place. My customer is getting his invoices and he's quite satisfied with our service, and he asked it for an upgrade or let's say an upsell. For that, I need to make a new order for the product hosting plus plus because he asked it to upgrade his hosting service. I create a new one. I need to select the same customer, of course, and I select the hosting plus plus. If I confirm my order like this, the system will create a new contract, and this is not what I want. I want him to update this contract, the hosting SO33. And not just that, I want my hosting plus plus to replace my hosting. You don't want to have both packages at the same time. So here I say I want to stop this one by the hosting plus plus. My hosting plus plus will start the 1st of December. So I save my order and confirm it. And I see that the system linked my SO to a contract, and it's the same contract. It didn't create a new one. And if I check my contract lines, I see that the hosting will continue to the end of November, and the hosting plus plus will take place the 1st of December, and it's colored in black because it will not be invoiced in the next run. So with this magic button that gives access to the sale order and all the contract line, I can easily understand the chronology of my contract change, what line took place of another line. But it's not just that. I can see here in the chat more details of each action. Here I see that the contract line hosting was stopped and was stopped for this period. And more than that, in the upselling line, I can see here the predecessor contract line. So I can easily understand that this line took place of this one. So that's it for me. We show all the workflow, but before finishing, I wanted to give some ideas how to improve the invoicing process based on our experience with the customer making 10,000 invoices per month. The first thing that you should do is to use the queue job to plan invoices creation, one job per contract. Like this, you and your users, you can follow the invoicing process. It's better than having 10,000 invoices created by Ikron in the backend. So, and another benefit, if there is a problem, one job will fail, but all the invoicing process will continue. The other thing that you can do to improve the process is automatically validate invoices after its creation. Here we are talking about invoices created from contracts. So there is not really things to check by the users, and the amount of invoices with the amount of invoices, it's impossible that the user check all invoices. So let validate it automatically. It's better than give this responsibility to the user. It will take a lot of time off them. Another thing that we can do is automatically send the invoice to our customer when it's ready. If his transmit method is email, automatically send it with an email within the creation job of the invoice. If the partner transmit method is post, we can pre-render the invoice document with each invoice. And at the end of the invoicing process, merge all invoices document in one PDF and make this attachment available for your user to just download it and print it. That's it. Now I will be happy to answer your question if there are some.
Yeah, hi. So, like anyone wants to ask any question, I guess we have few. So, Virginie asked, do you use this module to invoice your customers each month? And do you massively validate and send the invoices by email?
Sorry, I don't see the question. It's on Zoom.
Yeah,
Or...
it's on the Q&A tab. So I am just like conveying, like she asked, like, do you use this module to invoice your customers each month?
Yes.
And do you massively validate and send the invoices by
Yes,
email?
this is one of the ideas I gave at the end of my presentation. It's not in the base module of OCA. We did this on another module. We can publish it if there are someone who need it. We validate all invoices after the creation and send it by email, not just email, because there is an OCA module which define a transmit method for each partner. So for partners who decide to receive their invoices by post, we pre-render the document and generate one PDF at the end of the process.
Okay, thank you. And so there was one more question she asked, like, on which Odoo version are all these features available?
The contract module was available on since 6.1, but the deep refactoring we did, the most of these features are on version 12, and the migration to version 13 and version 14 is we are doing it right now.
Okay, thank you. So I hope, Virginie, that answers your questions. So there's one more question from Lawrence. Are the timesheets put on the invoice by this module, as it would happen with sales underscore timesheet? So you can give timesheets information on the invoice.
Yes, it's something like sale timesheet, but here we are more oriented to subscription. We have an in progress contract, and we want to automate this process because if I am not wrong, in sale timesheet, it's the project manager who need to, the salesman who need to make a sale each at the end of each month to invoice the log time. But with the contract, it's automatically at the end of the end of the invoicing period, the system will get the invoicing, the log time that we can invoice. The next part of your question, so you can give timesheets information on the invoice. Yes, this is possible. It's not in the base module, but the way the contract variable quantity is used, we can collect data and put them on the invoice description. We didn't do it, but I believe it's quite easy to do.
Okay, thank you. So another question is from Goldberg, that do you use contract to generate invoices based on readings, not timesheets like GB used or bandwidth?
Yes. I don't believe that this is something that is that exists, but it can be done easily. Again, the contract variable quantity, it was made in a really generic way. So if we have an access from Odoo to some server to collect data, we can use the contract variable quantity to base the formula on it and send it back to the contract.
So I guess Virginie asked one more question. Could you explain in more details the button available on the sales order?
Yes, it's not on the sale order, sorry, it's on the contract. So let me share my screen again. Do you see here my screen?
Yeah, you can see.
So here I am on the contract, I'm not on the sale order. I have different buttons on each contract line. So I say, for example, imagine that we have a problem on our servers and the customer don't have access to his his website, and we are fixing it, and we estimate, for example, it will took 1 week. It's not something that really happened, but let's imagine this use case. So I need he want to stop his backup for that week, so because he don't really have this service. So when I click on the pause button here, I select a week. Let's say the first week of January, it was stopped. So the system will split the backup line onto 2 lines, and the first one, it will stop the end of December, and the other one, it will start just after the week we stopped. Like this, automatically the system will not invoice this week. And for example, my customer has another example I can set here. My customer can't pay me for the backup, let's say between January and March. So he asked to stop the contract for 3 months. I can do it like that. If he, for example, he say, okay, I ordered the backup, but that will start in 1st January, but I don't want it anymore. We have here a cancel button. It will cancel the contract line, or we can, for example, his contract here, for example, the hosting plus will end at the end of November 21. He say, no, I want it to end on June. So I click on this stop button. I select June, the end of June 21. I validate. So here it's changed, and I have in the chat all the change I made.
Thank you. So the next question is like how to stop invoicing when we are cleaning the mess.
I just show it now. How to stop invoicing.
Sure. So I guess that's all the question for the session right now. And like if anyone has any other questions, they can ask on Discord channel. So
sorry, there is a Discord channel for there is a Discord channel for contracts. You can answer your question there if you are interested to to participate on the migration work. I will be there to guide and to answer to your question.
Sure. Thank you, Sohail. I guess. Thank you. Thank you very much. So I guess that's it for the session right now. So there's a break for another 15 minutes, 15-20 minutes. So after that, we'll be joining our other sessions. So thank you, everyone.
Hi, Jordi. Can you hear me? Hello?
Hi.
Hi, Jordi.
Oh, just a moment. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Oh, just a moment. I can hear you very loudly. Just a moment. Maybe it's my computer.
I don't know. Could be mine as well.
Can you talk again?
Yes.
Can you talk
Can
again?
you? Yes. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Hello?
I can see your voice. Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah.
Better? It's better now?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
It's breaking a bit.
Okay. Can you hear me
It's
now?
breaking a bit. But now I can hear you. Yes.
Well, then there is a delay somehow.
Yes, there is. There is a delay.
That's weird.
Yeah, that's weird. I can see you are under 2 users.
Well, should be only one, but I tried to kick one.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm let me change my name. That's me.
Alexander is also there. He's writing. Okay, he's registered chair at 11:35. He said.
Okay. Yeah. He's right. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. No, I'm happy to take over.
So I think if I'm gonna present, I should get this delay out, right?
Yes. Can you try to log again, maybe?
Yes, I will do so, but I will not pop in as a panelist then anymore, but with my own credentials, because I'm gonna hold a speech. So you hand over the speaker rights then to me, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. Take care. Bye bye. See you in 2-3 minutes. I will. Yeah, 2-3 minutes.
Okay.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay, I assume everybody can hear me, but it's now, I think, Agung's session. So, Jordi, you should hand him the rights to speak.
I gave you rights to speak now, right? And okay, can you unmute? Okay. Oh. Can you share your screen just to test? Okay, so Dr. Agung is starting now. Just a moment. Hello? Hello, Dr. Agung? Okay, panelists.
Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear me? Yeah? Can you
Yes,
hear
I
me?
can hear you. Oh, I can hear you.
Yeah?
Just a moment.
Okay, I hear your voice.
I have promoted you as panelist. Can you see if you have the option to share your screen?
Okay. Screen share, but okay.
Or turn on your camera.
Camera.
I would like you to
Okay,
try to turn on
okay.
your camera or share your screen.
Okay.
So we'll check.
This is my
I'm
camera.
not
This is
seeing
my
anything
profile
right
and my
now.
photo.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Do you see my photo? My video?
No, not for
Okay.
now.
Yes, I can see your. Yes, I can see your video. Just a moment. I think now it's streaming, and I can see your camera. Can you try to share your screen?
Okay.
Yes, share the screen if you have the
screen.
Okay, seems like it's good.
Do you
Okay,
do you see my slide?
that's good. So seems like it's working. Okay, so I can see your slides.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so it looks all good. Yes. So this session will be recorded and streamed. So it's best if you present in full screen your presentation like you're doing.
Yeah,
Maybe it's a bit too big. I'm not sure. Just a moment. No, I think it's perfect. Yes. So you have a couple of minutes to start.
Okay.
Okay, so just for you to know, I'm Jordi Ballester. I will be assisting you on the technical setup and room manager and moderating.
Okay.
Okay, I think you might start anytime now. Feel free to start. We have 21 participants at this moment.
Okay, thank you. Let me start.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everybody. All attendants online. My name is Abu Nurdianto. I presented about title the Odoo success story in academic in Indonesia. This is agenda, this is introducing. Second is the Indonesia digital profile. This is the ABCG framework. The ABCG means A is a government, B is business, C is commodity, and G is government. Government is SKKN ERP, and business is internship, and academia curriculum lab Odoo. Let's introduce myself. I'm a lecturer and practitioner on ERP Odoo Indonesia. I'm a lecturer in Faculty of Computer Science in Indonesia and Pancasila to university. I work as a workshop practitioner in PTSRI and desktop PTSD. Experience about 28 years as sekarang. I graduate from computer science. The last 4 years developed a very picture and the practitioner on the Odoo community in Indonesia. The name is the Coin Indonesia Odoo community with the 2,300 members. I'm a compiler the SKKN ERP. I explain later. And we are special to Odoo laboratory to develop in academic. No, there is my introduce. Let me say about the Indonesia digital profile. Introduce. There is a digital profile on the Milan Internet. It's industrialized there. And then this is the total in population in Indonesia. It's very huge market. This is digital in the Southeast Asia, in the biggest and the fastest. Yeah, Indonesia is number 1 in the Southeast Asia. This is about the network readiness. Yeah, about the connectivity and mobile device. This kind of internet. Yeah, especially in South Asia and Southeast Asia. There's a growth trend in Indonesia. There's a very huge data, number of active internet, number of active social media, number of mobile subscriptions. This is for the ICT readiness and competitiveness. Indonesia is very competitiveness and readiness ICT. Then the next slide is the top trend IT in Indonesia. There is Indonesia market, yeah, home the 4th largest populations, yeah, average spending 250 per year, I guess in Southeast Asia, and etc. There's a market of Indonesia total population, and the internet user number 6, and the Facebook user in the number 3. Syndicated internet. This is the demographic by age. This is the mobile user, active mobile user, and mobile broadband suppressions, and penetration mobile. This is for the mobile user. Indonesia is number 1 growth market for digital spend in Asia Pacific, set to overtake India. This is a big market, and growth market digital expect to in APEC, set to overtake India. This is our e-commerce market, Indonesian e-commerce market forecast estimated, and then in the 2018 is very huge. Yeah. Next is about the cloud opportunity. Yeah, this overall Indonesian cloud opportunity. This is the type of cloud server applications you have opportunity through. This is Indonesia have a roadmap of e-commerce. Yeah. This is in government Indonesia. This is the roadmap digital track to strengthen the digital national. This is about the brand or event manufacturer are becoming retailer, and retailer creating brand in this. The next is the how to government prepare this making Indonesia for digital transformation, digital transformation, and industry 1, 2, 3, and 4. Indonesia have making Indonesia for roadmap to be one of world's top 10 largest economy. This is the food, beverage, textile. What does it mean? That means ERP, enterprise resources planning. Yeah. So the challenge for the SME, small middle enterprise, to adopt the digital technology. Yeah, upfront investment, technical talent, and availability of supporting infrastructure. This Indonesian business landscapes, the SME, large, medium, small, and micro. And Indonesia focus in industry 4 roadmap. Especially in this topic about the cloud computing, the ERP. This addressing cities in Jakarta. Jakarta will become a mega city. This is the forum the ASEAN. So the all connected positive impact and negative impact. Yeah. So what does this mean? Can technology replace human job? Okay. All of the nations around the world, US company continue to look overseas the tech talents. Yeah. All sorted IT skill. Especially in Indonesia. Indonesia could check this the startup and corporation supply from the India. Yeah, this digital talent for the in the 2020 complex problem solving, critical thinking, creativity, people management, coordinating with others, emotional intelligence, judgment, service, and negotiations, and the last is cognitive flexibility. So we must prepare human resources, especially in information technology, human resources, especially in enterprise resources planning, very gap analysis. This is the Indonesia was fastest digital country, but this is in Indonesia. Indonesia in India, surplus human resources IT, but in Indonesia, shortage. Why? We are not supply at not enough. So this is I'm sorry, this is in bahasa Indonesia, yeah, not in English. This is the first supply from the Ministry of Education. Yeah, Education. So this the gap supply and demand jobs. This is for the competency, for the academic, and this is for the practice. This is the for the gap. How to cope this gap? So this is the means KKNI. This is meaning national standard competency in Indonesia. All job title in Indonesia must standard certified. So SKKNI means Indonesian National Works Competency Standard with the Bloom taxonomy from the knowledge, comprehension, application, analysis, synthesis, and evaluations. And this is for the basic, for the intermediate, this is for the expert. Okay. Next slide. Now, this red paper in SKKNI National Competency Standard. This is for the practice, for the IT practice. There's the associations, the industry associations. There's for the a board of national standard certified. And this is the for the academic. This is for the government. So step for the competency is the competency needs identifications, competency map, competency standard, and competency unit. There's the module of job competency standard. This is for the instruments. This is for competency tests and the competency based curriculum. This is for the roadmap. Yeah, this is for the with the level 1 through level 9. Yeah, level 9. This is for the undergraduate. This is the for graduate. This is for the technical, superficial, managerial strategy. This is all job in Indonesia must standard according to SKKNI. This is the IT. Special in IT, there's the various streams, many streams, and there is the for the enterprise resources planning, and I am one of the compile of the this standard. This is yeah. So there is about 15, 16, and the stream 15. There is a stream integration application system. There is all job title in enterprise resources planning, for the system integration clerk, application management clerk, application management staff, etc. And there is ERP analysis, and then the top is the chief of system officer. So in this job title must test by item unit competency. This is from the unit competency. Yeah. And then after that, this is the pass the competency, government issue the certified. This is for the national certified. Now, especially I use Odoo to develop, to provide tests in integration application system. Yeah. In SKKNI and national competency, there is no there's not mandatory brand. So I use Odoo to put this competency. So next is about the curriculum. This is about the curriculum. I'm a lecturer, computer engineering, computer science, and etc. We cope the curriculum in technology. This is the international applications algorithm in the algorithm. This is about the software engineering, support system. So there is we must arrange the curriculum to match with link and match with the job market. How about the business? Business in the creativity, there's in desktop corporation overview. It's about the desktop IT corporation. This is about the engine platform. And then there's closure log, server visualization, workforce visualization, storage, and etc. And then this is the product cloud and the product switch. This is for the Linux application. This is about the technology positioning. This is the desktop. Now, so we deploy once PPS. This is for the special for the Odoo. Yeah, for the Odoo. To make practice a student. Yeah, this is the digital environment challenging. So that is the benefit of VRP, as you know. Desktop IP soft solution for the UMKM, the small medium, that's the for the with the Odoo. With the work office, human resources, inventory management, and accounting. And then teamwork with the make internship at Desktop IP Indonesia. This is for all the students, with the ERP consultant summer internships with the responsibility. And now we about the pandemic COVID-19, we with the work from home, with the virtual conference, something like that. This is the one of the students. On the technology, we have to work from home. This is for the Odoo, Open Project, Rex, etc. This is about the result, about the internships, and before and after with the Odoo, Odoo version 12. It's about the thread with the Slack. It's about the scenario with the module finance. The next is about the academic. I spread Odoo with the one of the best practice for the ERP. I developed 10 years before Odoo. I am the Oracle, but in Oracle very expensive, but not in open source. At Odoo, it's a practical open source. All students, all people can participate. This is the faculty of computer science. Before we use before Odoo using SAP for the curriculum. University Pancasila is the for the part 1, etc. And the UAE, University Al Azhar, before Odoo, they using Oracle, and now 2 years ago, I promote Odoo in University Al Azhar. So this is my dissertation about the Odoo with Odoo, Indonesian MSE Cloud ERP adoption model and critical factors success ratings and implementation Odoo and configuration driver. This is the implemented and analyzed with the SME, with the 10 SME. Now, this is the final result about the Indonesia SME ERP cloud adoption model. From the critical factor, cloud ERP is the first process module. This is the implementation phase. This is the cloud computing deployment. This is the evaluation. This is the objective. Now, next is about the ERP center. I built ERP center, especially for with the Odoo, yeah, in Universitas Pancasila. Yeah, this is the organization structure. This is the of the purchase, finance, accounting, warehouse, with the sales. And Odoo laboratory, there's the practice, there's the training and certification. In Odoo laboratory, we stimulate supply chains, manufacture, distribution, wholesales, and retail. In order to be chips and the green product, we use packing product because it is important. Is there is the important is product barcode. Yeah, so we also care about the reuse, recycle, and green product. This is the use packing product. This the enterprise simulate the enterprise one shop, another shop. This is my team. Yeah, this is all my students with the discussion about and preparation of the laboratory. Now this is the all. Yeah, do you see? This is the screenshot with the module or POS. Yeah. I'm amazing. All students very happy, and they know about the supply chains and the Odoo. Yeah. So we must in the first we in the supply chain we peer games. Yeah, peer games. We use barcode as the printer, something like this. Something like this, and then okay, something like that. This is the for the distributions. This is the wholesaler. This is the retailer. There is the outgoing order, incoming order, inventory. Yeah, this is the module for the peer games. Yeah. This with the discussions and practice with the Odoo. This is about the certificates. Yeah, all certificates. Yeah, on lock. Yeah. The next is I'm the one of the speaker of the webinar, the travel session digital UMKM with the Odoo. Yeah, this is the fourth in September 2020. Yeah, and this is the competency test, with the ERP SKKNI. This is the for the ERP center. Nah, the last is the community. This is the Indonesia have a community Odoo, the Odoo Indonesia with the playground, and then the members is about 2,300. And then we together with the Python Indonesia. Okay, that's all. Thank you very much. And here's the detail with my curriculum video. Okay, thank you. Hello.
Thank you for your talk. It was very interesting. Let me see. we have a question here. Can you give a reference to your PhD thesis, and do you have a written handout of the curriculum in Indonesia?
Yeah, I used with the thesis. Yeah, the curriculum in Indonesia and Indonesia computer science, we use Odoo for the curriculum practice ERP. Yeah, something like that. This is a curriculum. Yeah, this is for the curriculum taxonomy framework. Yeah, then this we use curriculum something like this. This is and this is it's yeah in Indonesia. Excuse me. Yeah, this is.
So the next question, thank you. The next question is, are you sharing this under a Creative Commons license?
Yeah, all.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the Creative Commons.
And so this is, okay, let's see if we have any other question. Are you, we have a question from Alexander. Thanks for this overview of the Indonesian IT landscape.
We use community in the we use a version with the community versions.
Sorry?
Odoo, we use Odoo application with the community versions.
Yes. Okay. But the work you've done, do you release any modules that you have done as part of your work? Do you release them into repositories, public repositories?
Not yet. Because maybe in the next years. The problem is about to make a new module. We use with the functional setting functional module. Yeah, but we have in the intern GitHub with to make practice students to make a new module.
Okay. So is there we have a question. Thanks for this overview of the Indonesian IT landscape. Is there something the Odoo Community Association can do to help you?
Yeah. This is. I one of the members. Once the pioneer of the Odoo community in Indonesia. Yeah. You can join with the Odoo community. Maybe in the next we can collaborate with the Odoo community association. Yeah, one of the members, and now I'm the member of the OCA.
Okay. As you know, the Odoo Community Association now has a Discord channel, where there is a possibility to create localization. Okay.
Yep.
So this is, you might consider joining the Indonesian channel.
Yep. Yep.
there.
Yep.
And
Yeah, I agree.
please, yes, so that would be very good, because then the community can share between countries. There is also I'm not sure if you are aware that there is a localization in the GitHub, called in the OCA called L10N Indonesia.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with
Yeah.
it?
Yeah. I'm a browse about with the GitHub and the localization, and I learned about the localizations. Yeah, and I want to make practice about the localization with the channel, with the GitHub, and then I will promote this Discord Odoo community organization to Odoo Indonesia community.
Okay, so maybe we can, there's a comment here that maybe we shall do a stream on education in Discord, so to explain people from the Odoo communities around the world that how to interact with using Discord. There is one long-standing member of the community in Indonesia called Anditya Rama. Do you know Anditya?
Pardon?
Do you know Anditya Rama?
Aditya Rahman. Aditya Rahman, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
He is a long-standing member and contributor to the OCA from Indonesia.
Yeah. Aditya Rahman. The senior for the Odoo Indonesia.
Yes,
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, Aditya Rahman. Yeah.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. So I think we have used our time. Thank you very much for your
Thank you
talk.
very much. I
Great.
am stop with the stop.
Yes, you might stop now.
Yeah.
So, and I'm going to take us to the next room or next session. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, all attendees online. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Bye bye.
So can everybody see my screen?
Yes, it's all good. We can see your screen. We can hear you all clear and loud.
Perfect. So I'll do the full screen mode then.
Okay.
Shall we wait like 4 minutes?
I think we are due to start at this time. Let me see it. No, at 12:10. So in 5 minutes. Yeah, in 3 minutes.
Okay. So I'm gonna take a sip from my water.
I guess you are familiar with Zoom.
Well, not that much,
now?
to be honest. But let's see.
You had a quick learning experience.
Yeah, I think it's not that that complicated. And up to now, I think it works quite well, does it?
Yeah.
should start with the first screen, not with the 6. So it's 12:10 now.
Yes.
Shall we start?
Yes, go ahead.
Perfect. Then welcome also from my side. Welcome all attendees to my talk on open source centric development process. In the next approximately 25 to 30 minutes, I'd like to give my personal take on why it should be the new normal to do a open source centric development process. First of all, I'd like to give you a short agenda and a short outline on the technology I've been using. Usually, when I'm doing talks like this, I always want to do something new. This time, I tried a new presentation technology called Reveal.js, which is a HTML5 application where you can actually do the slides in Markdown only. I hope this is going to work out. If not, bear with me, please. So now for the agenda, I'd like to give you a short introduction onto who I am, then on the strategic impact of being open. Then, of course, an open source centric development process, as some of you might know, may come at some disadvantages. There are also, I think, some challenges that you have to face while adopting an open source first citizen development approach. Then there is also a strategic impact, which I try to summarize under the term reach. And of course, there is also always a trade-off between agility and majority in your development process. And I think that is a reason why some people don't do a too much open source centric development approach. And also it's about communication. So when you do such a process, it also involves the community as a touch point for communicating even outside your own organization. And then last but not least, doing an open source centric development process is a perfect tool to become famous and renowned about your peers. So that might be socially very rewarding for individuals, and for companies, visibility is also an important aspect. So who I am, that's me. You can't see me right now. I'm Frederick. I own a diploma in business informatics from the Otto von Guericke University in Magdeburg, where I came from my hometown of Hamburg, which is in the north of Germany, to study. Initially, I wanted to go back after the pre-graduate studentship, a bachelor student after 2 years. That didn't work out that well because Magdeburg is such a lovely small city that you can do a lot of change. And as a matter of fact, the university is a great spot to learn about ERP systems. So I decided to stay there, take my company there, and now I'm living and having my family also in Magdeburg. That's the reason why I did a PhD. One of the reasons why I did a PhD after I successfully defended my diploma thesis. I did that on strategic system landscape engineering for small medium enterprises. Nowadays, I'm still an associated researcher at the Otto von Guericke University in Magdeburg. That means I'm still doing science from time to time. And I'm a member of the Digitization Council at the Saxony-Anhalt Local Chamber of Industry and Commerce. As some of you might know, a member of the board of the Odoo Community Association since late 2018. So now on the major topic. So on the strategic impact of being open. So to me, there are different aspects of being open. First is obvious. If you deal with open source software, you can either adopt a free rider strategy or a first mover strategy. So whereas free rider doesn't have much to do with open source, it's just like you anticipate that there is open source code, you take it, you use it, and you commercialize it. First mover approach is something where you put your code early on into a community and get early feedback. That is, to my take, the primary idea that Linus Torvalds had when he said, given enough eyeballs, all bugs are shallow. Becoming an open source developer, you can obtain an expert state in your company. So if you start to interact with the open source community, the learning curve is quite steep because there are many experts among the open source community that teach you on how to build quality. And that is a inherently collaborative process where you learn a lot about the framework itself, the circumstances in which you develop, and you get to know an entirely new family. The advantage of being open source is you can build standards early on and become famous for them. Among the OCA community, we have lots of people that are developing something and release that early on. Just to name, for instance, the MIS builder of Axoni or the DDMRP module of our colleagues at ForgeFlow. These are all sometimes even scientific standards that have been built into Odoo modules, and the companies themselves got famous for building them. So, of course, for an individual developer, doing open source also means creating job opportunities, because an individual that is contributing to open source is visible in GitHub, is visible among peers, is visible among other vendors, and visible in the whole community. And for companies, it also generates leads. I'm pretty sure that visibility and technical strength that is inherently ending up in code contributed to an open source community is reviewable, can be seen by potential customers and even larger leads, and therefore will generate leads in your domestic market. And then, of course, the maintenance costs of releasing something early on the mid and long run are significantly smaller than if you develop something and keep it just for your own. Just imagine a generic piece of software that different people in the community may use, and you do not publish that early on. There is no chance that somebody else brings in new ideas into that code, that nobody else can migrate that code to a newer version of Odoo. So by not going open source with your code, you significantly reduce the likelihood of lower maintenance costs, which is at the end bad for your customer and for yourself as well. because you have to maintain over and over the own code. Of course, releasing something early up also reduces technical depth for a simple reason. If you contribute it early on, the likelihood that it's gonna be ported to a newer version and then being available when a new version is created or shortly after is quite high. So what we can say is that you can learn almost for free. And of course, you stay up to date with the core evolution, with the community ecosystem as such, and you know people in the community to ask, for instance, if you have a certain problem at hand. So, and naturally, and if there are so many opportunities, there are also some disadvantages. One of the disadvantages of releasing things early on is becoming enterprised. I termed that becoming enterprised. You may have heard the talk of our founder, Fabien, yesterday, and there is always a continuous ongoing discussion on what is in community stays in community and what is in enterprise stays in enterprise. And if you look at the reality, it's often the case that among this discussion, there is some frictions. There are plenty of examples in the past of the Odoo community where somebody released a good idea as a new piece of code, and then eventually Odoo took it over, developed it totally new from scratch to be a part of the community versus our enterprise product. Just not just take the code from the community, but reinvent the whole thing themselves. This is of course not what you want. You would like to build a standard that ends up in an upstream product, but that process is not always what happens. Of course, for an entrepreneur, for a company, there could be a threat that an external job offers end up at your employees' workbenches. Of course, this is not what you want, but on the other hand, we all want good resources to work for us. And at the end of the day, people want motivating jobs. So it's good for us all if people keep motivated and keep rewarded for the good thing they are doing. Of course, there's in the first place, I think, a competitive disadvantage to adopt a open source central process, because in the first place, you need to do conceptualization. You need to think of what is generic in your module, how to slice a module, or how to slice a contribution to the OCA. And this engineering process is good on the mid and long run because it keeps the code maintainable. It keeps the code generic versus specific in some regards. But in the first place, that means you have to ask your customer to pay more for your conceptual work. And this is often disregarded by customers as being disadvantageable because it costs money. Update work, rework and migrate changes done by others. So of course, this may be maybe a disadvantage as well, that when other ideas pour in and the generic piece of the code that you initially contributed increases in footprint, then you have to migrate this code into the future. At least that would be desirable in the community, that you adopt a PSC position and take care of your own code and migrate that further. So that is also can also be disregarded as a disadvantage because that costs you money, or at least time. So what are the challenges to my take? Well, sorry. I think when you adopt an open source centric development process, you can't or at least you shouldn't just start. You have to dig. And by digging, I mean you have to go into the community. You have to address the community mailing list or our new Discord channel to see what people did something in the area you want to innovate in. Because if you don't do so, you're very much likely to end up having developed some code that somebody else has already done, or that somebody else has done in a quite similar way, but in different areas. And then you might ending up having developed 80% at your desk, having created a concept and all that kind of stuff, and then realizing that the work has already been done. That's a great waste of work time. We don't want that, but that requires you as a company and every individual to start digging first and asking questions and thinking about architecture in the first place instead of just starting to code. Often you have to find the interface to do the architecture in order to find the interface. And by interface in that regard, I mean internal interface between modules. So you have to decide how to slice a module, where to put the generic piece of your artifact in. Is the entire work being a generic module in some area, or is it split among different modules? So this is always a discussion that needs to take place. You have to think of interfaces that you might not think of if you develop it just as one module in your local instance. Yeah, and then finally you have to search for where it belongs to. So if you have a solid concept on how it should be architected, that at the end of the day you need to put it somewhere. So now about reach. Well, there are different ways in which you can do a difference. For instance, by doing an open source first development approach, you will most certainly build or being part of a community of interest. There are many examples for that where people contribute to modules where they build a certain community of interest in certain areas, domains, and that often relates to their own customers. So where you have customers, you build a community of interest because your developers are innovating there, and that makes you being able to be connected among all the domain level experts in the whole world. Of course, also local communities are built out, especially among the localizations. As most, if not all of you know, Odoo is a very strong framework, but it has its issues in certain localizations. So having good localizations is a driving force in having a good ERP foundation, and that is not always as good as it is, for instance, in Mexico or Spain or France, but sometimes less good as, for instance, in, let's say, Germany, because I'm from Germany. Of course, being part of a global whole also unveils synergies amongst people. So there are plenty of examples where different partners that in a traditional economy would be considered as competitors, even work together and address larger accounts. And I don't know if many or all of you had attended the keynote speech of Fabien this year of Odoo Experience. He said that Odoo is only getting 1% of the market. So there is huge potential in using that synergies and even addressing larger accounts. And to my personal take, I think Odoo is just starting to address these large accounts. Of course, you will find collaborators that help you on leveraging that synergies. You may find new employees that work for you. And after all, and that this is the greatest news of them all, you will find really nice people and good friends, because open source is gathers around people that have a certain mindset, and that certain mindset is quite great. So agility versus majority. Yeah, we all want to have a mature code at the end of the day, but on the other hand, especially if you're dealing with small accounts, you have to release early. So there is a concept that is called release early and often. You all know that. That's quite basic to open source, and basically means that you should not sit on your code until it's really finished and every hook and every edge is round. No, you should start to contribute something early on. It must be admitted that the OCA community wasn't that well prepared for adopting early releases, because the Odoo community requires the individual developer to respect the rules and the contribution quality and guidelines. And I think there is always a trade-off. We had great discussions among the board how we could improve that, and I think we came up with a quite solid idea. I don't even know whether this is now finally published, but we're on the final steps to take some changes here in the agility versus majority discussion. So of course, you have to take design choices. When you build software, you know that nothing has ever been built in the same way twice. So there is also often opinionation behind it. So people take certain design decisions that are not inherently wrong or good, but different. And then there is a lot of discussion going on, and you have to be, at the end of the day, contributing to open source is also a democratic process. So you have to agree to be an agreeable person at the end of the day to read something. So about communications, what can you do? Of course, there's a mailing list, or there are many mailing lists that you may find on our webpage. I've put links underneath my slides, so I hope that the slides will be available after the talk. If not, I'm happy to share these links, but you're gonna find them on the website as well. You should do massive use of GitHub issues, because we use GitHub issues in the OCA to comment on code, on pull requests, and ask people to improve their code. And of course, we have plenty of chat opportunities, with Discord being the latest among them. And I'm pretty sure that Discord will be the tool that we're using from now on. So finally, I promised you that open source also means that you may become famous and renowned about your among your peers, but that comes at a certain requirements. First of all, it is a good practice in open source communities that you be polite and that you respect the code of conduct. To be honest, we haven't had a code of conduct for quite long, although we had discussed on it for quite some time. Now, in preparation of this great event, these 2 days, we've released a code of conduct, at least for the conference. And I'm thinking that we are soon publishing a code of conduct that is generic for the work in our community. But even if we had no explicitly written code of conduct, we still have a code of conduct among open source communities. That is basically, you have to be humble, you have to be helpful, or you should be humble, you should be helpful, you should be agreeable, and things like that. And after all, be active. That means contribute, ask questions, share ideas, share feedback, and take an active role. Taking an active role to me is something that is of utmost importance for an open source community. Running a conferences, online or offline, like these requires many people and quite some time in preparation. Among the board, we have had several 10 sessions on preparing the whole thing in COVID-19 times. without Rebecca, we couldn't have done it anyhow. So a great clap of hands goes to Rebecca, our general secretary. If we wouldn't be able to pay her, we would not be anywhere close. So thanks, Rebecca, for all you do for the community, and I hope we have you among for many, many years to come. Yeah, and then I think being helpful and to people, being ready to take people and newbies by hand, and that are confused about the level of quality measurements we have in place and things like that, is important. We were not always good at that in the past, but we're trying to improving that in order to increase the footprint of those that are willing and happy to contribute to the Odoo community. Then finally, I'd like to give you some suggestions. First, there is a great blog post entry that says something about 10 reasons why I contribute to the Odoo community. Of course, my take is generally valid for all open source communities, but as we are the Odoo Community Association, we'd like you to be part of Odoo. And we think that as you're attending my talk or seeing the talk after, you're interested in Odoo as well. So please consider to contribute. There is a great link here that explains you how to contribute. And then, of course, as I said, we have some costs, so server hardware costs, preparation of events costs, Zoom costs, a general secretary needs to be afforded, and different other expenses as well. So becoming a sponsor would be more than desirable. And as I'm the treasurer, I hope that we end up in having some more sponsors next year. Becoming a member is also of utmost importance because the governance structure of the whole ecosystem is grounded by membership. So if you're a member, you can be voted as a delegate and eventually as a board member. And an open source community is a democratic process. We always need new people on board. So you're highly welcome to become a member if you're not already, to let you vote as a delegate or propose yourself as a delegate to the community. Each year, I think we can take among 10 new delegates. Delegate vote and General Assembly will be soon. So I hope that many of you will consider to become a member. And then, of course, we have events. This year, no physical events, unfortunately, but I think that is valid for the whole world. But so far, I personally had a great experience with the online conference that we do. So I hope you had the same. That's it for me. I thank you for the audience and staying prepared for questions. And I hope I can answer some of them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And let's see if we have any question here.
Doesn't seem like this, right? No, obviously no question.
Yes, we have a question from Virgin. Do your company work with Odoo Enterprise version? Was your talk an invitation to stay open source?
Well, my company personally, we are trying to adopt an almost always 100% open source way. That means we're trying to contribute to the open source community wherever possible. that is not always easy, because me as an entrepreneur, I have to convince my employees always to take that additional leap to the community, contribute, ask first. But I'm continuously doing that because I'm calling myself an evangelist. We, from time to time, yes, we do also use the enterprise version, but we're very focused on the community version. Yeah. So that's why I hope that the community will flourish. Yeah, but at the end of the day, it must be said that also community has also enterprise has its advantages, and developing an first citizen open source approach doesn't necessarily mean that you should not use the enterprise version, because it's good for the entire ecosystem when not only we have a strong community, but we also have a strong vendor. So that goes hand in hand, and as long as the discussions between both of them are vivid and regular and honest and transparent, we really strive for a better whole of together. I hope that answers the question, Eugene.
Okay. Let's see if someone else has a question here. Yes, so Eugene says you answer the question.
Okay. No questions anymore? Yeah, in this case, I think we can move on, right?
Yeah.
Thank you for your audience once again. Stop my sharing now.
Thank you very much, Frederick. Okay.
You're welcome.
Hello, Cedric.
Hello.
This is Jordi.
Yeah.
Can you try to share your screen? Your audio looks good.
Let me check just to share the right window.
Okay, your screen looks good.
Okay, great.
Maybe your audio is a bit low.
Low? Oh, it's full.
It's full.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Probably if there is something to change in the Zoom itself.
No, yeah, I think it's now better. But
yeah, it's strange. I didn't change anything. But on my side, Frederick was really low also.
Oh, okay. So try to speak up a bit. So you have a couple of minutes. There are currently 19 participants.
Okay. Yes, input level is full. I can change to use the default mic if you want, just and let me.
Well, you can try.
Is it better?
Now.
Okay. I'm back to my headset. Okay.
Okay. So just try to speak a bit louder.
Yeah. I'm alone at home, so it should not be a problem.
So we are recording the video, we are streaming it as well.
Okay. Do you see the full screen or only the window?
I see the full screen.
Okay, it's perfect. I'll close the useless window.
Okay, so maybe better if you open it in full mode, full view, maybe.
Yeah.
Perfect.
And just
feel free to
do I
start.
have to zoom or is it too small?
Looks good.
Okay. Back to that.
Yeah, you can start. Feel free.
Okay. I'm live there? I can start?
Yeah,
Okay.
go ahead.
So, hello everyone. Today I will speak about product information within Odoo. So, as an acronym, we can use PIM, which is a well-known acronym for this kind of software. So, I will explain you what's a PIM and how it could impact the product life cycle within the company. And then I will explain how we implemented Odoo, PIM within Odoo. And I will show you through a small demo. Originally, this project started in collaboration with Acrotion, who had the same need as us for one of customer. And now we use it at a bigger, large scale within our customer, especially for e-commerce or for company managing big product catalog. So I don't know if you saw the talk from Sebastian and from Hector yesterday, but this is complementary to that as it could manage the origin of the data pushed to the website. So what's a PIM? So PIM means product information management. So the goal of such software is to collect and centralize product information. So you are allowed to enrich product information within your software and finally to spread it across other platforms. So on the market, there are a lot of known PIM software. Probably the most known are Akeneo, PIMcore, and Solid Paper. So what's a PIM? I make the difference between two kinds of data. The auto information are all data required to deal with the product within the company or during commercial transaction. For example, it's the price, the taxes, the stock, the name, the SKU. So in other words, this is the most common fields within an ERP. And on the other side, you have the cold information. So this is not mandatory, but it strongly contributes to push yourself and your management. And it increases the information provided to the end customer. For example, cold information are medias like videos, images, smart description, specification, how to, and whatever you want, but it's a kind of complementary information allowing to provide a better, clear view on the product. So here is the life cycle. So the first step is the product onboarding. So usually it's the product creation in the ERP. the main input for that is the hot information. Starting from that, you can start to manage your business process flow, as you can start to buy your product, you can start to enter stock, you can start eventually to sell it if you want. But on parallel, you can also start the digital asset management phase, which is the completion of the products thanks to cold information. As soon as both information are gathered, you reach better quality, data quality. And then you can spread all this information across other platforms. It could be an e-commerce, it could be marketplaces, it could be some printable support or whatever you want. The idea is to push all the completed information outside. So why do we need to embed it within Odoo? Usually for that, people are using an external solution, but this way of work triggers some data duplication. It leads to additional costs because you need to subscribe for extra licenses for another software. And also it could limit the access to the information because for example, ERP users doesn't access information within the PIM. So, and PIM users doesn't necessarily access the ERP information. So you can only have a partial view on the product depending of your profile. So this was the main goal to integrate it within Odoo. So data is really centralized. You do not have heavy connector to maintain, and all Odoo users and PIM users can access the same information really easily as everything is really integrated. So you can cross PIM data and ERP data really easily in Odoo. So here is the data model. First, you see the product attribute. Please do not make any confusion with the variants in Odoo. It's different. Here, a product attribute is a property of the product. So in other words, it's a new field in the database. So the PIM in Odoo allows you to create new fields on the product form. So properties here, product attributes, are regrouped by product attribute group. So the goal of that is to have the power of the display of the information on the screen. So as all new fields you created are structured within dedicated group, in there you can manage the order of the field and so on. It's really useful to structure the screen. You will see in the demo how it look like. Besides of that, product attributes are linked to a product attribute set, which is a set of attributes. So it defines the type of the product. So one product is linked to one attribute set. For example, imagine you sell some food, and imagine you sell cereal bar. So cereal bar is the attribute set. So product is linked to the attribute set, and the related properties, so the attribute, like ingredients, like allergy information and stuff like that, are linked to the product set. So now let's have a look how it looks like within Odoo. So we regrouped all features under a single point of access called PIM, where you have several menus. So it also allows a different view for product for PIM users because they don't need the same information as an ERP user. For example, a PIM user don't care about stocks. So currently the view is really simple, but we are dealing with new features, like here adding some additional columns to display some attributes dynamically. So it's not yet done, it's on the roadmap, but we are working on. So let's start. I will create some attribute group to structure my information. So I'll take the sample of a cereal bar. So let's create a first group for ingredients. Another one for the allergy information. And a third one for the storage information. So these are 3 groups for attributes. Now I will create the attributes in each group. So let's go in product attributes menu. So I create a first attribute, ingredients, which will be a text field within the attribute group ingredients. I can manage the order of these fields within the group. So let's put first one. I'll create the attribute set later, and I will define this attribute as searchable. I will show later what's the use of that. So the second information, sorry, I will create another property, which is gluten-free, for example. No, gluten-free, which is a Boolean, and I will set this attribute in the allergy information, and I will allow mass editing. I will show after for mass editing. Let's create another one, which is allergy information. So I will set that as a text as well in the allergy, which is searchable. Let's create now for the storage. So storage, which is a select field where I will set some options. So I will define it in the storage, and I will put the different values. So in ambient or in the fridge. So these are all the attributes I created. I will create the last one, which is about the ingredient, veggie, okay, a Boolean in ingredients group. So as you can see, it's really simple to create new attributes. So all these action, all this creation triggered some new columns directly in the database, just like the fields in Odoo. So technically, an attribute here is an inheritance of ER model fields from the standard. So now let's create an attribute set with all these attributes. So I will create the attribute set cereal bar. I'll include all the attributes I created. So these fields will only be available for products of cereal bars. I will make the link after that. But now let's have a look at the bottom of the screen. We included a way to manage the completeness of a product. So because it's always difficult to have an overview of your progress within the product completion. So let's configure that part. So let's imagine that for a cereal bar to be complete, to be considered as complete, to be spread on other platform, I need an images. So this is half of the completion. I need ingredients. This is 20%. And I need origin, which is again 20%, and the storage. So by setting that, it means that to be complete, I need to fill in all this information for a serial bar. So now let's have a look of how it looks like on the product. So let's go back on the product view. I created a bar with the auth information, so all the information required by the ERP. And now I will start my digital asset management phase. So the first step will be to define which attribute set is needed for this product. So I will select serial bar. So immediately the completion appears, and it's not complete for the moment. I'll save the product and refresh my screen just to display the products. So here in attributes, this part is dynamic. So it's strongly linked to the attribute set you selected here. So I only view the attribute of this attribute set. So it allows to have really light screen. It prevents to have heavy screen with a lot of fields useless. So about the completion now. So my product is not complete. This field indicates to the users which information needs to be filled in to be complete. So let's put the ingredients. The origin. And finally the storage. Let's save it. So now the only missing information is the images. So let's have a look at the completion rate. My product is completed as 50%. Now let's manage the images. So for the images, we are using the OCA add-on storage image product. But we added a new features allowing to manage images thanks to drag and drop. So let's test it. I just have to edit my product. I go on my laptop, I select the image, drag, drop, and that's it. So now my product is complete. So about images, if you have several images, you can manage the order thanks to drag and drop as well. And for customers, we created some automated process just to import the images from an FTP server or something like that. But we did not find any way yet to do it as in a generic way, because the starting point for that is generally the naming convention of the images. So it's really, I would say, not generic and really different per customers. So do you remember I flagged the product attribute ingredients as searchable? What does it mean? It means that this field will be automatically and dynamically added to the search view. So if I go back on the products, if I begin to type coconuts, ingredients is automatically available here so that you can use it immediately. About the other feature, for example, veggie, no, it was not this one. Gluten-free, I set it as allow mass editing. So for that, we are using the OCA add-ons mass editing. And this add-on works by editing group. So we created an editing configuration per attribute group. So as soon as you check that, you will get an option to mass edit the whole attribute from attribute group. So let's have a look. If I go back on my product bar, I check it. Here I have mass operation allergy, and all the fields are here. If I take another attribute from another group, let's imagine the storage. Let's check it as mass editing. I need to refresh to add the action in the menu. Go back on products bar. And now I have another menu entry just for storage. So this way of work avoid to have messy screens with a lot of fields. So all fields are structured by attribute group, just like on the screen. About the groups, so here you have this order, but if you go back in the attribute group menu, you can switch the group, or within the group, you can switch the order of the field so that you pilot how you want to display the information on the product. So I invert that part here. So for the moment, that's it for the demo. So we are now completing the solution with an advanced Excel import-export feature, just to ease the way to manage all the products. But by the experience of our customer, there are now many uses mass editing, and Excel is used for creation mainly. So let's go back on my presentation. So I'd like to thank all contributors who are working on that until now, which is mostly Christian Axon and Simone Orsi. Everyone made a huge job to reach that goal, and some customers have succeeded by switching from Akeneo to Odoo PIM really easily in just a few days or a few weeks of work. So I think this project begins to be really mature. Currently, it's available under the Shop Invader organization, but it's not really only linked to Shop Invader. As you saw, it's really generic and could be used by everyone. So we are dreaming to push it under OCA umbrella. So we are wondering if you are interested by that. I will send an email to the mailing list just to allow you to vote. And if there are some interest, we will be really happy to push it. So thanks to all the OCA sponsors. And I don't know if you have any question. I would be really happy to answer you on that.
Thank you, Cedric. We have one question from Frederick.
Yeah.
Absolutely push that to the OCA. Okay. Any more questions around? We have another question. What are the deficits if you compare it with the Akeneo standard?
Currently, the only thing you lose is Akeneo is really powerful to allow advanced search. The feature of research in the product is more user-friendly. And this way we are still working on that to improve that. And the other part, which will be solved in the coming weeks, is that in Akeneo you can manage the attributes you want to see on your list view. So, but that now, since we are on Odoo 13 and 14, we are allowed to do that in Odoo, so it won't be a difference anymore in the future. And I didn't show it, but you can also, it's fully multi-company compliant. So you can create a company dependent attributes, and that you cannot do it in Akeneo.
So Frederick says, for now, I mean, and then it says, but don't you address these with ES? Enterprise Studio he must be meaning?
Yeah, it could be in a way in conflict with Studio.
Elasticsearch, he means.
Sorry?
Elasticsearch.
I don't understand the question. Sorry.
Can you, Frederick, maybe clarify?
So if the question is that only dedicated to Elasticsearch, the answer is no, because for our current customer, yes, we are pushing all these attributes to Elasticsearch for shopping builder e-commerce, but we are also using that in other contexts, like Excel files to marketplaces and stuff like that. And also for one of our customer, this is used mainly, they are working with a showroom where a salesperson need to have a lot of information to provide to the customer, because the customer usually has to do some choice in a showroom. So it's really important to being able to provide as much as information as possible about the product. So yeah, there are a lot of usage of such add-on.
Okay, so he says, but Frederick says, you said search is an advantage in Akeneo, and I think Elasticsearch is exactly the tool that you use to improve the search, don't you?
Oh, yeah, I understand. Yes, for the moment we use a search from Odoo, but yes, it was an idea I also had, is to improve this search by using Elasticsearch indexes. Yes, it could be indeed a good option to push up this feature. But for the moment, we never work on that.
So it means using Elasticsearch to search within Odoo.
Yeah.
Yes, that would be a good idea in general, right? To use Elasticsearch in general to speed up any search.
Yeah, could be, but it's a big challenge, I think.
Okay, now Hector asks, once you have every attribute set up, how do you deal with to push these fields to external structure to share across other platforms?
So for Shop Invader, and other platform, we use the ER export model from Odoo. to allow the customer to configure by itself the export. So we made some predefined export configuration. And when the customer needs to add an attribute, he creates the attributes and then he changes the configuration directly in Odoo in the settings menu. And that's it.
Okay, let's see, is there, what are we on time? So I think, yeah, this is it. We have 1 minute left. Thank you very much, he says, Frederick, great talk.
And thanks for your attention. So I will send the email now just to see the opinion about pushing that on OCA. I hope it will be positive.
Good. Okay, thank you very much, Cedric.
Thanks a lot. Bye.
Bye-bye. Just a moment. Hello, Gultikin, can you unmute? I'm going to unmute you. Yes, hello.
Hello, is it okay now?
Yes, yes, all good, all good. This is Jordi.
How are you? Congratulations for the event. It is very nice. We are watching.
Okay, perfect, perfect, perfect. So I'm going to assist you as moderator and technically with the setup. Can you try to share your screen? I can see the audio is perfect.
Okay, let me just share the screen. Yeah. Shall I just make it started with PowerPoint? Or
yes.
Okay. So this one.
Perfect. It's all good.
Good.
So we should be check. So yes, we can you can start now whenever you're ready.
Okay, then I am ready. I thank you very much again, Jordi. It is nice to talk to you again. It was a long time. So I will just introduce myself. It is written in there. I don't want to spend time. I will just tell about our story with Mr. Jordi. I thank him a lot. I was vice president at Turkish Aerospace last year, and we had actually we had in-house ERP system in there, developed within 30 years, and we said we should modernize it, and we had nearly five different systems, open source systems. We said, okay, we should go with open source, and among them, according to 40 criteria, we have chosen Odoo, and we had a lot of discussions with 10,000 employees in that. It was really very nice, and Jordi with his team helped a lot. I really thank him, appreciate their help. Now it is good, they are working there. The teams are more. Jordi with his team came and gave, fantastic actually training to our people according to soul of, open source mind. So I will just start now. So this year I am now in the university as full-time again as before. It is Marmara University with 85,000 students. Of course, Marmara is the greatest region in Turkey, having Istanbul in the middle. It is producing 40% of GDP of Turkey, which is more than $800 billion. So we are in blockchain now. I am Komodo Regional Director in Turkey, and we are involved in blockchain for more than 2 years. And of course, we are also involved in Odoo within our environment. So we have created a system. I will just try to introduce, and hopefully we will have good relations between, Odoo system, which has more than 6 million users now, and Komodo systems, blockchain system with different actually cryptocurrencies like Komodo itself, of course, other pirate coin, for example, Marmara, of course, credit loops, Verus coin, nearly I think more than 10 different in the ecosystem now active. So our aim is to solve the credit issue, or to become an alternative to banking system. So I will just start actually. So this is thanks to OCA again. I'm starting in living memory of David Graeber. I don't know how many read about this. It is fantastic book, along with other books. First 5,000 years debt actually problem. So we are trying to solve this problem. What is wrong? What are the problems with banking system credits? They first of all bear interest, main cause of bubbles, as you know, in economies, inflating costs of products and services. Their centralized credit is a fundamental human right, especially according to social credit founder C.H. Douglas. Within his book, Credit, Power and Democracy, I suggest actually everyone to read. And they have no excuse in banking system and flexibility as in decentralized credits by people in peer-to-peer credits, for example. If you just give some kind of credit to your friend, if he cannot, for example, pay, then you are flexible. Sometimes you can have, individual debt jubilee, but in banking system, this is very, very difficult, as you know. When we started, actually, the problem, it was in 2013. There was one story about, it is town story, very famous in Turkey, in actually everywhere in the world. I searched about the town. There's a town where there's a hotel. In this town, everyone is in debt to each other. They are living on credit. There is no money, as in the world now. They are created by the banks. Of course, within this town, it is similar. Hotel keeper has actually, one tourist coming to hotel saying, okay, I will pay 100 USD if I stay, but if I don't stay, I want my money back. Okay, they agree. So he rushes to butcher because after getting this $100, he just pays his debt to butcher. Butcher is also having a debt within a transaction before to farmer. He just goes there to pay his debt, and he goes there again. Full supplier is in debt to transporter. Transporter goes there to hotel because he stayed in the hotel some times ago. Then you see there's a cycle there. Everyone has cleared now the debts. What happens? Tourist says, okay, I am not happy with the room, so please give my money back. I'm leaving the hotel. So what happens here? They have just created an interest-free credit loop. We call it credit loop. It is very famous. You can just search town story, brain teaser, and like Riviera town, or with very different town names. It is everywhere in the world. I think it is famous in your country as well. Who benefited from this? According to that little story, no one earned anything. However, the whole town is now without debt and looks to future with a lot of optimism. So this is the real source. I think it was before this, even before, because they are mentioning that they have taken this from somewhere else. Okay, now this is a real story actually, with post-dated checks in certain countries, in Turkey, in India, for example. Post-dated checks are treated like the story in town. It is exactly same. And it is over $1 trillion USD value according to official sources. I'm sure it is more than that. Now, what is the greatest problem with the checks, especially post-dated checks? What is post-dated checks? You just write a future date on the post-dated check, so it cannot be paid before that certain date. So it must be supported by the laws and by the culture in in the countries. Otherwise, it will not work. Like in Western countries, for example, in most of them, if you have a check, post-dated checks in UK, for example, if you just take it to bank, they will just not look at the date on it. If there is money in the account, they will pay for it. So it will be cleared. But in certain countries, like in India, in other countries, they cannot be cleared until that date. And there might be no punishment if it is not paid until the date of, we call it the redemption. So this is bouncing problem with the checks. So we said, okay, we have a good use case, and they are actually running on the papers as analog blockchain. So what is the greatest problem? Bouncing. Now let us see the figure here. It is, you say, within Turkey, for example, it is actually very good alternative to banking system. Why? When you look at the GDP value, it is 25% of GDP. 25% of GDP running with the post-dated checks. Of course, this is the face value of the checks because they can circulate like in the town. I guess it is more than half of economy, GDP in Turkey. Let us look at India. It is very similar, and it is actually more than Turkey. You say it is nearly 49, 42%, according to GDP value here. And in the red boxes, you will see return checks, bouncing checks. It is around 2.5%. It is trust-based system. Why? Because you never accept a check if you don't know the person. It is based on the trust. But sometimes, of course, because of the political things and financial crisis especially, people have difficulty, and it is like, some kind of bricks that rely on each other. It has a dominoes effect. So once somebody, for example, a problem, it affects others. But even in crisis terms, nowadays in pandemic, for example, in Turkey, it is nearly 3%. It was also, calculated according to news. But we will expect, of course, the real figures at the end of year. But I don't see it will be more than 4%. In India, it is around 5%, 4 to 5%. This is non-redemption rate. So we said, okay, we should solve this problem. And we have written actually a paper, and we had POC last year with 100 students, more than 100 students in the engineering faculty. And this was the base, a blockchain solution to non-redemption problem in post-dated checks. Of course, it is not limited to post-dated checks only. It is actually peer-to-peer credit creation. So we have two protocols in the blockchain. It is running now for more than 9 months, I can say. In the protocol one, it is distributed peer-to-peer credits. In the protocol two, we have some kind of escrows. You see, it is decentralized around the escrows. The protocol one has 100% collateralization. That means there is no non-redemption problem. In protocol two, you can have a post-dated checks with zero collateralization. So how is the non-redemption problem solved? We will talk about that. So in any check, I just show with 3 figures here to show the concepts. The main figures here, one is issuer, second is endorser, who gets the check, of course, who gets a credit loop here. Endorsers may be any number. In Turkey, they just attach checks, the paper checks, to each other to just elongate the length of check so that others can just put their endorsements, the signatures behind the check. The last person is called bearer holder, and he or she goes to bank at the day of redemption clearance. If there is no problem in the account of issuer, then there is problem. So this is 2.5% in Turkey as general, 5% in India, for example. Of course, half of economy runs, in India with the post-dated checks. In Turkey, it is nearly 25%. But as we said, in Turkey, it circulates a lot. It is very typical, to circulate a check like within between 5 people. So it will have perhaps, even if it is 2 in average, it will be half of the GDP in economy. So this is 0% collateralization until maturity date. How is it solved within protocol 2? When we have, similar to banking system, a credit between two persons, it is peer-to-peer credit. It is actually approved by an escrow. It might be a community, for example. It might be, for example, a cooperative, credit union. It might be ecological village, whatever it is. So any credit will be, approved, and at the day of maturity, that will be, of course, those escrows will be on the blockchain. It is still trust-based, but on the blockchain, which is trustless. So it will be also support with the blockchain reward mechanism. But in the first one, so this is the 3-layer non-redemption. We have in the middle layer blockchain fund. It is smart contract addresses, which have 10% of all rewards in the blockchain, and it works with the escrows, community escrows. You see, community 1, community 2. So each credit is actually issued by a person where he or she belongs to a community. And if there is redemption problem at the end, for example, it is cleared by the help of community. If it is not, if it cannot be cleared, then as the last resort, the blockchain fund comes. But of course, in that case, the escrow will be blacklisted. In Turkey, what happens, for example, and in India or in other countries where postage checks are very common, people are blacklisted, the individuals are blacklisted. But here, because we have the escrows on the blockchain, they will be blacklisted. Now, how is it working? Now, it is working now. You can try on Marmara credit loops. It is working based on activated locked funds and also credit loops and funds locked in those loops. So what are the steps? This is first issuer. We call it issuer pub key in the blockchain. And this is the first holder, bearer in the system. There are only two when it is beginning. So what happens? Holder, in the first case, of course, this is pub key 1 locks 50 MCL in activated fund by using Marmara lock. This is a command RPC call to blockchain. And it is just locking, you see, 50 in the activated funds. This is locked. It can be opened by the person, pub key 1, anytime. Now, this sells book to pub key 1. This is holder. And this is, of course, seller. And this is buyer. Issuer is the buyer. Pub key makes Marmara receive from pub key 1. So he just says, okay, I want to make Marmara receive for 50. And this is approving now. Pub key 1 makes Marmara issue to pub key 2. Okay, now credit is getting transferred to holder now. So what happens with that? The 50 MCL goes from activated fund to MCL fund, Marmara credit loop fund. It is actually locked in a fund smart contract address, which cannot be opened until the maturity date. No one can open it. No one can do that. But of course, why do we use such a system? Because it is 100% collateralized. Actually, we just replaced the 75% of the blockchain rewarding system in Bitcoin. Of course, thanks to Komodo technologies, we have 75% staking, where issuer and holder all the time have a benefit of 3x staking, 3 times more staking power. So 75% of all staking, and most of them, majority of them, are going to people who are using credit loops. So suppose there is another one in the loop. So he's, of course, when it is locked, still can be used in real economy. So this becomes endorser 1 now, pub key 2. This makes pub key 3 makes Marmara receive from pub key 2 he is buying Apple, for example. Now he is saying, okay, makes Marmara transfer. So he is using RPC called Marmara transfer to PubKey 3. Now what happened? Credit now is between the issuer and the new holder. Endorser now has given book and bought Apple, so he has no right for 3x staking on the blockchain now. He has no benefit. Why? Because he has given a book and he has bought Apple. So the new staker in the system, issuer, because he locked until the maturity date, and it is the new holder. So 50% of 50 MCL is now giving a right to make staking to holder. 50% of that, which is 25 MCL, giving the right to issuer. So what happens? Holder now, the new holder, it is similarly, this becomes endorser to selling a computer game to now PubKey 3, makes Marmara receive for that, and then he is transferring to new person. So this becomes holder. So there are only 4. In the Marmara blockchain, we can have 1,000 nodes. In analog blockchain, of course, of post-dated checks happening on the paper, it is, I have seen something with the elongated, checks, like 15 signatures, endorsers, but here we can have 1,000. So if it is, for example, with the maturity date of 1 year, every day, for example, it can actually circulate 3 times. So we have pretty good number here to have. So at maturity date, what happens? 50 MCL locked in LCL fund, you see, now unlocked and goes directly to holder. Because it is 100% collateralized, there is no non-redemption problem. So it is solved, you see, within the first one. We have a GUI now system. Now we want to, of course, have all these GUIs with the Odoo system. But it happens now with special GUI. We have 2 GUIs, but this one is the most recent one. We will release it soon. It is tested. You see, you can see issuer, bearer, holder, endorser, 3 main actors here on the system. So we are now creating the town story, repeating town story between 2 nodes. One is hotel keeper and another is butcher. So what will happen? As hotel keeper, it will issue the credit, and it will, after issuance to butcher, now hotel keeper will get it back, because we have only 2 nodes. We are making it between 2 persons. Of course, by the way, we have made a television program recently. In television program, we have, I will just give the link here at the here. By the way, there is no voice here. Is there any problem? So still, my voice is
all
coming
good.
there?
Yeah, all
okay.
good.
Okay, so I have given YouTube. So we have done it actually between 3 nodes. I was on television studio, and we have also on television, Mr. Jordi, if you come to Turkey, we can have a session on Odoo system. Hopefully, within pandemic time, I don't know, but if you are coming, we have regular television, TV shows. On that, we have done it between 3 countries. So town story became, in this one, reality. So what happened? In studio, I have issued to Tony from Russia, from Komodo team, credit for 1,000. And he then transferred this credit to Belgium from Mr. Hakan from our Komodo team. And then he also transferred me. So I just bought a software from Tony from Russia. Tony sold, Tony bought some design for CNC 3D printing, and I have sold to Belgium vacation, 1 night vacation online. It happened within half an hour, the first half an hour of the program. Half an hour is mostly English, in English. So you can watch, if you are interested, some can watch that. It has done, actually, we have achieved that town story between 3. nodes. So you can see now what happens. Step 1, for credit of 1,000, hotel keeper issuer locks activates 1,000 Marmara. How? Here there is, you see, one part, it is called lock, and he simply locks, you see 1,000. Now it is in activated amount. Of course, I didn't show it, but he has to lock 1,000. If it is not locked, it cannot be put into smart contract. So after this is locked, we go to second node now, because it makes Marmara receive. You see, this is the butcher. Now butcher says, okay, I want to make Marmara receive 1,000. Maturity is block size, but we will make it a calendar now, 100 days, because every 1 minute there is 1 block coming, and in average 1,440 blocks a day. So we have, for 100 days of maturity, we have 144,000 blocks. The currency is Marmara. For protocol 2, it will be USD, Turkish lira, gold, silver, anything. But of course, they are not real, assets. They are just credits, like USD credit. You can have a credit for Turkish lira to someone. So it will be more than 32 with the protocol 2. But now we have Marmara only. So request credit, when the butcher says request credit, okay, now it makes a credit. What happens after that? This is hotel keeper. He just sees the demand for Marmara receive for that credit, and then he will just go and say review and confirm. That's it. It will be issued now. So after that, now butcher holder displays his her loop. You see 500 half locked in where because he is a holder. 500 you see locked in this in his account, holder's account. 500 is the remaining half percent is locked where in a hotel keeper's account. So what is the benefit from this? Of course, you see this is a TX ID. It is just on the blockchain copying the thing. So it will be used to return it back to hotel keeper. Of course, we are having a town story here. Now hotel keeper makes a receive request to butcher to complete the town story. So after that, you say request credit. He has taken button ID, a flag to carry on with the endorsements, and then butcher makes endorsement to hotel keeper back. After this process, now hotel keeper has the credit back. Of course, you can increase it to like 1,000 nodes in the system. So this is the loop address. Now, after settlement, you see it is settlement. You can see in the red box here and right in the green area, you see wallet amount is now 2,000. It was 1,000 before. Activated amount, it is not in there, nothing. What happened? The credit is settled in where? In hotel's account back again. So he has money back again. So what is the benefit of the system? In Bitcoin, you have mining of, it is like a notary system, distributed notary system. People just, consume a lot of energy, actually to get blockchain rewards. They are doing this mining job because why? They are keeping the records in the system. They are record keepers. We have reduced the mining, like in Bitcoin, to 25%. And we have increased staking to 75%. So 75% of the whole rewards, like in Bitcoin system, suppose you are changing the Bitcoin system where a majority of rewards, 75% are going to stakers, not miners. It is kind of mining again. They are using the computers, run the program, but it is not, it is a different technique. It is based on locking the coins. So both issuer and holder, bearer here, can do 3x staking during lifetime of a credit loop. So Marmara blockchain rewards are distributed through 75% staking with coins activated. Activated coins may be opened by the person himself, but the 3x staking actually provides the credit loop issuers and holders with the 3x staking. So most of the rewards go to credit loop users, we can say. So this is a credit loop after settlement. You see there's a button ID, and you can have here, this is N1, for example, number of nodes in loop is maximum 1,000. So you will see a big, actually, after this RPC code, Marmara credit loop and button ID, you will see we have on the internet something like 74, the longest credit loop until now. After that, we didn't have any competition for the longest one, but it can go up to 1,000, and we have tested with some bash scripts. It is working. So you see the currency Marmara, it might be USD in the protocol 2, for example, or another like silver or gold. The heights, you see, it has big data. Every transfer point has a height of, where the block height of in the blockchain. So we keep track of all transfers on the blockchain. For example, one of the major problems in post-dated checks, they are analog, of course. Nobody knows about the history of the post-dated checks until they arrive at the end to the bank. But here, at any time, by providing the button ID, access to credit loop, for accessing to credit loop, anyone can look at the loop, at what point and what were the people, for example, of course, with the pub key addresses. So it is traceable transparently. It is on the blockchain anytime. So opportunities. What are the opportunities now for integrating credit loops with Odoo? First of all, it is over in India, for example, half of GDP works with post-dated checks. Of course, in Turkey, it is nearly half. There are also other countries like Middle East countries, Central Asia, like also Canada, for example. I know that people, for example, pay for the rents in post-dated checks in Canada. Also, it will work with any community, because this is peer-to-peer credit creation and circulation system. Now we are in an era of decentralized IT based businesses like Odoo, for example, has a lot of installation. More than 6 million people are using now Odoo system. So any, for example, cooperative, any SME or any other body community can have, for example, an escrow service within Odoo, and for protocol 2, they can work with that actually. So alternative to banking system, communities can actually create the credits with protocol 1, which is 100% collateralized, and also with 0-point collateralization with escrows. So this will even without waiting for protocol 2 additions to blockchain, with the Odoo, it can be done based on the database solutions, because there are tip bots working in Discord groups. For example, they are tipping the people with certain things. We have also in our Discord group, like Marmara credit groups, for example, people are using in Komodo's site, Discord site. There is, for example, people just get from faucets some small amounts of coins. So what is it using? It is not actually using in front side the blockchain technology. It is using at the back side. So Odoo within the structure can be utilized. Even you don't need to natively embed the blockchain into Odoo. You can do it with the centralized system, and behind, of course, it is also good for security. Behind that, there might be a escrow system. So even protocol 2 can be established within together with protocol 1 within Odoo system. So market size is very huge. It's over $1 trillion USD already, but I believe this is multi-trillion dollar, and this will of course have very good effect on Odoo communities. Why? Because SMEs or other establishments who are using Odoo, when they have escrow services, they will have very good, alternative to banking system. So without any bank, on Odoo system, people can create credits in a decentralized manner around the escrows. So the tool is usable for other decentralized credit tools like promissory notes, policies, or any other things. Therefore, we call it credit loops. We don't call it post-dated checks. Although we were inspired from the post-dated checks in Turkey, in India, and in like Canada, other countries, but it is actually applicable to any kind of credit. Therefore, we call it credit loops. It may be used as an interest-free solution for credit creation and be an important alternative to banking credits, because all banking credits somehow have interest. But if you look at the practices in Turkey, in India, they are zero interest systems. That means there is no cost over the credit created. For example, if you have compound interest with the banking system, in Turkey, for example, it is 1.32% per month. And it happens, for example, nearly 15% a year. If you have a house, for example, in Turkey for 100,000 Turkish liras, it is real thing now. After 10 years, it is typical for 120 months as credit. The cost of house becomes doubled. If it is 100,000, it becomes 200,005 or 195,000 something like. Okay, Odoo can be the first system in ERP world to integrate cryptocurrencies and blockchain with real economic solutions in a large scale around, of course, the SMEs and around the other big institutions. Mr. Jordi will remember when he's in Thai Turkish Aerospace. We have actually more than 10,000 people working there. There are also other companies, in Turkey, very huge organizations. They have certain biddings operations. For example, they are actually all these big institutions are getting credit from the banks. I told when I was, CIO in the company. Also, I was in, supply chain part, procurement as, vice president for the procurement as well. I also reminded that why don't we use post-dated checks, like other SMEs, because they are really having this benefits from zero interest things, credits, by just creating any amount themselves. Why don't we do that? Why are we, for example, because all big organizations are also living on the credits. It is cost of the credits is very high. I suggested them, for example, it is, of course, because the government institutions or other big institutions do not benefit this. But I believe, like a private sector, they can also benefit this. And as trust point, as escrows, if they are also in this business, of course, this $1 trillion will be, multiple with the system. Odoo has, I think, a very good opportunity with that. This is the final one. Thanks very much. I hope I didn't pass the time.
Yeah, I couldn't cut you, but we are well beyond the time. Never mind. Thank you for your presentation. Are there any questions?
Yeah. Any questions? Yeah.
I don't see any questions. Well, thank you very much. And normally right now there's a break and we should resume the presentation at 2:10. So that's in a little bit more than 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I hope I could deliver the message.
Gultekin.
Thank you.
Yes,
thank you.
Thank you very much, Gultekin.
Thank you, Mr. Jordi. Thank you.
Okay.
I am watching now. Continue. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
Hello, Denis. Can you hear me?
Hello, Alexandre.
Hey.
Yay, I managed it.
So you're now a panelist, which means that you can share your screen.
Perfect.
If you're speaking in the video that you're going to send, you probably want to share your sound. I think there's a checkbox for this.
There may be something.
When you click on the share screen button, there's a share computer sound item.
Yeah, and it's on use the microphone.
And there's also maybe a optimized screen sharing for a video clip. Okay. Is it going okay for you?
It will be.
We still have 3 minutes.
Yeah, I will manage it.
I'll start recording now, because otherwise I'm going to forget.
That's nice. Voilà.
Okay, great. What time is it? Okay, still 2 minutes. We'll wait a little bit for people to join, and then I will introduce you and start. Maybe you can hit, I think it's F11 to go in full screen mode on your browser.
Yep.
Yay.
Done. Will be appreciated by the people. How is it going from the moment?
It's going okay, quite smoothly.
Cool.
Was a bit worried because we got lots of things done at the last minute, but
happens.
Yep. But eventually it worked.
I'm not fond of Zoom, but eventually it works also.
Yep. Okay. So, welcome back after this short break. The next talk will be by Denis Liman. Denis Liman works at Camp2Camp, and he's been working on Odoo for, I think 6 or 7 years.
Five now.
Okay. Sounded longer than that. And he will be presenting us how to use Odoo to create a powerful geodata management system. Okay, so Denis, the floor is yours.
Okay, so thank you, Alexandre, for the introduction. So first of all, I want to thank the OCA for giving us the time and to have managed to create this event virtually. So this is pretty cool. What I'm going to do is that we created a video, and I will show you the video we have done with Camp2Camp. And meanwhile, if you have questions, I will be in the chat, so I could already answer you by typing. Okay? So let me know if you have comments. Please share them. Enjoy this video, and see you after for question.
Sorry, Denis, we will have to start again. The sound is, we can't hear the sound of the video.
Okay, that's magic.
I'll see if I can get some help. So you have this, when you started sharing screen, Denis, did you click on the button to share the sound of the video?
I think so. Is the sound working now?
No, we can't hear you. Well, it's really, really low.
So it's working but low. Okay. Magic. I'm a little bit confused here.
Can you speak while the video runs?
Yes, I will speak. Okay.
Sorry,
so I'm speaking, and you will have the sound. The video will be available also on YouTube, so you could see it with the real comments live. So this is going to be a little bit like a football match. I'm sorry for the technical problems. So basically here, we have built the Swiss Mobile project. It's we call it WebDB. Swiss Mobile, just for short introduction, is working mainly with the Swiss configuration, but also with departments, and which are departments, and basically for tourism associations. It's actually also one of the key partners in Switzerland for the what we call specialized partners, like Swiss hiking trails, and also Langlauf. It's all the tourism and the way to just go hiking and doing sports. It's also one of the key projects for the Swiss Confederation Administration. So before starting, let's introduce some project vocabulary. we have routes, segments, and point of interest. On the map here, you can see in green all the routes. Basically in red, there is one route, which is going from north to south of Switzerland. A route is composed of segments. A segment is a maximum of 1 day of hiking. A point of interest are basically sightseeing places, a castle or a nice seeing place. So basically, we are integrating all this geographical data. So this is WebDB. WebDB is composed in 3 main sections. We have on the left the main point of entries, which are the data. And it's geographical information which is produced here in many versions. These main points of entries are just like the Swiss Alpine Club, Schweizerische Wanderwege, which are the hiking trails. These are really specific importers, and we are importing them through APIs. Below, there is another kind of entry, which are the photos. And the photos is something that is done currently by, okay. So it's something internal, the photos. It's done by the Schweizerische Association, so the Swiss Mobile Association. They are taking pictures and they are integrating them via the GPS coordinates that you can see into the files. The last point of entry are also shape files. It's a geographical format. They are updated once a year, and we are entering them into Odoo. So these are the entry points. And in Odoo, we are importing them, and we have the possibility to link them together, basically. This Odoo and other Odoo, here we have basically some modules, but we have activated PostGIS in the PostgreSQL database. So here we have the possibility to have CMS features. Into it, we have the data which comes as a geographical point, and then we can just through the CMS correct it, prepare it for publication, and publish it. Each night, with the geographical points that are validated, we export them. So this export is done really with some specific features. Basically, you can have a route, and to connect to it, all pictures that are directly linked to the route, but also the ones that are 100 meters far from the route. This exporter runs every night, so we have a whitelist and a blacklist system that allows us to really integrate the data and to connect it together. This is really important for us because we have this data that is coming from different kind of entries, and sometimes we cannot know the direct link in between them. So now we can go through Odoo. So basically here you can see a route. This one is the route from the Wanderland, and you can see a type. So here with the demonstration, I'm in admin mode, so I cannot see all the text, but as you can see, we have developed a feature to have translations. So these translations are really useful for people working in different languages. We also export it to mobile applications, so we count the number of characters, which allows us to have a nice display on all kinds of applications behind. This work is done also by external people, so we let them have it, what the base information they need. So on each route, you have facts and figures. because when I'm going to hike, I just want to know the length of the route, the height, and some kinds of geographical information. For the people maintaining the route and all the people working on them, you have the signalization, but addresses if you need some, height profiles. And related to this, it's a nice point of the project. We have photos. Basically here, you have a photo list of all the pictures that will be attached to the route. You can manage them. You can create teasers. And the more important ones are added into the teasers. But below you see all the pictures, basically. These pictures can be set in a certain order, so you can also manage the order once they're attached to the route. So the pictures are saved in many formats. So when we import a picture, there is the master pictures, which is present. And when we import it, we create the standard and the small one. So we can then publish them on different kind of media. On the top, you can see that we have a specific workflow. When there is something new, it comes in draft. Then we can work on them, and we have a state which is waiting validation. We need translation. There can be also an exception missing data, and at night it's validated, and we can export it. So here, basically, you see all routes that we are currently managing for Switzerland. So basically, you can just see the wall maps, and it allows to work and select the proper place. Then if we go below, we have segments under the routes. So you have basically the same kind of information. And yeah, basically, you can update the small part of the segments. The segments are built in a quite similar way of the routes. And you still have also the photo. But maybe let's just go through the pictures and the photos. So on each photo, when we import them, we import them also the information that are below, into EXIF. And it's added. Sometimes we can have a title or an abstract to be added, but also the JPEGs information, which then are added into Odoo. So it's a nice point of this project because they are doing pictures on the field, and they can just upload it from an FTP file, and it's integrated directly into the right place into the software. And at night, it will be added into the route and available on multiple platforms. The next point I want to show you is the good to know detours. It's something also we added. What is a detour in the context of this project? It's just basically you have a path for hiking, and maybe in October you have tree cuts that are going to be done, and you cannot walk on this path anymore. So you can publish a detour about this path and create a new path about this with a start and end, or geographical start and end, and also dates. So the detour, basically, we can see some on the map. So we can select them. This is technical view. So basically, someone who wants to or needs to publish a detour can upload the JPEG information. And they can say if it's something dangerous, then he will make it linked to a segment or a route. And then here, yeah, we see the detour, which is currently working. So we can add intermediate coordinates, an end, and see the whole line, which is making the detour. So personally, I find it pretty cool. So this is something that wasn't possible before, because in each department, there were small segments done, and it wasn't published for all users. You had to go hiking, and then you just saw something into the road that was just pointing you to a detour. So here is another sort of importing data we have. It's what we call monitoring. Basically, we're importing a part of the Swiss Alpine Club data. So we have some of this data here that is present. And this is an alpine trail, so to go hiking into the mountains. This allows really also the Swiss Alpine Club to provide us information and then to share the minimum amount to let the people go outside. So there is the same kind of amount, and basically we just pass it through the APIs. So the pictures are also present directly into a specific menu, and we can then select them and click on them just to see the metadata. And here we can see basically, so we have the standard image, as I told you before, and the smaller one, we have a master one, and you can store all kind of data. Basically, the geographical settings, here you can see that the route has been added automatically. And that these pictures are not just uploaded. We are creating the link in between this geographic bond and the raw material. So the picture that has been imported here, you can see that there is the point, and if there is the whitelist matching, then it will be attached to the route. So actually, we will see the exporter. So basically, the exporter is running at night because it's requiring a lot of computation. The computation is pretty long, at least 2 hours. And when we have the export, we export it to a GeoJSON format, and we have the basically the routes and the segments that are attached. And when it's exported, so you have basically the information route, and then you add a whitelist or a blacklist. And in between this whitelist and blacklist, you can attach other information like the pictures, like sightseeing places, and or detours. So all links and geographical links that we don't know are recreated at this moment. This comes also from the fact that we have many inputs available. So basically, this is the GeoJSON. I'm not sure it's the most interesting point of the project for you to see actually, but as you can see is that we have the data that is aggregated. You have the data with translations, the link with pictures. These links are public. And here you can see a point, a geographical point that is linked to an object. So this is going to be taken by external partners. There are 3 main external partners. And I'm going to show you one of these main partners. So, because the Swiss Mobility Project is not only an association, it's also for Swiss people a website and a mobile application. So here, if we go through the mobile of the website, we can see all the data that has been aggregated currently. So here we zoom into the map, and we can see one of these routes with all information we aggregated. We have the link to the pictures, so we access it. And this is the master data and the master pictures. And on the link, you can also see thumbnails that have been created during the upload of the pictures. And this is a detour, basically. So Swiss people can use it and can access to this data, and this is publicly available. So this is the Swiss mobile website. But another point that I find really interesting is that the map you see below is done by the Swiss department, the Swiss map department, and this Switzerland Mobility Association is one of the biggest clients. But here we can see that we have a full loop, is because when we go to the Swiss Confederation website, we can see all these Swiss trials, but our data is also integrated into it. So this is the nice point of this project, is that we import the data that is coming from many sources. One of these sources is the Swiss Confederation, and we manage to just use it and update it, and then it comes back to the Swiss Confederation also. So these are the main points I wanted to show you. And maybe you shall receive this video directly. We will send it into YouTube. The main points I wanted to say to conclude it is that this project is really challenging for us. It's really interesting. But it's also something that Camp to Camp is doing from us a very, very long time. We started this project with the version 6.1 of OpenERP, which is pretty old. And you have to know that it is not the only Odoo geographically enabled that we have. We have done some other kind of work with other clients. We have clients which are using map to show on harbor and manage the places for boats. But also we are using the possibility of interactions in between some people on the field, so it can be customers or employees, that can give data and geographical data to the backend and people working in the offices. So this is just one nice project, but it's not the only one. So now I'm going to stop the video and maybe start asking you answering your questions.
Thank you very much, Denis. And I know it was a difficult exercise for you, and you were not prepared for that. I'm sorry for the failure. I couldn't do much about that. We have one question by Frederic, who says, "Cool project, well done. Consider to store the JSON data in Elasticsearch for speed and search, or is that no issue with all the interfaced application?"
It depends on which storage you're talking about. The actual storage we are using for the moment, we didn't consider Elasticsearch, because also this project started 10 years ago. So the technologies weren't the same at the moment. Basically, we have two storage, the live storage, which is currently in PostgreSQL, which is fine for us actually. Why is it also fine for us actually is that because not all geographical points are really connected together. They are connected at the end, and then they are stored actually into CouchDB, and it's used for consultation and other systems to go into it. So the main performance issues, we are not experiencing them, basically.
Okay. Thank you. Any other question? Well, I have one, actually.
Okay.
It's kind of obvious, but I expect this project uses some OCA modules.
Yes, absolutely. So basically, this project is built upon the OCA repo you can find, the geographical OCA repo you can find. This OCA repo allows you to just enable the geographical side of Odoo into Odoo, yeah. And the point that is currently not present is all the routing system, which is really specific to this project. But basically, by having the geo, you can find it into GitHub. Basically, by having this module, you can have the geo-technical side of Odoo included, and also then you can include maps from different kind of providers.
Okay. As far as I remember, the geospatial add-ons work only on the backend of Odoo. Am I correct?
Absolutely, yes. They work into the backend of Odoo. We didn't have the need to show them into the website of Odoo. So it's something that I think it's doable, showing a map with it, but it's something we didn't do for the moment. You also have to know that this data then is, we have done it a few times, is to share it also with a mobile application. So, and to share the data and letting someone interacting with Odoo and the geographical data from his mobile. So it's something, yeah, that can be done, and we have already done.
Okay. Another question by Frederic is, do you use the Postgres extension of, I think it's a PostGIS extension of Postgres? So you said yes. And did you need to extend the ORM of Odoo to make use of that?
From this technical point, I cannot tell, honestly. I've been not developing it myself as far as I know, but it needs to be confirmed into the code directly. Is that we didn't have to update the ORM for that.
Okay. Then a remark, suggestion by Carl Mason, who says, nice presentation. Could weather forecast be added to the routing segments so you see the route and the weather before starting?
I think all is doable, basically. Here we have routing segment. The only, we can attach all information we have. And we want. So basically here we are already aggregating multiple sources, and the weather forecast could be something that could be attached. Absolutely.
But maybe it's something which belongs more to the application than to the management system we have in Odoo.
Absolutely, this is not the things here. It's basically the backend and the CMS features, and it's not our responsibility actually. It's the responsibility of the external partners which are using the data we aggregated. But if we need, we could think about something where we need to add APIs information and links information to a specific meteo station, and this kind of information could be aggregated, basically.
Okay. One additional note for the first question by Frederic. There are some ORM extensions in the base GeoEngine module. Okay, so check the base GeoEngine module in the OCA Geospatial repository, and you'll see there's a file called geooperators.py, which add the matching operators for the PostGIS operators.
Yeah, I must confess I worked less on the technical details of the implementation myself. On this topic, we have nice colleagues, and I want to promote also Yannick Vaucher and Hakim Juera, which are currently contributing to the sprints also, which have been working a lot on this project. So the technical side of the geospatial add-on, maybe it's better to get in touch with them, which these two people have been doing quite a good job.
Yay, of course. Okay. We still have time for one last question, I think.
Yes, absolutely.
No more questions?
So yeah, so thank you, Alexandre, for the time. Thank you for your questions and your time. I'm sorry for the technical problems. We are going to push the video. I have been commenting like a football match, right? And it shall be shared, and you will have a better sound.
Yeah, we'll try when we posted it, the talks, to use the correct version of the video and meld it with the answers. Frederick says we should sell this to Austria. Not sure. Let's discuss that in the track on Discord if you're okay with this, and
Yes.
if you have specific ideas for that, Frederick. Okay, thanks, Denis. And the next talk will start in about 5 minutes. It will be. I've lost my notes. Sorry. It will be Julien and Quentin talking about project management and how to maximize the chances of success with client customizations. In 5 minutes. So is the next talk by Julien Numidji? And I don't see any Quentin. Julien, is it you who's going to speak next?
Yes, hello.
Hello. So I'm promoting you to panelists. You know who Quentin is? We cannot hear you, Julien. You don't have a microphone device connected. That's weird. Nope. Checking here. Maybe you will have to disconnect and reconnect. I'm sorry about that, but the Zoom doesn't see your microphone device. Or check your connection and your. Do you have something like that? Do you have a? In the bottom left of your screen for the Zoom webinar, you have the microphone and a small pop-up menu. Hello, Julien, can you hear me? Because we cannot hear you. Hello, Quentin. Hello, Quentin, can you hear me?
Yes.
So I can hear you, but I can't hear Julien. I'm not sure if it's who's going to speak next.
we all are.
Okay.
That's better.
Yes, I didn't have the audio.
Okay, that's fine. So it's well, it's time to start. So Julie and Quentin are going to. I don't have the notes for introducing you. I'm sorry. So maybe I'll let you start by a short introduction and then move on to your presentation. Is that okay with you?
Yes, of course.
Okay, thanks a lot. And sorry about this small glitch.
No problem. So hello everybody. Today we thought we'd share about how we manage a project and customization in project with Quentin. So with Quentin we have the same position. We are business analysts and we do manage the project from the very beginning, the phase of sales to the end of the project. And we have been evolving our process and methods, and we thought we'd share to see if you have tips and tools to share too. So first, I want to say thank you to the OCA sponsors that that have made the OCA online possible. So for the agenda, we will start with an introductions to give you an overview of our statistics and the context. Then we will go over our general approach of projects, and we will see the two phases of the project management at Numigi. First one is project planning, and then project realizations. And then we will share with you some specific information from the specification phase. And we will finish by an open discussion and sharing on tools and tips that you can have to share too. So I will let Quentin explain the statistic and the glimpse of Numigi.
Hi, everybody. So just to give you a quick overview of the typical projects that we work on at Numigi, 95% of our projects require customization, so mostly all of them. And our projects range between 600 and 2,500 hours, so averaging 1,000 hours, and they are ranging from 1 to 2 years to implement the whole scope. And about 1/3 of the time of the project is dedicated to the technical aspects and coding. So really all the remaining time is functional time that is separated in specification, training, and project management. So this really is this part that where we like to think that that we stand out, and it is this part that makes it possible to do the 1/3 of coding and make it actually work. So as you can see, customization is really an integral part of our projects, and we have to make this specific step work in order to ensure the success of the whole project. So we had to come up with a general approach to manage what we call the Christmas wish list of the client. So every small wish that he has to implement in the application, considering that usually our projects are implementation of the whole business scope of the client. So we had some tips to make this work. We always start with a budget-centered approach. So this is really a requirement and usually, anyways, the CEOs or the business owners want to have a budget. So we start with this, and it gives us the possibility to have a final limit. And also we from the get-go, we get the client to understand that he has choices to make, that all his Christmas wish list won't be possible to implement, and that some arbitrage will be in order. So we really, from the start, we start to tell the clients that he will have some choices to make, and in the ongoing of the projects, it makes it easier for the client to accept that some part will be left out. As with any type of project, we really insist on having a clear view of a project in terms of scope and of budget. So this is really a requirement for any project to be successful, even without development or well, really with any kind of project. And this goes with the next point, that is we share as much information as we can with the client. The goal is to be as transparent as we can be, so that we have a mutual understanding of all the key parts, and that we can manage the expectation of the client. So this is really like small key parts that we are always insisting on, and the key methodology to make these customization projects work is to cut the project into smaller sub-projects that are easily manageable, and that are more accessible from our point of view in terms of project management, but also for the clients to be to have an easier overview of the project, or of of all the phases of a big project. And everything in this makes it possible for us to have a whole project planning approach that is attainable.
So as we have seen, there are two phases of the project at Numidgy. First phase is the project planning. This phase starts with workshops, between 2 and 4 workshops, during which we go over the different business requirements of the clients. We don't go too much in details in this phase, but the goal is really to have a good overview of the project, and to be able to cut the project into a smaller sub-project. So for each identified application or core business, I'm sorry, I didn't start my video. Okay. We have actually a few points that we must have to make the project plan. So for each sub-project, we end up with a time range provision, which is a min-max for each type of service. So let's say we generally have a min-max for training, analysis, programming, programming/testing, deploying, and support. So we try to cover maximum at maximum the different service that we think will be necessary to deliver the solutions. So of course we go over the priorities of the client, as Quentin said. Often at the beginning of the project, the clients want Odoo to make coffee, as well as manage everything that is possible and be automated. but he soon realized, and we help him do so, that the budget won't fit in. So in order to make the project possible, we insist on him giving his priorities. Also, what we do list the interest parties from Numigi, but also from his side, so that we can have, if the client team change, we can have the change log over the course of time. And we also identify the 14 challenge and risk. That can be the lack of resources, which is often the time in this type of project, but also it can be that we want to integrate a third-party application, that we do not have enough feedback on or information. So any type of challenge or risk, we try to identify and come up with mitigation plans. So of course, we end up with a project plan, and at the end of it, the client has to validate, to commit, and of course, often before validating it, he has to requalify some items to fit his budget. So the goal of the project planning is really to share a same global view with the client of the scope and the allocated budget for each sub-project. Once we have done the project planning, then we start the project realization. So of course, the project plan may change over time, because during the course of the project, which varies from 6 months to 2 years, the priorities and the context of the client may change also. So we often adapt the project plan, but still we keep a global overview of the budget and the project scope. So for each sub-project, we have a relatively standard way of management. We go with we start with a standard training on the standard application. Then we have a client practice phase, during which he can identify the gap and precise and valid the gap that was pre-identified during the analysis. After this phase of practice, we meet with the client to validate and detail the gap that he has identified. After this analysis workshop, we come up with a pre-estimate of the customization to be realized, and this pre-estimate is submitted to the client for validation. So often at this stage, the client once in a while, the client has to extend the budget or to cut some items that are not necessary. It also happens then that the context of the client has already changed, or he hasn't the understanding of the application at the time of the analysis, and finally realize that the standard will cover all his needs. But in this pre-estimate, the client has to validate the pre-estimate, and when it's done, we can go to the specification. So at the pre-estimate stage, we just have a global estimation of the customization to realize, just not to waste time in specification if the budget is not okay with the client. But the rest of the pipeline is relatively standard. But I think where we made the more significant improvement was in this phase of specification here. The pre-estimate and the client arbitration phase is really important. And also in our specification tools, we have developed and improved over the course of the previous years our template specification that is now, we think, really adequate for the client to understand what he validates. Also, we have added a specification review phase that we didn't do systematically before, and it's been 6 or 8 months that we systematically review our specification, even the little ones, and it really helps with the realization and the implementation of the customizations. The goal, as you will see after this slide, is for anyone that don't know the project or the context to be able to understand the specification and to code it. So now Quentin will go over a focus on the specification phase, which is where we have made the most significant improvement over the last years.
Yeah, so as Julien said, it's something that we've been working on well the past the past 2 years, but more so the last year. It's really a key part of being able to deliver some customization work. So our specification document is really fully functional. We don't have technical elements for the client to validate. It is something that we had prior to this refinement, but we realized that the client anyways he doesn't understand what we are putting in terms of technical terms, so it doesn't matter. It's really for us. So we indeed include some technical part, but that is separated, and that is only for us or the technical team. We work with the 5 Ws, and we really try to dig on the why of the why, and the why of the why of the why, to really ensure that we have a proper understanding of the client's needs. Also, we really focus on the results rather than on the implementation. So it is a functional document. We don't tell the developer or the technical team how to do his job. We really focus on the results that we are expecting, and this way it's also easier for the clients to project itself on what will be the functionality or what the application will do with the implementation of a certain task. A main part of our specification documents is that we focus on images and mockups rather than text. This is really important. Oh, I think we lost the.
Je reviens. Non, mais je reviens. Je vais changer le.
Yeah, so we really focus on the images rather than the text. The text is there to support the images and not the other way around. This is another thing that we realize, is that the clients usually they trust us. They are really busy also with their own work, so they don't take the time to really read every sentence and to read all the documents in details, which is sad, but it's the way it is. So we really focus on images, and so that the clients can fully understand the specification or the documents faster. And also, as Julien said earlier, we implemented a specification review phase. This is of course, to review the work of a peer to make sure that there's no errors, or that we are taking the best approach or the best way to implement something. But also it makes it so that if an external person, an external peer is reviewing our documents without knowing all the details of the project, we are making sure that this way the client also will be able to understand, because we do this as our jobs. It's our day-to-day to work in the technical aspects of Odoo, but we can expect the client to have the same level of understanding of all the technicalities or all the details. So it has to be understandable for almost anybody. So here you can view an example of a really simple specification document that we use. It's in French, so sorry for those who don't who cannot understand, but I'll quickly go over it so that everybody can understand. So we always start with the business, with the context. So to be sure that as an introduction, everybody can know what is the environment, or what are the key parts that are needed to understand the rest of the documentation. So this is really an important intro for anybody that doesn't have the whole context of the project, or that doesn't know really the specific needs for a certain functionality. After this, the point 2, we go with the client's needs, that we try to simplify as much as we can to make it more understandable. In the point 3, we do a quick overview of the state of the application. So to make sure that we explored every functionality of vanilla or of the Odoo as it is implemented on the client side, so that we really are sure that we know and that the client know how Odoo is working without customization. And on the point 4, we can formulate some hypothesis about the needs or about the implementation that we are looking for. The point 5 is really the main part of the specification, because it is where we are describing what we are expecting in terms of the solution, the implementation of the solution. And as you can see, we try to do as much as mockup or implement as much as images as we can, so that we can read it and understanding it really easily without having to read a 30 pages document. And after this, the subsequent sections are more of the technical parts or the technical details that we share with the clients, as we are transparent, but he is aware that those specific sections are for him to read or not for him to validate, and he can concentrate on the first few sections. So it really, we are always doing our specification with this template, and as a rule of thumb, we really concentrate on doing a functional document that is more of user documentation rather than an explanation or a technical explanation that the work that has to be done by the technical team.
So that was it for the presentation. So the idea was really to share with you our way of doing things, and maybe have a quick time to exchange and share with you if you have tips, methods, tools to share, or questions.
Okay, thank you, Julien and Quentin. It was really interesting. I'm waiting for people to ask questions. Okay, okay, Frederic. Frederic is asking, how do you address agility in your projects?
How do you address agility? Haha, that's a very good question. Actually, we don't address agility in the purest sense of it. For those who are purist, maybe it won't be okay. But we are more in a waterfall management method, and the agility is more in the sub-project management, where we go in a quick sub-project to have a partial release of the project to ease the change management. But the agility, I think in ERP, the purest agility management is not really possible, because the client at the end of it, he has a budget and he expects result for this budget. So we don't have found yet the way of manage with agility.
Okay. A question I would like to ask is, I've seen your template and it looks nice. Are you using any specific tools for this, for the user interface mockups or the management of these all sets of documents?
Actually, we have on our Odoo, we have connect Google Suite. So we have a Google template that we can start from the project task with an action button. And then the Google Doc is attached to the task with the pre-formatted template. As for tools to make mockup, we have different ones, but I use with other colleagues Lucidchart for UML, and also for certain mockups. And Shutter is also used for quick modification in some image.
Okay. Another question by Frederic. He would like to put his question differently, or maybe what I'll do is I'll allow you to talk, Frederic.
Yeah, that's nice. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. So I'm wondering, very interesting talk, first of all. then I'm wondering if I do agree that it's not easy in ERP projects to come up with a fully agile model. But how do you address change then in a period of 2 years? I mean, if you imagine that you have a customer that runs a project for up to 2 years, and you put everything down in a specification up front, then even though you anticipated that from the initial training to the initial specification, there is a usage period in your process model, as I could see, to come up with a good gap analysis. Then when you deploy intermediate stages of the project, then and the customer is using that intermediate stages, then at least in our projects, it's more often than not the case that the customer comes up with entirely new ideas, massively changed ideas that will deliver value. And if I imagine that I would not respond on that potentially valuable changes that the customer had in mind while using the system, then I find it a bit difficult to keep them positive on the whole project over a period of 2 years. How do you address that?
Actually, we might have not been enough specific, but the sub-project takes between 40 to 80, 90 days. So when we do a sub-project, the gap analysis and the solution attached is delivered within the 3 following months. Because what I didn't say is that in the budget of the project, we provision, we cut the budget of the client to keep some budget for evolutions. And we have generally 2 sub-projects that are just dedicated to evolution realizations, so that the project, the client knows from the start that we tell him he will have change to implement. And we have a budget.
We're just doing when we say that we're working part as waterfall, is we're just doing the part where we scope the project really a high level. So we'll say that we have some needs that are specific for the clients in the sales part, in the inventory part, in the manufacturing part. But really the specification that we do are done only when we start the sub-project, so that the client has the ability, has the flexibility to change those needs from sub-project to sub-project. And even so, in one sub-project, if we have some needs that needs to be addressed differently, we are flexible into doing this, because else, as you said, it wouldn't gives the value that the client is expecting.
Okay, thank you. I think we have time for one last question by Yvon, who would like to know, do you do scoping missions before the project, or is that a part of pre-sales?
It's a part. The answer is the 2. We do in the pre-sales, we do a small part of scoping, just to have really high level budget that the clients can have to work and to make his decision. And afterwards, we have a little sub-projects in which we segment the projects into all the sub-projects, which is more the real scoping mission, and where we go a bit more into details before starting to work on every aspect or on every process.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. It was really super interesting talk. Thanks for participating. And I wish you both a nice and pleasant end of conference. Enjoy the other orators. I think now the floor is going to be for Maxime Chambreuil, who is going to speak about the localization and electronic invoicing in Chile. I'm not sure how it's in Chile, how it's pronounced in English.
Chile. Let me share my screen. Thanks, Alex. Can you see my screen?
Yes, I can, but I was clicking somewhere else and it went to full screen all over the place. Yes, we can see your screen, we can hear you. Maxime, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So localization and electronic text documents. So how we came up to this subject is a long story, but to make it short, we got involved in a project in Chile last year. And part of the scope was the not necessarily the accounting, but the because it was, and I think Rodrigo will talk or has talked about it. It's the implementation of Odoo for Manential, part of the CCU group in Chile. And so the scope we had to manage in Odoo is generating the invoices and getting them signed by the Xerox, an external service that CCU is using for all their electronic invoicing. So that's how that's the project we got involved into. And when we started, we worked with a local partner that has a localization already, which was not in the OCA, which was a single module, monolithic module. And so we'll see how we did in here. So I'll discuss first the requirements of the projects, how we decided to re-architect this monolithic module, taking advantage of Odoo mixin. Not sure I'll go through a demo, but I'll show you some screenshot about what the process is and how it looks like now. We'll go over the benefit and the roadmap, and I'm trying to keep as much time as we can for the discussion, because I think that's a hot topic where some requirements may be shared with not for sure other countries in Latin America, but I'm guessing also other countries in the world. So we'll see where this discussion takes us. So the requirements, the ones I know most are the Latin American one. Some countries and probably almost all of them in South America requires document to be signed and sent to the local tax authority. And those documents could be invoices, credit notes, but also delivery orders, batch pickings, FSM routes. In Chile, for example, police can stop a truck on the road and ask them all the electronic document of what's the content of the truck. So the guy is supposed to have all the quantity that he started his trip with, and if he has delivered stuff, same thing, he needs to have what was out of the truck. Some other countries like Mexico, they rely on a network of authorized certification provider. So that's a third party, like same thing also in Chile, like Xerox, where you send your document to. You don't send your document directly to the tax authority, but you send your document to a company that provides the service and may charge you by transaction or other ways. That's depending on their business model. And this company takes in charge, takes the responsibility to check your data that you just signed, they just received, sign the document, and send those documents to the government. And the thing is, because it's with those ACP, those authorized service certification providers, well, they are free to use every technology they want. And so technology to connect to those guys they're very diverse. Some may use file transfer with text-based content. Some others may have an API where you can send maybe JSON files or XML files. So we have a wide range of technology here, but the overall process stay the same. So that's the idea of for us, open source integrator willing to work with customers in South America. We don't want to have and maintain 15 different localization when they are all similar so the idea is to have mutualize what we can, and so it's easier to maintain and support, and also easier to go into another country and start the implementation. So the architecture started to move the monolithic module to is basically in yellow we have all the generic module, and so we've based, so because we have integration with external systems, we took advantage of the OCA connector and Q modules, and so that takes care of all the transmissions, all the error management, all the queuing process, and so what we did build on top of it is this connector ACP module that basically gather all the generic parts. That's really the engine of this localization framework. And so it provides methods, it provides also, we'll see later, the mixin. So you can basically enrich any document in Odoo to make it digitally signable and shippable to the queue and any ACP or the government directly. And so those, and then we have, depending on the protocol, you can extend this engine to support other protocols. So in the case of Xerox here, it's an FTP, and so we started with this connector ACP FTP module, which is very light, just use as much as is already available in the framework already. So pretty small module to support and maintain and migrate. I'll jump to the green one on the right. So in every country, you'll have the government managing and providing a set of data, whether it's a list of signable document, whether it's a list of product, of economic activity to characterize a company. So in Chile, it's the Servicio de Impuestos Internos, SII. So that's why we name all those modules based on who provides the data set. And so we can also have other government authority providing different sets of data that needs to be used and in Odoo. So that's how the convention we decided to use. And in red in the middle, you'll have all the customization at the different models in Odoo. So we started with the master data. So what we'll see, we'll have to add a couple fields on the product. We have to couple fields to add on the partner. We have to import a list of cities and states and all the also the different tax number route that like it's called in Chile. And so with this first layer, then we can start building the electronic tax document module that we have in the middle here. And that's, again, a pretty small module that combines all of those. And the idea is, again, like we can sign accounting documents like invoices, credit note, debit notes. And that's why we have this ETD account module here. But in the case of Chile, we can, the logistic document can be signed as well. And so the delivery order is a signable document. The batch picking to load the truck is before the route is also a signable document. So that's where we extended then for each application in Odoo the possibility to define which document can be signed. And again, those ETD account or stock, it's basically adding the mixin, the ETD mixin to the stock picking or account invoice model. And at the bottom here, it's the Xerox connector, basically, which combine and install all those pieces together, and we'll go through the kind of the documentation configuration later on. So the mixin, as I said, it's available in the connector ICP module, the generic engine. It provides methods like document sign, which once the mixing has been added to a document, to a model in Odoo, then you can sign this document, and it will call the methods for part of the mixing to sign even locally. So that's a possibility as well. Some government allow you to sign your own document and send it. But also to define these choices or rely on a third party to send the document using the queue from the OCA module. For the special case of signing locally on Odoo, so you can upload the certificate and use this sign file where you provide the certificate, provide the file text to be signed, and it will generate the last bullet point here. It will create the signature of the document and store it locally in the Odoo database. And build file is another method that we provide, because in the case of Xerox, in simple case is Mexico, where it's for each document you have an XML template, and you can replace the values in that template with the data, the field value from the Odoo account invoice. In the case of Chile and Xerox, it's more complicated than just a one-to-one relationship, because for every document, Xerox expect like 6 text files, and it's not like if you have 2, then you have 12. No, because if you have 3 invoices, basically they will be the information of those 3 invoices will be spread across those 6 files, because one file will store the header, one will store the lines, the invoice line, one file will store the tax lines of the document. So it's basically a batch for those, and with a specific name. And so we support all this complex architecture within the module you can find today in the OCA repository. So from the simplest one to a very complex scenario, the framework has proven to be flexible enough to match those today. So on the company, configuration at the company level, so we added a tab here. So who is signing the document? Is it an external party, or is it Odoo internally? And whether, so if it's Odoo internally, you need to upload the certificate here. Otherwise, you have the backend here to connect to the connector, to the external service in Xerox here. And then you have all those documents that can be signed. So we have the invoice, the stock picking, the batch, other documents related to field service here, like loading the truck, the summary of the route, and this kind of things. On the master data, so on the company on the top left here, not you have the tax ID. That's a specific format that we ensure within a module. You have the SII activity. So again, that's the list of economic activity that the government provide. So you need to have this selected here. On the accounting journal, so the same sales journal can be using different can be different type of document, and so it needs to be a different sequence, because the sequence specifically in Chile is you don't generate your own number. You buy a range of number related to your tax ID to the government. You buy or you download. So you need to get to the portal and download a folio where you can a file where you can upload it in here, and it will allow you to use a certain sequence. So you have a separate sequence per type of document for on the document. On the product, we have the ETD code here. So required field. It's not a drop-down list with something provided by the government, but it's there. And on the settings, that's where we load all the data set from the government, from the SII. So here I just put you an example of all the different types of documents. So we can have an invoice, an electronic invoice, and an electronic invoice exempted from tax. And so same thing with the, you have the a document called a ticket, where it's the same thing. You can have an electronic ticket. You can have all those variations with all this code and prefixes that needs to be used in the content or in the name of the files we send to the government. On the transaction level, so the impact is pretty minimal. So on the invoice, so you can see we have the sign buttons here, so you can sign invoices or documents individually, or you can have a batch process that does it for you. You have the document type from the government. So here we have an electronic invoice, and also that's pretty much it on the invoice. On the picking, same ID. You have the document type from the government. So here it's a electronic delivery order with the sign buttons as well. Things I haven't mentioned on the mixing, it adds a field of the signature date. So you know if a document has been signed or not, and when. So it doesn't show up on the screen here, but that's there. And same process on the batch picking at the bottom here. We have the type of document. So even if we generate the same type for the government, deliver an electronic delivery order, the data can be coming from different places in Odoo, whether so we can generate the same document from the picking, or we can generate the same type of document from the batch one. So benefit of this approach compared to the monolithic one, well, it's like any big strength of Odoo. It's modular, it's extensible. it's easier to maintain and migrate. So I'll see that in a roadmap later. And also, I think most importantly for localization, it's easier to split the responsibility between many collaborators here, many companies, many local integrators, because I think that's a value the OCA is pushing is sharing and collaborating, and not having one big one and only company that supports the of the localization. I think there should be spaces for everyone to shine, and everyone should be able to maintain those pieces and collaborate with each other to expand those. And because if it's a big module, it requires like to be migrated. It's hard for one customer to finance this effort with one company. Whereas if you have 3 or 4 integrators with each 1 or 2 customers, then it's easy to say, well, each of them will migrate 1 or 2 modules with their own customer, and at the end, everybody will benefit quickly to the full feature of the localization. And the thing is, like the connector ACP FTP module, it's very specific to Xerox, and so maybe someone will never need it, and where it will not be migrated. But so if we have some, those smaller satellite module can be maintained and financed by one small customer here. So it's easy if they use a specific provider that's have a different non-supported technology to integrate with. It's easy to add it in a few effort. So today and the roadmap for the future. The migration to version 13 is in progress in Mexico. I've been working with 2 local integrators to build this architecture here. We completed the first layer of having separate modules for each master data set. Unfortunately, the COVID-19 just slowed us down here. I wish we had a complete migration up to today. We started the effort in January and got stuck due to the economic impact here. But again, it's that will happen, and the idea is also to get started on the migration to 14. So, and I've seen quickly the Odoo talks about localization, and I think we are again ahead of the curve here. We may have 1 or 2 years ahead of Odoo by using a queue. I think it was part of their roadmap to support and have a generic framework to support localization. I don't know if this framework applies in Europe yet. I know it in South America. It's the same ID that's being used by every country. I'm guessing. I'm not sure it originated in Argentina. That's where it all started, and it was replicated in Peru, Chile, Mexico, and all American countries here. A few words about OSI to finish the slides. And we were founded in 2010. We try to leverage as much as possible open source software to solve our customers' problems, IT and business challenges they have. We have customers of many different sizes and industries in the US, but like this project was in Chile, We had some project in Europe as well. We have offices in Gilbert, Arizona, LA, and most of the other city here are remote and home office employees. We got elected best partner in North America in 2020, and we are the OCA Platinum sponsor. Questions, discussion, feedback.
Thanks a lot, Maxime. It was really nice too.
Questions, discussion. No questions?
Not that many.
I thought I would get feedback from all those European implementers that already do this kind of things, and hey, why don't you use this and that?
Yeah, I was about to ask, did you get in touch with Rafael Valli? Because he did lots of things, similar things for Brazil. I'm not sure if this is released in the OCA, actually.
I think, I mean, I've never looked at it seriously, but it sounds from all the discussion I got is the Brazilian one is pretty complex. I'm not sure if there is a fit here. Maybe there is, maybe not. I don't know. That's something. I mean, it's easier if we have an opportunity with a customer that's paying. I mean, all this rewriting effort that we've done made sense, and we had to do it, and we did it because we had a customer waiting for it and with a tight deadline.
Yep.
And I see the difference in the dynamic when compared to the migration to 13 in Mexico, where we don't have, I don't have a customer, and the other integrator neither. And so the thing is, it goes back down to the backlog and with a lower priority, and stuff don't get moving as fast as we want, at least as I wanted. And so we'll see how this goes, but yeah, I'm willing to work with anyone which see a benefit to this effort we've made, because I think we can reuse it and migrate it with just one customer, when something that's not even possible if we had a monolithic localization that tries to do everything. And I haven't mentioned it in the requirements, but in Mexico, there is this electronic invoicing has been adopted by large organization, where you think that it will be standard, but it's like EDI. It's not really the case. Everybody have his own implementation and own specificity, and so again, with this flexible framework split it across different modules, we can easily add those additional feature to support, like we did with Xerox. We add the Xerox specific stuff on top of it, and we're done. And it was the Xerox part was painful, but not because of, I mean, because of the complexity they have with those 6 files and all text based, and I mean their API or external system wasn't very modern. I think there's different ways to, and easier way to do that today. But the thing is, it's the idea here is to have a small, easier to migrate engine that anybody in a local country can extend and in a quick way fulfill their customer requirements.
Okay. Well, if there are no other questions, I think it's 10 to 4 here, so it's time for a 10 minutes break before the next talk, which will be by Julien from Numidgy about Odoo for music management and record companies at starting in 10 minutes. Thanks, Maxime, again, and well, see you soon. Hello again, Julien. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hello,
Great.
Alexandre.
So no more microphone issues.
No.
I
can start my
okay, we still have a couple of minutes. So you're streaming live from Montreal?
Yes. It's the beginning of the day, beginning advanced, but yes.
It's like what, 10 a.m.?
10, yeah.
Okay. All right. So.
And you're from France?
Yep.
Okay. France. Okay.
Southeast France, a little bit.
I see.
Haute-Savoie, next to 50 kilometers away from Geneva.
Nice
Which is not
place.
in France, but it's a place people tend to be able to locate on a map. Okay, so, well, it's time. So your talk is about record industry and music management, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Let's go. Don't forget to share your screen.
Yes. We just do it. Are you able to see my screen? Yes, I believe so. So today I wanted to share with you some information on a project that is currently ongoing at Nimiji. It's about music management with Odoo. So first I want to thank the OCA sponsors for making it possible to have the OCA Days online. So for the agenda, we'll see a quick introduction on what is meant by Odoo for music management. Then we will see together the main needs and the features expected by the client and the industry. Then we'll go over the solution with the design, and we'll finish by a quick demo. So of course we won't go over every specifics of the industry. This industry, music recording and musical artwork publisher, is very complex in terms of data and financial workflow. They are in the financial workflow to be taken in account the public aids, the management of profit and loss per medical project, the redistribution of the financial income. So it's complex at this stage. So for our project, the client we work with is in multi-company. He has one company for the music recording operations and one company for the artwork publisher activity. So what he wants to achieve is to manage basically all master data. To date, the client have his data dispatched on at least 5 to 6 applications. So some of these applications is being using are purely musically, purely to store musical data, and some others are financials. So the aim of the goal of the project was to automate the processing of revenues from a distribution and streaming platform, and to manage all master data. The client wants to manage all of its operations into Odoo. So there are also the show planification and financial flow to be integrated in the scope, but this part has not been yet made. So of course, a detailed analysis and technical design was made before going into specification. One of the challenge was that, as I said, there are a lot of data that Odoo don't support in standard. And we didn't know at Numigi at all the standard and the logic of the industry. So for the features, the client needs was, as I said, manage the master data, donc all of it, corresponding to the artwork, the recording, of course, the artist group, and history of the artist group. The client needs were also to have a reporting for revenues generated from recordings, from musical artwork, and from show. One of the biggest part of the project was to automate the accounting process of revenues generated from the platform, the streaming platform and distribution platform, such as Spotify, SoundCloud, SoundExchange, etc. So for this revenues, we will see after, but there are actually different partners, such as Spotify, SoundExchange, Apple Music, that send every month or every 3 months declaration files for revenues, and the client has to process them to post it into its accounting system. So there are a lot of lines. Each files can contain between 10,000 and more than 100,000 of lines. Of course, each partners have its way of formatting the files. So there is the challenge. Another need was to keep a flexibility on fiscal position and tax application in this the accounting process of revenues from the partners platform. We'll see just in the demo how we made this possible. So of course, the clients wants to be able to associate the revenues with recording and to get a profit and loss report for the musical project. As for the solution design, in terms of business data, here are the various data that we have implemented. Now, first, the musical artworks. The model includes all the data needed to qualify the artwork and the standard international identifiers. We'll just go over in the demonstrations. The data includes distribution key. Distribution key is the model that allows to define the percentage of revenues that is allocated on each stakeholder for the artworks. So it's used in the financial flow. Then we also implemented the artist data. So we'll go over, but it's a detailed form for each artist group with the related partners. We have also the recordings. So the recordings is associated with the original artwork, and of course it can be declined into several versions of the same artwork. So there too, we have included the standard identifiers for the client to be able to process its revenues with these identifiers. Of course, there is a relation between products and recordings. Because there are goodies first that can be produced for a special event and promotion, and also the physical products such as album or package or the physical packaging of the music. Then we have the musical metadata to categorize and qualify the music, of course. It serves firstly to manage the data and the music, and also to be able to post it and push it to partner platforms. So for the streaming platform, there is the overview of the function to manage and automate the accounting process of the revenues coming from partners. So we have here the partners platform actually. There are often several platforms for a single company, record company, between 5 and 15, I'd say, in average. So the challenge here is that every partners, as I said, has different file formatting. Most are, of course, flat format, but in a different formatting in terms of column ordering, and also in terms of labeling values such as tax, countries, region, for example. So once we have known that the versatility of file formatting and versatility of the various partners that were involved, we decided to go with the manual integration of the files into Odoo, and to work to reduce the time of manual file and data treatment to be able to integrate these files. So we have here an intermediate table that is that allows to store the data. It's mainly text data at this stage. It's the same data than the partners files, but into Odoo. And then the mapping is made through mapping tables to be able to convert the raw transactions, if you want, to Odoo model for recordings revenues that we have implemented. And once we have the standard data, we are able to process it into accounting by another job treatment. So in terms of application, I will just share you. Okay. So the modules are open. They are stored on a repository at on the GitHub account of Numigi. So we have designed a new application here, which is called Music. We have the different data here. So of course we have artist management. In the artist, we can find the different identifiers of the artist. We have the standard identifiers of the industry, such as IPI, which is interested party identifiers, and IPN, ISNE, which are also standard identifiers. What we didn't take the time of is to split Canadian specifics fields into a separate module. So if you want to use this module, you might have an effort to hide some Canadian specific fields. So we have the group of artists, and we have the partners. So the partners in the group artist have a role which can be configured via the dedicated model artist role. And we have a date from, which is a date of the entrance of the artist into the group, and a date to, which is the end date of the relations, the involvement of the artist in the group. And of course, from the artist, we can go to the linked data, to the recording associated to the artist. So that's for the artist. Then we have the musical artworks. The musical artworks, it's actually a simple, the simplest, the most simple model that we have to implement. There are no many data on this referential. There are, of course, a title. This is the ISWC, the International Standard Work Code that allows to identify the work art. The internal reference of the client. And we have a notion here, which is external catalog. External catalog is the reference of the musical artwork in a given association or institution. So here we have two Canadian institutions. In France, you would have SACEM, for example, which is managing the right of representations and in the entertainment industry. And these institutions will have their specific code for a work art. So of course, on the work art, on the artwork, sorry, you have also the language, which is used for different purpose, and the lyrics here that you can store here. So that's for the musical artwork. And you have the associated distribution key. The distribution key is actually a view, the information on what partner has a fee on this work of music. So here we have two partners that have different role. John Smith is author and composer, and he has 75% of the rights on this musical artwork. So there are, of course, controls. You cannot save the distribution keys if you are not at 100% on 100%. This is a very important model for the client, so that any change or creation is logged into the chatter, so that the client may trace the change made over time. So you can have, of course, several distribution keys per work artwork. Here we have just one. Then we have recordings. Recordings are the musical recordings. They are related to an artwork. Of course, the recordings may be from different types. We have sound, so it's a basic track of music. We have a video. Video is a video clip. And we have group of recordings, which are the albums and grouping of records. So depending of the type here, you will have the dynamic form. So if you are on a video, you have a related recording, whereas if you have a sound recording, you will have a related artwork. So the formula is fully dynamic, and we will find on this form the recording information, so duration, the version, the production date, the artist information. So of course there can be one artist or more. We can have also two artists on a single record, and you have the record company, which you can manage here with a given model. So of course you want to categorize and qualify the record. So you have a genre and a subgenre to be able to qualify the record, and a Boolean to note if it's a record with an explicit content. And then you will find the different information to manage the marketing of the record and the credit and different metadata. So you have the release date, you have here standard identifiers from the record. You have the International Standard Records Code here, ISRC. You have a given commercial territory here. Then you can select a group of country. And you have analytic account here because as we saw, the client on musical project has a need to track the cost and revenues and to get a specific image on the P&L and the result of the musical project, the financial result. So then you have also the credit and contributors here. Of course, you have the lyrics, which should not vary from the musical artwork. But here you have also the language. The language may vary from the distribution of the language may vary from the musical artwork because it depends on the rhythm of the record. You might have more than one ESRC, as these codes might be issued by independently by institutions. So then when the client finds out he wants to track the alternative code, you have your URL link and address for the promotions, for example. and you have also the possibility to add notes. So that's for the recordings. Of course, in the group of recordings, you can choose the type of group. So this is a standard values for the industry. And you have a management of the track here. There. So it's really designed by a client in the industry and to fit specifically his needs. Then we have the products, of course, and the product we have the musical relations, so we can link to an album or to specific records here. So that's useful when you want to sell a specific goodies or a product, physical product, and log and follow the revenue to affect the analytic account of the musical project. Of course, we have here a lot of configuration model to qualify the music data here. This is typically the data that we find in the form of musical works, artists, and recordings. And we have the management of external revenues, which are the streaming platform and distribution platform. So the idea here is that we import the raw data. At this stage, the data is pretty much only text and date, except for the company here, because we manage the multi-company with this system. So you have all the information to manage the revenues, the fiscal position. As we saw the fiscal position, we needed to keep flexibility. So we can apply either the fiscal position of the partner defined in the revenues, or we can choose to define the fiscal position of the revenue. So in this case, if I select revenue, the fiscal position will be Quebec. Whereas if I select partner, the fiscal position that will be applied will be the one of Believe Canada. So of course we have all the identifiers to link and retrieve the recording, the product, and the different information to manage the revenue. So once we have the raw data, it's not all. We might want to process it, and in order to do so, we have different mapping model that allows, for example, to map the partners. So we have here the possibility to type the label, the label of the partner, and then we select here just the partner. So it's the same function for every field that we want to import in raw data text. And of course you have the mapping of journal to allocate the good journal depending on the currency that you process, etc., etc. So it's really basic, but we map every data that we need to. And the goal is to be able to convert revenues. Donc, this action here, convert revenues, allows to convert raw data into revenues. Revenues at this stage are proper Odoo record and clickable record to go to the different records. So at this stage, the data is standardly formatted and to the model of Odoo, and we are able to automatically process it into accounting. So of course we keep track of the traceability. We can see here. Yes.
Time is almost up. So,
okay, so just to finish in a few seconds, we keep track of the different records. The data of the raw data here is accessible, and the account move created by the cron is also accessible here. So we have a full traceability of the data. I think we are okay for the demonstration. It's a complex application, but if you are curious, you can pull the code and deploy it on your Odoo.
okay.
If you have question.
Thank you, Julien. We'll check for questions here. Okay, while maybe people are typing, one question I would like to ask is, so you probably build this for one specific customer. Are you planning to build on this and visit other companies in the same industry and try to sell the same solution again?
Actually, it's a good question. We have had this discussion at Numidgy. It could be done clearly because I don't doubt that other actors in the industry have the same needs. So we didn't plan yet to go with this approach, but it's not excluded at the present time.
Okay. And if I want to, how much Quebec/Canadian specific is this?
Not very much actually. The only specifics are on the form of artist with Canadian identifiers, but it's mostly there on the artist.
Okay. And okay, so maybe it was a bit short. So in the end, you're able to produce almost the bank transfers for the artists and to check the bank transfers from Spotify and Amazon or things like that.
That's the point. In the end, you are able to manage to control the declaration revenues of your partners and to evaluate the result and to make the redistribution to the artist. Yes.
Yeah, that's really nice. Okay, I see no other questions. So unless you have something to add in the end, I thank you a lot for this really nice vertical solution.
Thank you.
See you soon in other conferences.
Yes, of course. Have a good day.
Bye-bye, Julien.
Bye.
The next talk is, I think, by Maxime and Mike about OpenShift containers, I think. Is this correct, Maxime?
Yep. I don't know if Mike is in the attendees.
I don't see. Is it Michael Allen?
Yep. Here it is.
Yes, just as there we are. Bhavesh, do you want to start recording?
Yep.
Recording to cloud.
Yep. I'm trying to find out where I can
It's
start
on the
recording.
bottom of the presentation next to the share screen button. So you have a record button.
Can you guys hear me? This is Mike.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
Michael, we can hear you.
Still, I cannot get the button. I'm not sure.
Okay, that's fine. I'm starting the recording. Don't worry. So recording is on. We still have maybe 1 minute before we start.
Okay.
Okay, Michael and Maxime, the floor is yours.
Thank you. All right. So the talk is about Odoo operator and OpenShift containerization. We wanted to discuss those topics because we, and we'll see in more detail in the slides, we have a project with a customer that wants to provide the SaaS. And so with our relationship with Red Hat and our experience on Docker, that was the using OpenShift was the natural choice for us. And but let me start with this. A few words about OSI. We were found, so Greg Mader founded the company in 2010. We provide business and IT professional services, mostly on and almost exclusively on open source, using open source technology. We have customers in of different sizes and industries all across the US, but also in other countries like Chile and Europe. We main office is in Arizona and with another one in Los Angeles, and most of the other cities here are remote employee working from home. We won the best Odoo partner in North America this year and last year also, and we are the one of the OCA Platinum sponsor. So the agenda, I'm not sure about the level of expertise of the attendees, so I just wanted to go through some definition here. We'll go through what's OpenShift, what's an operator, what is the operator framework, why an Odoo operator and why now, and then we can go to a technical discussion, and Mike here can help me with answering any questions we may have at the end. So what's OpenShift? It's a platform developed by Red Hat, including the OpenShift container platform that basically allow you to run Docker container within the a Kubernetes on steroid cluster. So it's not just Kubernetes, but there is also Red Hat added some other services on top of it. And I also included OKD here because almost not all, but lots of Red Hat initiatives, they have the open source projects, OKD or Fedora, and they have their product on top of it after some testing processes and QA. So the idea here is stuff works on OKD and also OpenShift. And so it's both of them. It's really like you get an environment to run your Docker container, and it's you get all the Kubernetes services. You get on top of that, you get some Jenkins implementation to do some continuous integration, continuous development process. You have an image registry within OpenShift, so you don't need to push your Docker image to a Docker Hub or another public registry here. So it really streamlines all the processes by having this all in the same cluster to host, to build and configure and deploy and run containers. What is an operator? So it's a piece of software that manages all the operations of another one. So it's basically embed all the system administrator knowledge into this operator so that we can automate and this operation part of the DevOps process within the cluster. And an operator, as like the schema shows here, has different level depending on the capabilities. And so level 1 here is the operator can, and in the case of Odoo, can install Odoo in a cluster, and so it can have an instance up and running. And then level 2, it can upgrade that image, that container. We can level 3, including all the backup, all the recovery, if that Docker image fails. And so, and more deeper is the more advanced is the level, deeper automation is applied on the application. And so it really takes the hands of the system administrator, where maybe today you handle all this manually, and you have to maybe have your system administrator team have to wake up during the night and make sure that the customer running a 24/7 website, that the website is up and running, and or if you want to automate some upgrades on the images, and that's the operator is there to help you. And the thing is, the Red Hat provides a framework, so it's to develop and provide operator. So it's in the operator framework with the address given here. You can download, set it up, and it will generate the template of the operator to start implementing the different level to provide those services to your application. So it's managed within Kubernetes, and it gives you the template to start developing the framework and to start developing your own operator with that framework. So why do we need an operator for Odoo, and why now? Like I said at the beginning, have a customer that Wolfgang presented yesterday in this field service talk. It's Artisan Floors. They want to provide a solution based on Odoo for the flooring industry in the US with a different editions of the application. So we have a Odoo Essential, which is the base, a basic Odoo with all the configuration being already done, with the data, with the right module being set up. And so the scenario is people go on the website and they can start their instance of Odoo Essentials and start using it for free for 30 days, for example. And so behind the scenes is we get the name of the instance, and what we want to do is from the Odoo website connect to the OpenShift cluster and start use the operator to build up this new instance using that name. And so within a couple minutes, the customer can go to receives an email with a link and a password, and you can go to that link and connect to Odoo Essentials and start using the application. And so that's really the part for the where the operator level one would be used is really installing and creating the instance within the cluster. And then again, we want that model to scale. So we may have, I don't know, 50 or 100 companies or more than that, companies running on this cluster. And we want to automate the management of all those containers. And so that's where the operator will help us do the backup, do the upgrade, when we want to update from one version Odoo to another, like to deploy security patches or provide new features, this kind of thing. So the idea is to have this operator being able to manage all those containers within the infrastructure. So what we've done so far is we created and used the operator framework to generate the Odoo operator. It's hosted on this first repo here. And on the OCA infrastructure one, we started the connector OpenShift module to basically provide the interface for Odoo to decide, well, create this instance, destroy it, or deactivate it if the customer doesn't pay. So it's all related today to the sales subscription module from the enterprise, but it was just a quick and easy way to get started. But the idea is, in the long run, we want to switch to the contract module and manage the availability of the instance of the containers based on the Odoo interface. So if customer doesn't pay or credit card get rejected, then we can hold on the or block the access to the container, or we can shut down the image, and if he is leaving the infrastructure, then we can just say, well, after his trial or after using the application, if he wants to leave, we can just destroy the containers from the Odoo interface. So, and that's using the OC command to talk with the OpenShift API and trigger those actions on the cluster. So if I go to So you can see that's the base here. We haven't done any work on this yet. It's really like running the operator framework to generate this. And it's all written in Go. And so the idea of this talk is see if there are some people interested to with this approach and wanted to contribute and help us in this initiative. So that's the operator part here, and the other one is the OCA infrastructure. So we have the pull request here regarding the OpenShift connector. And that's in progress here. It's needs to be tested. And again, that you may already have an OpenShift. So it's working with OpenShift version 4. The cluster we have is running on 4.3. If you're interested, we can help you at any stages of whether it's installing the cluster. We went through the pain of installing it on DigitalOcean, and which wasn't a supported platform, but it's working pretty well now. And but we can look at any other hosting provider for the hardware and help you get set up. And the idea is, I think, with a minimal effort, we can have an affordable solutions to manage a SaaS within Odoo. So that's pretty quick presentation and definition. And is there like some feedbacks, questions, people interested that wants to join the effort? That's where we are right now. Mike, do you want to comment on something?
No, you covered most of it. I think that the SaaS platform sort of case is what we're looking at, and the other place where I could see this being useful is if you have any sort of company that has a very large number of servers that are going to need to be managed, all running the same code base. So maybe like a franchise type based business, it can really help to automate and cut down on a lot of the system administration type work that needs to be done to maintain a large group of servers.
Okay. Well, thank you, Maxime and Michael, so far. I see a question from Ivan, who is asking, have you considered other technologies such as Rancher?
Nope. We went the OpenShift route for a couple of reasons. One is working with Camp to Camp that have been using OpenShift, and we were not exposed to it, but we had to work with Camp to Camp on a European project together a couple of years ago, and so that's where we got to know and learn about OpenShift. And then also the idea here is second reason is the partnership with Red Hat, and that's where we got started here. And the good thing with started with Red Hat is I think within a couple of weeks we got all the team members at OSI being trained and certified using the Red Hat certification and e-learning platform, which is, I think, so we could have gone the Rancher path, but that may have been something that takes us longer of going through the pain of learning everything by hands, and so that going with Red Hat was taking the highway and getting there in a shorter amount of time. And where we decided to really focus the effort is making this option affordable, because our experience with the Red Hat certification is they only mention the big names to deploy it. So it works, like it takes 30 minutes to install OpenShift on AWS or Azure or Google Cloud platform. But those platforms, we've made a benchmark in terms of financial cost, and those are really expensive. And the idea with we lose sometimes. Like I said, we went through the pain of installing it in DigitalOcean, and that may have cost us maybe 1 or 2 weeks delayed. But at the end, I think the whole infrastructure today was like runs. You can have an OpenShift cluster at DigitalOcean for less than $300 a month, and that same setup with AWS, you get that in 3 days. It's like it's the difference in the cost is so it's amazing. And so that's where for I think for customers that wants to that may be interested to deploy OpenShift or have the requirements for it, being able to deploy it at this cost with a decent provider is a game changer. It's an easier approach than going with with those big names. So in terms of feature, I don't know if Rancher enough to give you a comparison between the two, but for what we needed to do and what we need to do in the future, that's OpenShift does everything we need. It's except the Odoo operator part that we need to implement here. But I'm hoping by the end of the year we'll have at least a first version where we can install an Odoo, when we can start an Odoo instance within the cluster.
Okay.
But if you know more about Rancher and have some counter arguments to our choice, I'm happy to hear it. We can discuss it in a chat.
Thanks for the answer. I don't have any questions for attendees, but I have one by myself. Just to okay, so Ivan says one argument for Rancher is that it's 100% open source.
Well, OKD is 100% open source as well. Okay. I mean,
I just wanted to make sure I had, because I'm personally not so familiar with OpenShift and operators and all that. Just wanted to make sure I had the use case right. So the project you're making is maybe targeting an IT company who is willing to sell, I don't know, maybe some WordPress blog hosting, and you can purchase a WordPress blog from that company. And the idea is you make a sale order with one WordPress blog with some dimensions, parameters, whatever, and you sell it. And when you receive the payment for that, the operator part is in charge of piloting OpenShift to set up a container running that WordPress blog.
Yep, that's the idea. You go to the Odoo website. I mean, we have the SaaS website, and you add the instance to your cart. You go. I mean, and the idea is to provide like a 30 days trial. So you go through this sales order or checkout process with the with a $0 product. And when the sales order is confirmed, Odoo creates the subscription or the contract, and that based on the name that was given during the checkout process by the customer, you spin up a you contact the you use the operator to provision the instance. So it creates a project in the cluster. It starts the Postgres container, allocate the volumes to store the data, starts the spin up the container or the pods for Odoo based on the operator configuration, and yeah, within a couple minutes you get the name of the cluster being sent by email to the customer with his password, and he can connect and start using it.
And I think the previous talk before this, I caught the tail end of it. They were talking about a music industry solution. This is what we're talking about. We're creating this for the flooring industry, but I think there's a lot of different places where you can have a set of standard tools within an Odoo installation that can serve a specific industry. And this allows for that to be kind of treated in a SaaS way, as opposed to trying to go to each of those people individually and try to sell them a project, sort of that sort of thing. It's more of they can evaluate it themselves as a standard set of tools that make sense for their industry. And then depending on if they choose to continue, it just turns into a subscription service at that point.
Okay.
And the product is really a partnership with our customer.
Question here: what is the flooring industry? It's not making floors, is it?
No, it's about, so in the US you have lots of property complex with 100 or 200 apartments, and it's managed by a company. And so when people move in or move out and move in, they usually do a review of the apartment. And people may have been staying in the apartment for years and smoking inside. And so what they do is our customers is dedicated to getting phone call from those company and go on the next day changing the carpet, changing the floor, changing the vinyl. And so they send contractors with the carpet in the truck, and they take out the old one and install the new one, and within a couple hours they're done.
Okay, sorry, I didn't know the word.
What?
I didn't. It's first time I hear this word in English.
Oh, flooring, yeah. Carpet is maybe one that would have made more sense, but it's all about replacing the sort of whatever's covering your floor.
That's fine. Sorry for for this. Checking the clock. It's time is almost up. Are there any other questions? Or Ivan, if you wanted to ask another question, just raise your hand and I'll allow you to talk, because maybe it's more efficient if you want to discuss things directly with Michael and Maxime.
Oh, Ivan is mad at us because it's not fully open source.
Don't think he's mad. No, he says, no, that's okay, thank you.
Cool.
Okay, well, thank you, Maxime, and thank you, Michael, for joining in and making this presentation. I will now switch chairing with Simone, who is going to take over this role from me.
Hi there.
The next talk.
Yep. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Maxime. So, who's next? There's the guy. Kenton?
Yes, I am.
Hey.
I'm a bit disappointed that it's you that is taking over the animation, but
Man, you kidding? I was about to say, hello, my friend. How you doing? Okay, okay. I'm gonna cut your video immediately. Yes, okay.
We'll do with it. We'll do with it.
Okay, can you just try to share your screen?
Yeah.
Just wait until the recording has started to start speaking.
Yeah, sure.
All right. I'm not sure.
Give us some yellow.
Shouldn't be long. I'm not so used with Zoom.
Can you put it full screen? It is the button on top right. Lire, how you say that in French? You should have the presentation mode.
Okay, so I'll just switch the screen that I'm presenting.
Yeah, you should first enable the presentation mode and then share the screen.
Sorry about that. Well, I'm not sure it's better than. So I'll just cheat and
yep,
present it without the full screen mode. Okay, should be
good.
It
will cost a little bit more in post-production, but I'm gonna send you the bill, man.
No problem.
Okay, it's what is the? I don't see. Just a sec. Yeah, we wait a couple of minutes more to see if anyone else join. We still have 3 minutes. Then we can start. So if you want, the stage is all yours.
All right, thanks. So hello everybody. This talk will be about presenting some rental modules that we did for a land surveying distribution company. I'm Quentin, I'm with Numigi, and I work as a business analyst, and I was the analyst and the project manager for this specific project in which we are implementing some of the rental modules or rental functionalities that we'll be presenting today. So before we start, just a quick thanks for to all the OCA sponsors and of course the OCA for making possible this this event today and well, this event this week. So thank you. For the agenda today, I'll just do a quick intro for you to be aware of the context of the project and the industry. Then I'll talk about the main needs of the clients for the specific projects. I'll then talk about a bit about the architecture and the main points of the solution that we brought to the client. And then I'll do a quick overview of the main functionalities. It won't be a proper demo because there are a lot of modules, but I'll do instead an overview of the functionalities that are included in this suite of modules, and then we could have some questions or discussions about those modules or a bit more large about the industry or the rentals usual needs. So as an introduction, as I said, the modules that were developed were for a client that is a distribution of land surveying equipment. So it really is in the distribution industry. One of his main business line is rental, which is the subject that we're exploring today, but he also, of course, sells kind of the same stock that is using as rental. The rental is more of an opportunity to showcase all the different equipments. Sometimes it's in the land surveying industry, it's equipment that can range from 10,000 to 100,000 just for one unit. So usually there's a bit of testing that is done beforehand before a customer can really buy it or buy some of it. The client is in multi-company structures. He has for the moment 5 branches, but he is still expanding. So he had to manage the concept of multiple warehouses, and the main needs or the main aspect of this project is that he has stock in warehouses. He has also stocks in transit with sales representative or in the trucks or of some of employees that are doing some moving between branches. There are stocks with clients, of course, because we're talking about the rental industry, or on sites, on construction sites, or really at the client's operation sites. So for the a bit more high level, all the operations of the clients will be managed into Odoo. It's a project that is currently in progress. So for the specific thing, we're still in the testing phase, but the goal really is to manage all of his operations in Odoo. It's a project that has been ongoing for a few months now, and that will be done in about a few other months, so maybe 1 year to do the whole business processes. And of course, for this kind of projects or this kind of customization, detail analysis and technical design was made prior to implementing this set of modules. So about the features of the rental modules. So the context of the client, what the client really needed is number one priority was to have the information about the stock level and the stock location in real time. So that was really his main concern because of all the stocks that he was managing and all of the different branches and transit and stock on the construction sites, for example, that I was talking about earlier. He didn't know, he couldn't know for sure where was his stock. So this is really the main point that we were trying to achieve. All of or most of the rentals that is done with kits. So it's really rare that he is doing a rental of only one accessory. It's really some pack of equipments plus the accessories that go with it. He had the need of managing stock that were in transit also, so not in any warehouse per se. With this comes the need for flexibility in the different routes, because the stock can be at one branch or could be at another branch, and you want to be able to fetch this stock really on every branches to be able to satisfy the client at its best. And one of the main point of the need for this client was that he needed to have a really big flexibility in the return date. So we're talking about an industry that is mostly doing sales in the construction domain, construction industry. They usually don't know what will be the final date or the final time when they will be able to return the equipment, because the construction sites are, well, in Canada, at least they are in the sorry, they're really late, so it can occur, and they are susceptible to the change in temperature and everything. So they don't really know what is the return date that is going to be needed. And we needed, of course, the syncing with the pickings for the delivery and the receipts. And since the main equipment that is rented is some equipment with softwares on it, we had to have a component support and to be able to link several products with their serial number, and also to be able to account for the rental stock as accounting assets, because as I said, an equipment can be worth $50,000. So we have to, as an accounting process, to have it as an asset rather than simply some usual stock with a valuation, with a classic valuation. So for the solution design, This is the architecture that we came up with. So you can see it's really a suite of several modules. I'll walk you through it. The main module is the module sale rental. We have the stock rental, that is the glue between the possibility to rent something and the binding with the sale process and the sale order. We have the possibility to manage kit with this suits of with this group of module with the sales kit and product kit, to be able to rent a whole kit instead of just one product. And then we have some modules that are linked to the accounting and the account asset management. Well, the modules that of the OCA, which works pretty well. So we made a module to be able to convert some classic stock to assets and to be able to rent them in a rental location. And then we have some modules that help us to manage the linking between some products that are softwares with some products that are equipment, to be able for them to be managed in one operation, and for the user to be able to just think about the equipment and not about the softwares that comes with it. And finally, we did some models just to add some flexibility in the different routes, to be able to add some transit in the delivery or in the receipt of some projects, just so the client wasn't obligated to know beforehand in which branches the stock would be taken, or in which branches it would be delivered, or that the client would return it to, because it happens that the client will rent an equipment in one branches and return it in some other branches. So I'll do a quick overview of the different modules. As I said, I'll just walk you through it. If anybody wants afterwards a more detailed demo, or a real demo, or for me to show them some specific about the module, I'll be happy to it. Just reach out to me. So the main module, sale rental, works this way. We can specify a product that would be rented. So this is really the stockable product, and we associated it a rental service that will be used for the calculation of the number of time and to do the price for a number of days, for example. So for now, we support days, but we could add other unit of measure in the future. But for the client, days was enough. And then we have also the possibility to rent some kit, and the kits are detailed in the form of the article, and we can define the different components that are included in this kit. Then we have also the possibility to add some buffer. It's more in the details, but for the client to have some more flexibility between the time that he enters the reception or the delivery of an article and and the time that will be counted and invoiced for the client. So we have a new menu rental in which we can go to the quotation or the orders. It's really a classic sale order that we're using. We're not using another model, another technical model to do it. We're doing it all in the sale order, and the sale order will be a sale order of rental in which we will be able to define the date from and the date to which the rental will be executed, and then we can add some line. So we add really the stockable product that we want to rent, and then automatically the rental service products that is associated to the stockable product will be automatically added as a new line. As you can see, also we did a bit of UI to add some indentation to make sure that it was clear that we add a main product and the services, and we'll see it in a bit, also the different components that are part of a kit. So the service cannot be modified apart from the different dates, so the date from and the date to that are specified for the time frame of the rental. And we added also a logic to calculate, of course, the number of days and so the quantity of the line depending on the different date and the buffers that I mentioned just earlier. When we confirm the sale order with the module stock rental that configures different routes, we have a delivery and a receipt that are automatically created for this product. And if we go in this transfer, we can see, of course, just the stockable product that will be sent to the client, and then after that will be receipt as well. And then something also that was important for the client, so that we manage the dates according to the event that are occurring in real time. So if I deliver my product on a certain date, we want the date from to be automatically updated to reflect the date in which we started the rental and we gave it to the client. And the other way around is also true. So if I entered a date in which the rental is finished, but my client is returning it like 2 days later or 2 weeks later, we also want to be able for the system to automatically put the real date that the product was returned, so that the user doesn't have to think about it and to do any sort of calculation, and the system really just do it by itself. And then we have also the possibility for the renting of kits. So as you can see, I can add a kit, and then the component that were specified on the product will be added as well to the quotation. So this is combining with another models, but it gives us the possibility to do a rather advanced usage of the kits and to really specify some equipments that are more important than other, because we have the equipment and the accessories, and we can reorder or change any accessories that will be rented with the main equipments, but the equipments in a kit are kind of untouchable, because it's really what defines the price, and that is associated for the rental service. So for the cell kit, as I said, we can define a kit and really add it to the sale order. The logic will be really the same as with a single product. So we'll manage the delivery and the reception of all the different components that are in the kit. And as I said earlier, you have really the ability to reorder different parts or to add some accessories to the kit with some reference to the kit. So if I want to add a third accessory, I can add it to my kit 1, and it will be counted in the same package, in the same price for my whole kit. So this is for the renting part, and we also have some models that allows us to convert some classic product to rental products, and so I can really convert some stock to facilitate the day-to-day work of the employees, and this stock will go in the good location. We can associate the serial number to do the swap of serial number, because it's two different products that are using a different accounting valuation. And we can also, when doing the swap, we can also assign an asset profile that will give the ability to create an asset from the stock that I'm converting, so that an asset will be automatically created for an equipment of $50,000 that I would be converting to make it a rental product. And then we have some models that gives us the ability to bind equipment with software using the serial number. And afterwards, when doing some receipt or doing some delivery, we just have to care about the equipment that is moving, that is on the picking, and automatically the system will take care of shadow moves, so that the component that is linked, so the software that is linked with the equipment, is also moved at the same time, but the user doesn't have to input the quantity and to confirm everything for their software, because it's taking into account that the two are linked. And it's more of a detail, but we manage all the accounting entries that are created, so that we can keep a clean accounts between the stock moves that are automatically generated. And finally, we have the modules that can help us to add more flexibility in the different routes or in the different delivery and receipt, so that we can, in a picking for a delivery order, for example, we can add some transit. So a transit can be a truck of an employee that is input as a location in Odoo, and when adding a transit, so for example a truck, to make sure that the stock is that the stock that we know that the stock, we know at all time where some stock is. When adding a transit, we have a modification of the existing picking and a creation of a new picking, so that we have two picking to manage. So one for the item to go in the truck, so that the person can confirm that it is in his truck, and then another movement so that the person, when he delivers some items to a branch or to a client, for example, he can confirm that it's no longer in its possession and he really has delivered it. And we can add transit. We can add any number of transit to cut a picking into, so it's really flexible, and the client has all the tools needed to manage some funky routes that we couldn't really know in advance. So this is really to give you a quick overview of the different puzzle pieces that that we develop for the client. Really, it's a quick overview, so I would be happy to talk about it more if some of you have more precise questions or one more a more precise demo as well. The modules are still in the testing phase. It's not in production yet. We will make those modules available on our GitHub. Some of them are already available if they are in public repositories, because it's more of a puzzle pieces than the main functionalities. But once it's in production, we will be making them available. So if anyone wants to contribute, we will be happy for it. So thanks for your attention. I'm happy to answer any questions, or if you want to discuss about the classic needs of the rental modules as well, because it can be applied to different industries.
Well, thank you for your talk, Quentin. I do have a question. As I see, there is no any other question. So it is, I've seen that the modules are apparently only in your repository under Numigi. The silly question is why they are not in the OCA? And if not, I mean, what do you think is blocking to go there?
Well, for the moment, it's really because we are not using them in production, so we don't have some real return or real experience with the clients with them. So we would be happy to contribute them to the OCA sale repository. Really.
So you mean that usually your policy is, as long as it's not in production, you don't go for OCA?
Yeah, we prefer to have some real usage of the modules before, because we're not maintaining it per se actively, since it's not.
No, that's okay. That's okay. But also, yeah, talking about maintenance, I mean, you could have much more help, because I mean, if you put it in the OCA and there is someone that is interested, you can get a bug fix for free or a migration for free. And the sooner you put it there, the better. And also you can get feedback on, I don't know, maybe someone spots a permission issue or performance issue, whatever. So, I mean, if there is no consistent overlap with something that is already there, so that you have to refactor everything on top of something else, I'd recommend to do it this way, like go OCA first since the beginning. Also because in the long term, you're gonna have to like spend quite some time to clean it up and make it available on the OCA. While if you do it beforehand, it's done since the beginning, at least.
Yeah. Well,
just a suggestion, but
yeah. To be honest, when we are in a development phase, to have a third party that is included in the whole process can be more time consuming. So that's why we're usually, when we're ready, we're doing the work to be to extend it to everybody.
Yeah, I know. I mean, this is one of the usual arguments against going OCA since the beginning. But the truth is that if you do it since the beginning, and actually if you do it for every project, so it's part of your standard project workflow, is going to be easier and easier on each iteration. At least this is what I've seen in all my projects. And of course, yes, it adds a little bit of delay or maybe more discussion, but in the long term, it pays back. Okay, so this little overhead that you put on top of the development process is going to pay back sooner or later.
That's a good point. If it has to be integrated, in the process.
Yeah, exactly. That's the key point. So you cannot just do it from time to time, because you're gonna lose way more time. It should be integrated since the beginning. But I could give you like 2 stupid examples. So I don't know if you know the module Web Export View.
Yep.
Okay, so I did that in version 6. Okay, and then 6 or 6.1. Anyway, I completely forgot about that. I never touched it anymore, if not for some review. And that module landed on version 13 without me having to take care of it, nor my former companies having to take care of it. Yeah. Apply this to all the modules that you could put there in the life cycle of your customer's project. See? Anyway, I know that you got the point.
Yeah.
Simone, this is worth its own talk. I don't think we have a talk about this. It's really.
We could go on for the day with this subject.
Because there's a recipe here that many people haven't figured out, and maybe if it's shared, it's easy for other people. It's like Simone says, if we include it since the beginning, it's much easier than if you include it only at the end. Then it's overhead.
Yeah. But you see, it's also, for instance, take the WMS, the shop floor app, okay?
Yep.
The app that Cam2Cam and together with me that we developed. I mean, the strategic choice was also, I mean, it's not just about, of course, a little bit of marketing, but a strategic choice about the maintenance is very important. I mean, because what we've built is not just a simple module. It's quite complex. It's going to be a burden to maintain alone. So the investment that we made and that Cam2Cam made was, okay, we work on this, but then we release it public so that the effort of the migration, the bug fixing and improvement is not just on the Cam2Cam side. This is a key point of view.
Yeah.
And if you apply this to the myriad of modules that nowadays every company works on in customer projects, it pays back. It pays back a lot. And anyway, Daniel, I'm gonna give a talk to the OCA Days Italian version, and I will stress about this.
So make sure you have then English subtitles added to the video.
No, I'm going to use the slides in English. Actually, they are sort of a common work between me and Frederick, the talk he gave today. So I extended it a little bit. So slides in English, but I will talk in Italian. Anyway, let's see if there is any other question there. Seems not. You're a little bit unlucky because of this time frame is for us is the weekend about to start.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
probably everyone
I
in
forgot.
Europe is going to move in. Okay. So there is a question in the chat. There's been a conversation on the contributors mailing list in the beginning of this year about new rental vertical. Not much traction by then. Here in Germany, a quite similar project was developed in the meantime. It is in production already. There should be a join of forces. Hey, you see?
Yeah,
That's exactly the point. So both of you worked on something similar, and none of you knew it before today. So the point is that if you put it there where everyone could see it, well, you could join the forces beforehand. And of course, this will imply that maybe you have the two companies or the two integrators have to spend more time in agreeing of what goes in the common stuff and what stays in private. But again, it's going to pay back, and then the maintenance will be on you guys and not just on Numiji or on you, Ben. So, well, probably you should talk to each other and then decide what goes to the OCA.
Yeah, I don't see who posted this question. Could you?
Is in the chat. Ben Bridge or Bridge.
Okay, thank you. I'll reach out to you, Ben. Then.
Well, you can continue chatting in Discord. Okay. So the time is gone, Kenton. So thank you very much for your talk.
Thank you very much.
And please take time to do some cherry picking and move into the OCA. Okay.
Will do.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Have a good weekend.
You too. Bye. So next we're gonna have an Ask Me Anything session for the board. Daniel, you are here already, and I think also Joel.
I'm here.
Where do I see the chat?
Here with my coral T-shirt.
I didn't see your reply there. No, I never seen that. Maxime, allowed to talk.
I don't know. This was available for purchase on the store. I don't remember we discussing this color. So okay, maybe this is a unique piece. Let me get it.
Promote to panelists. I'm promoting you guys as panelists. Ciao, Joel.
Ciao.
Okay, we're all panelists now. Okay.
Hey.
I have a question for the board.
You're not allowed to make questions.
You get out.
You're not allowed.
Let me mute the guy.
Who is joining next year?
Next question.
We have up until the 9th of November to decide, I think.
Till the 9th. Okay, good to know this.
Ciao,
How are you, Maxime?
I'm good.
Hello.
I don't know what's worse, waking up early during 2 months to organize this, or making a trip to Belgium.
Well, I think Graham got the point.
Yeah, Graham has the answer for that. He surely knows what his option is.
Not enough beer, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Same.
On the other hand, I'm glad I proposed to have an online event last spring, given the overall situation.
Yeah.
And I think it turned out better than the Odoo experience. I mean, it was more fun to have the Discord with the chat than just attending video conferencing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do
So,
not see much people here, by the way.
yes.
Just us.
I see 8
Yes, panelists 8,
Oh.
attendees 8.
Ben,
okay.
Ben
No,
is
it's
raising
not the
his
same
hand.
person. It's not the same persons.
Ben is raising his hand.
Allow to talk.
No, Frederic.
No.
You can allow Frederic to talk. I guess he deserved it.
Yeah.
Nice of you guys. Hi, hi.
Hi, hi.
Hey, Ben.
Hey.
Hi, Ben.
Do you have a question?
You have been very active in these OCA Days, OCA Days, Ben.
Actually, we need to prepare an emergency response on Lesbos the next weekend, so it was no time for nothing this week besides for that, unfortunately.
An emergency response.
Yes. So it's like a Sorry, guys, my daughter didn't have a nap this noon, so she just came in and in a horrible mood. Yeah, we're supporting 2 German nonprofits organizations, which are running a medical facility on Lesbos in the next 2 months.
Okay.
Oh, I found the answer from Graham. I prefer a 30-hour flight and drinking solid for a week, if I'm being honest. Drinking solid.
That was what I was referring to.
Canton, you have a question?
No, I'm
just trying the button to raise your hand.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not quite good with Zoom, as you saw.
Neither are we.
Well, these 2 days I learned
a lot of progress.
It was a crash course, right?
I mean, we are all now kind of Zoom experts, are we? More or less.
Well, more experts than 2 days ago, at least.
No, that will only be when you learn how to remove me from the blacklist on this. Someone blacklisted me. Actually, I know who was, and I couldn't get into the room. So I had to impersonate some OCA account to get in.
I mean, Graham is also impersonating one other's account, right? As I did this morning. So we have 2 Simones around us.
OCA Graham.
No, actually, the point is that I tried changing the name and it was local. It worked. It was great so that we were not messing up anymore with who's logged in here, who's logged in there. And then I tried also with a picture and it's like, oh, okay, it works. But that's global, unfortunately. And I roll it back, but it seems that it's cached somehow for Graham.
Yes, even the credentials are somehow cached. I mean, I had similar issues when logging into the system once in a while. And in the first day, I had issues with because I had tried to log in and connect YouTube the night before we started with the OCA credentials, and then I used my own ones, and kind of didn't work out in the first place, so I couldn't access the inaugural talk of Joël.
Yeah, that's true. I also faced a similar problem today. Even when I logged in as one of the OCA accounts and following the link, I was still rejected in the room because it was using the cached credentials, and I had to manually enter the room number and actually log in directly from the client to work around that. So it's strange behaviors with the Zoom client.
I hope this is recorded.
Yeah.
Question for Jordi.
Oh yeah, I was about to say something nasty, so good that
No,
I didn't do it.
it's recorded and it's being live on
on
YouTube. So
Yes.
people may not be here in the room, but they are watching us. There's
I'm not sure. Is it recorded?
Is it record? Yes, we recorded.
Okay, no, because when I share my screen, I don't see the controls, which sucks. Okay.
Yeah, I see a recording red light at the top left next to the live on YouTube.
Okay.
By the way, I on the training track, I left the keys to the last presenter, Luis Felipe. So it was like, okay, this is the keys. Bye bye. So he's now going to stop the recording and stop the streaming when he's finished, because they were delayed in the Brazilian localization. Not something I'm very concerned about, and it was the last talk.
Jordi, when can you expect the video to be available on YouTube for each of the?
So now Judith has started to process, so she's accessing the videos that you uploaded. I uploaded the track, the talks track or training tracks, sorry. And so she has started to download all the material. I think the question is what would be the opening and closing template we should use, and she can certainly propose something about it. But so she's working on it, and she will be working on this next week full time.
So
I
at the end of next
expect that, I mean, she's very, it's very experienced. So I believe that we'll have starting results at the beginning of the week.
Can you start publishing videos as you go, as soon as they are ready? Like
we could cut and them and publish them raw, maybe without opening.
That's
and
extra
closing.
work. Maybe it's not worth the trouble for a few days. It's not worth the trouble because it's extra work. You need to rework later. So it's so like if you process the first day morning all videos and complete that, you could then publish them instead of waiting for finishing everything. That's what I mean.
Yeah. As soon as we finish a block, then we can publish, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So you probably have 4 blocks, right? 2 tracks, 2 days.
Yes, exactly.
But by the way, my son found something that I most probably gonna sell in the future. Is somebody interested in a nice piece of modern software technology?
We've had enough of this.
In some respects, this is 25 years old.
Man, I'm that old. But it was in fact not my first operating system. I used an Amiga first. So Amiga OS was my first operating system.
Those are very interesting questions, guy.
I'm going to dig out my DOS diskettes then.
Thought I wasn't expecting such a questions, but
when can we expect the website to be migrated to 13?
What was the
WordPress, you mean?
Jordi left the room. He did not like the joke.
I think, yeah, let's discuss this offline. No, but it was great that you managed to pull this together in the last week. I think I personally struggled quite a lot, but it ended quite well. I mean, the feedback in this, it's very positive.
Yes.
Just try to solicitate questions, but yeah, I think we should be proud of this event. I mean, for being the first time, not bad. We should just probably find a better way to cover the slots and make sure people show up.
So I'm happy about, so there are some achievements here. So the online organization, sure, we learned a lot. I think in a future event, we'll do some things differently. Still, things ended up working, okay? Even though there's some last minute things, but things ended up working. And my feeling was that this event was first a knowledge sharing event with very interesting talks, and second, a code sprint. It was the other way around all the other events. So it was always a code sprint that at some point we added, last 2 years, we added some talks. And well, last year there were quite a few, but so I looked at the agenda. There are a lot of interesting topics there. And I watched some of the presentations and they were interesting. You didn't have that commercial feeling that were people selling things to you like you have a bit in other similar conferences, if you know what I mean. And it was very interesting and we had very good content here. I'm unsure about how the code sprint worked because I was not able to get much involved. I don't know if the code sprint worked as well as in other years.
Well, from my point of view, at least the experience that I got from other conferences like Plan conferences or EuroPython, you usually have the conference first and then 2 days of sprints.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that helps.
Okay.
I mean, separate the two things helps people focus on the right thing when they want. I mean, and also if you want to sprint during the days of the conference, you can do that.
And it gives chairs and speakers a chance to sprint also.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because
my big regret.
I could barely review pull requests, let alone code anything, because we were just hopping around through things and I had quite a few presentations. And I can't concentrate if I have an upcoming presentation. I can't do deep thinking on anything. So yes, if we structured like that, I would be much more active in the code sprint too also. But again, there's a limited number of hours or days we can dedicate to this. So I don't think I could be like 4 days.
If you want to do a code sprint, I have one next week on Friday and Saturday. I'm doing Friday on Tuesday to as a workshop, and code sprint is Friday and Saturday.
On what?
On the OCA. That's the event that's on a website. It's a conference I attended last year in Guadalajara, and they are doing it online next week. So they have a workshop during the first 2 or 3 days of the week. I'm giving an Odoo workshop on Tuesday, and the sprint is Friday and Saturday.
Okay. I'll try to do that, because if I get ahead of my work earlier in the week, I could dedicate my my Friday afternoon, that will be your morning, probably.
And also one good point is that many sprint topics could come from after the talks. So people see that someone else worked on an interesting topic and they can just propose it for the sprint.
It's a good point.
Get
There
more
are good
synergy,
seeds. Yeah,
probably.
there are good seeds for collaboration work there. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what is also true is the time we can reasonably dedicate to that. I mean, if you do two days talk and then 2 days code sprint, it's almost a full
No.
week.
No.
I'm not sure people will be able to spend, and we can also see that, for example, today we had less attendees than the first day, and that's also probably due to the fact that look, people has a lot of other matter to deal with. Plus, it's very close still to the Odoo experience. I mean, it was in the same month, so you already have to dedicate some time for this. At the end of the day, it starts to be a lot of days out of October months.
That we can split.
And, yeah,
maybe
yes.
What you mean split? Make it later?
Yeah, like so October, 2
November?
days of conference, and November, 2 days of sprint. And of course, in any case, we should try to gather more collaborators on board, maybe involving the delegates a bit more.
Mhm.
Probably we didn't push that much on this.
When
Stefan,
did we
you are silent.
No,
I have a
not much
question
to
for
add
the
so
board.
far.
Who published the Coral T-shirt option on Spreadshirt?
Is there?
It's there. I bought it
No.
from there. It's not a problem with my washing machine.
No, come on.
No, really, it was there as an option. I'm not sure if that's an accident. I bought it a bit later. I had to go through the more expensive delivery option, or it wouldn't arrive on time. But it was there in the European shop.
On the sales?
In the European shop?
Yeah, look.
Oh, then it's my mistake.
Am I the only one with the
No,
Coral
wait, I don't
t-shirt?
see it. I'm in an Italian one and I don't see it. But
Then
you
it
can,
maybe
maybe you can you can customize it, maybe.
No, it was an
No,
option. I
usually
just
not.
selected
Usually
from the
not.
colors. It was a color option.
Now,
I
there's
had-
a couple of options. I think one of my Yannick find a way to remove the sponsors at the back of the shirt, I think.
Oh, so the white is gone and now you have coral. Okay.
But that wasn't me.
So I have an almost unique T-shirt. Is that it? That was.
No, I'm gonna buy it now.
It's a collector one, my friend. It's a collector one.
that was my. That's how I thought about it. Let me pick this one. Maybe it's horrible. I don't care. It's unique, but it's not. It's actually. I think it's quite nice.
It suits you well, Daniel.
Absolutely.
How many t-shirts did we sell?
I don't know.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
I think we got. I could infer from the money. I just got an email that says we earned 165 money in 165 euros in commission, and I think it's like $2 each, $2.50 or $5 each for a T-shirt. So it should be somewhat around 80. No,
We're not gonna get rich, huh?
No. We don't get rich, but that was not the plan, right?
No, I know.
I thought I thought a moment whether I should take off the whole commission to say, okay, let's get it for people without commission. But then I thought, no, we are scarce on money. I'm the treasurer, so let's get the commission, because that is usual. You had you could have reduced like $2 or what, and give the whole commission to whole commission away. So basically, but that regard, we got 165 euros in commission on.
Yeah, still, my feeling is that the spreadshirt guys keep a lot for them.
Yes. Exactly.
Well, I mean, they invest a lot in their IT, and you can see that from the money they make by the T-shirts. Of course,
Yeah.
it's not the cheapest option.
Yes, and
So if you get the design,
it's not a very interesting commission if I wanted to sell customized T-shirts on the internet. It's not our case, right? We're not here to make money on this, but it's not an interesting deal.
But you go there and you do what you want. I mean, you just have to sell some equipment and.
But your commission is low, right?
Yeah, run your own website then.
but I think that this is not the ordinary use case they address. What they address usually is
baby.
Home.
Oh,
baby
it's my son.
No.
So the use case is they would like to have people on board that do great designs and then sell single items for a reasonable price and not mass production of the similar item. Because if you have a similar item mass produced, there are definitely better options than this, but not shipping to the whole world.
Okay.
Hey, changing subject. I think one of the really good things of this sprint, these OCA Days, is the fact that the people could talk about the how to contribute, and finally it's on video. So we should put really this on the top front on the web, right? And to help people on board more easily.
Did you watch that talk?
No, I didn't watch any talk. I was moderating.
No, but you should learn from me. You just wear 2 headsets, one ear, and you're done.
You have a conflict and you merge in the middle.
Yeah, at one point I was just, okay, now let me check some email. Okay, I should answer in the chat. And I was kind of going burnout.
No, very distracting. So it was very difficult to focus.
Yes.
But that's, we know. But I think people appreciate that, the possibility to now to download the videos.
Yes.
That's really cool.
We produced, even if there's now on these later talks, there's few people attending, it's valuable for the content that's being recorded and saved. So it's valuable for, it's valuable for my company. If I only have 5 attendees, I'll have a talk in 1 hour. At least it's valuable for you. I had this talk in the OCA and we have the video, and that's valuable on itself.
I agree. Guys, I will definitely have to leave you. I just give you a big thanks for all you did to organize this event, guys. You had also to deal this with a few of me this time. So a big hug from abroad. I also have to. Yeah, I stay far. For now, it's not that terrible, but it's really up and down a bit every hours or couple of hours. I see my wife is waving me, and I think she needs me for caring a bit about the kids now.
Sure.
So I will go. I'm looking forward to talk to you next. Thanks for everything. It was really a great event. And I think, as you said, it's really cool. We could publish this video. That's also will trigger attention to that for people who weren't able to attend the talk. This is really great. So send you big hugs.
Thank you.
Take care.
Okay,
Ciao, Joel. Take care.
Bye.
Ciao. Bye.
So actually, Jordi, I did the presentation on how to contribute. And I thought about the slide structure last night about 8 p.m. and I prepared the slides 20 minutes before the presentation. There was quite some improvisation, but there was a game plan there. So I could do it in 10 minutes, just saying, so this is how you can contribute X, Y, Z. But I try to give some broader introduction, why it's important to contribute and who can contribute. So I spent most of the time on that. I hope it's a good talk because it goes beyond just plain how to contribute. I try to mobilize people and explain why they should contribute, why it's important, why you should give without expecting anything in return. So I talked a bit about it. I'm curious, I was talking, so I'm curious how it turned out.
Yeah.
I hope it turns out good.
I think we should
there.
We should probably on this content structure a bit and put on the website maybe links to the by topic or something like that, so that even when we have different recordings in next years, there is a place where you see, hey, how to get started, how to, right?
Oh, actually, there's a problem right now with the Slides app. Last year's presentations are not accessible. The slides, they don't open. I confirmed that. I had people complaining, so I'm not sure what's happening there.
Yeah, there is an HTTPS issue. I'm not sure what it is, but we'll have to look into that.
I gave it a short look. The linked resources. Oh, Maxime is saying goodbye.
Yeah, I gotta leave. I just wanted to thanks everyone and mostly for the organization and mostly someone that's not here right now. It's Rebecca.
Yes,
definitely.
Yeah.
Okay,
She was key.
Let's keep it in the record. Like,
and thank you,
Thank
all.
you, Maxime.
Bye.
Ciao, Max. See you.
So, Stefan, I was saying I had a quick look. It seemed that the resources were linked through HTTPS, so it was not something obvious to fix. I'm not sure what it is.
It will be fixed automatically with the migration, right?
Of course.
Anyway.
If not, we'll complain to Pedro. This was working before. What do you mean? He won't see this recording, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Indeed, I think we can be proud of this first
I think
conference.
I think in the next conferences, maybe we should do more emphasis on the recording, right? Even if they are physical, right?
And I get the feeling that the YouTube presentation was also important for some people. At some point when I was locked out of this room, I followed through YouTube, and there was quite some people there, even some of them making questions, although those were unattended. So the moderator in the next event should watch questions on both channels.
Oh.
But maybe we can just use Zoom for the presenter and stream it to YouTube via Zoom, since it works well. Perhaps it's easier to join, and we can still keep Discord and use Discord for the chat.
And Discord was great because it allowed you to follow up discussion. So you finish your presentation, Q&A is short, and you can follow up with people on Discord. And there's, or at least while the next talk is going on, you have half an hour to answer questions, and that was very good.
Yeah. Also, I don't know about the track 2 because I've been most of the time on track 1, but I don't think the webinar mode is really needed, because that was the point for having the other license, right?
Yeah.
And we dealt without it on the other track easily. I mean, people were just respecting the.
Yeah, I think a small meeting just for the presenter, and then use something else for the questions, like Discord.
I wonder what was the maximum number of attendees, because maybe we could,
it was 500 or 300, so way
300?
more than we,
5. So 500? It's 100 with the without the webinar.
Maximum, the actual maximum that we reach.
Around 50, I think.
I don't know.
Maybe
50,
with
60 maybe in the big ones. But,
but the point is that I mean, this number should be divided with YouTube. So
Yeah.
you got a lot of people
Correct.
Yes.
on YouTube.
Mhm.
Straight. So
But maybe if we have at 100 maximum at the
Mhm.
same time on both.
Yeah.
Guys, I have to leave talk with Alexis. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you for your great job.
Yeah,
Okay,
thanks you
thank
all.
you. Thank you, Jordi.
You-
Bye.
Ciao.
So we're still officially in the Ask Me Anything, I believe. So remember, we're live and we're recording, and we do have some talks next.
Well, I'm gonna leave now as well. So thank you, everyone. Great job, and see you. I don't know. Maybe next week we're gonna do a debriefing, or we wait for the next round.
Maybe
for-
wait for the next. I think it wants some rest from weekly meetings, right?
Indeed.
I will
Okay.
be on holiday anyway, so thank you, everybody.
Have a nice weekend.
It was a great pleasure working with you again.
Yep.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you, Frederick.
Bye.
Bye. Good
Bye.
evening all.
Bye.
Good evening.
Have a nice
Okay. So if we look at the agenda, we have at 6 p.m. So that's already gone, right? So we should
Yes.
have the code
Next
sprint.
in 40 minutes.
Oh, it's going next, right?
The next talk is in 40 minutes, sales VAT tax compliance with Avatar Connector by yourself, Daniel.
Yes. Yes. It's a very exciting topic. Lots of attendees here, so it will be a great talk.
Enjoy.
But we do have 2 more talks, and I worry about who's staying here as a host.
Good question.
Rich Radford.
Rich Radford. Great.
But
And
you will need help to open the.
I
Yeah,
can stay a bit more. I don't have a hard stop until 8:30. So
Are
I
you
think I can
able
stay
to,
around.
steal the host?
If I can steal the host, maybe I can. So who's the host? No one. No,
If you're
Green.
logged
Green
in
is the
as
host.
info, maybe you can do that.
Yeah, probably.
Okay, panelists. I'm afraid not. I should have a button there. Or that's a right click or a left click on the
Right click on yourself, I think.
on myself. I have no rename and add profile picture.
That's all you have. Oh la la.
But I'm logging in with info. So maybe I should be logged in with one of the other.
What you should do, I think, is leave
and
reconnect, and you should be able to become the host here.
Okay, let me try that.
Let's try that. We stay here for
yeah, we stay.
Okay. Okay.
The great mysteries of Zoom.
And you were? Sorry. Oh no. Run bot way.
Yes.
I'm back.
Yes.
And you're the host. Congratulations.
Oh yeah, I have a lot of buttons here.
Yay.
Polls and Q&A and participants. And I'm the host. Yes, let me rename this for minimizing confusion.
Okay.
And what you can do, Daniel, is share the first slide of your talk for the next half hour. So
It's still 40 minutes, but
Yeah.
let's I can do that.
Since it's still live on YouTube, so people can see what's next.
So at this point, we're being recorded and we're being listened by the attendees here and by people on YouTube. So there's probably a way to avoid this, where there's a place where the panelists can talk between themselves and not having that sound going towards the participants.
Yes, you have to mute yourself in Zoom, and then you can discuss on a voice channel on Discord.
Okay, so it's not a feature here.
Yep.
I was wondering if sending all people to the waiting room until the talk starts would be something that makes sense or not.
That's only if you want to take the risk of stopping the broadcast on YouTube.
Okay,
and restarting
I don't.
it.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll stop the recording now.
Yep. Don't forget to start it again afterwards.
And indeed, Daniel, don't forget, because I will not be here, so don't. Oh, I cannot.
Okay.
So Daniel,
You,
it's up to you to
only
stop
Daniel
it.
can.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Let me. I minimized Zoom. Okay. Now I'm back. So I'm not sharing. I'm sharing my screen, right?
No.
No, just your camera.
Yeah, of course.
Just
I'm not. No, I'm not. I didn't click on the share button. That's why.
Oops.
So now I am.
Okay.
And
it's still recording, so you need to.
Yes, I didn't do that yet. I want to move out of. I'm struggling here to. So this is in full screen mode, and I don't want full screen mode.
Yeah, but you must stop sharing, otherwise you don't have access to the controls.
So okay, yeah, stop sharing now. So okay, there's a button there at the top, so I can pause or stop.
Yeah, just stop it.
So I paused it.
Yeah,
Maybe
and don't
pausing
forget to
is
restart it.
Okay.
With the talk.
And live on YouTube is here. I can stop live streaming, but maybe
No, but
it's better
leave it.
don't not touch it.
Yeah, don't touch it until the end.
For safety.
Yeah.
Good. And let me see, anyone's going to stick around? Ray won't join probably, right? It's late for him.
Yeah.
Sure. I can make host. That probably removed the host from me, so maybe it's not safe.
Don't do that. But, you can make a rich co-host when he joins, and that's the best.
Yes, and I see I can promote attendees to panelists.
Yes.
So I see the option, so that's good. Okay, I think I
Okay.
have all I need. I'll be host and I'll do this presentation. And so it'll be recorded. So
Great.
people who may have interested in this may have a look at it later.
Yeah, great. Okay, thanks.
Leave you there.
For all the work, and have a nice weekend. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, bye. Hello, Rich.
Daniel, how are you, sir?
I'm good. And how are you?
Good. You're wrapping it up. It's late for you, though, in beautiful Sintra. I saw this really cool photo of some castles or something in Sintra the other day. So
there are a few.
Really colorful. Oh, it's beautiful. I thought, wow, it's nice. Is it beautiful fall weather there right now?
It's I believe the title is United Nations Heritage, World Heritage Site, something like that. So it's it has some recognition. Yeah, so my co-hosts, they're all away. I'm the only one left. So they just said, so now it's up to the Pacific guys to take over. I'm an Atlantic guy, but I'm still here.
Yeah, because like for poor Rebecca and Graham, it's like 6 o'clock in the morning. So if they've been up all night watching the different presentations.
No, they've taken. I think they probably went late to bed, but they're probably sleeping now. It's been the other people from Central Europe have been around until a few minutes ago.
Kind of an early evening thing, finishing up your code sprint and the Ask Me Anything on the OCA Days.
Yes, we did the Ask Me Anything. I don't think the code sprint wrap up and ended up. There was not a lot of people here, so I'm not sure how that turned out. But we did the Ask Me Anything, which we don't have a lot of attendees right now, but still we'll respect the ones we have here and continue, and we'll have the recordings. Other people probably are expecting to see this later on. So we have now 3 more talks. I'll have one next, and we have 2 afterwards. So I could probably just.
I'll stay on till the end.
Sorry?
Oh, I'll stay on totally till the end. I'm here with Ben, Jessica, and Wolfgang.
Sure. I will promote you to host. You've been host before, right?
Yes, that's fine. That'll be great. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to promote you to hosts. So you're the host now, and I'm not co-host. You can then promote the next panelists. I'll be around for a while, but probably I'll leave at some point. But yes, you have, I think, all the powers to promote the next people.
Sure. Great. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll give another couple of minutes, and then we'll get started with your presentation, I think, don't you think? Looks like Jen's on. Mosai.
Okay, yes. So no need to promote the panelist right now, and unless you prefer that, but can you check that you have the powers to promote?
I do, yeah. I can just right-click and says promote to panelist, and no problem.
Exactly. Okay. Okay, I'm already sharing my screen. It's being recorded so that we can then publish the videos later on. So that's taken care of. Just following on with the agenda.
Yeah.
I believe I have everything prepared. I'm planning to do also a live demo. So my slides are up. So let's give it a couple of minutes to the scheduled time, and we'll get started.
I really loved your Odoo talk yesterday, the migration. That was excellent. And so certainly Virginie, they're going through one up there in Belgium now. She got a ton out of that. So, because it's very daunting. You had some great, I thought that the most brilliant thing was, Daniel, is when you're writing these modules and you're developing this code, what are you doing to make sure it's going to make it easier to migrate it,
Yes.
It's very important.
It was a good thought exercise for me. So thinking about, so what are we doing right, and what we have found that didn't work before? It was a good exercise preparing for those slides. So that was interesting too. So you learn when you force yourself to structure the ideas to present a message.
And you're a mathematician, so you're very systematic about it. And you're right, with the cron debt and the technical debt, how do you? So it's going to become more and more of an issue because since version 11, there's been a lot of people that have come into the Odoo, and with only being able to support it for version 14, 13, and 12, a lot of these 10 and 11 users are going to be migrating in the next year or so. So
yes.
It's very important.
Yes.
So we'll go ahead. Actually, Daniel, let's go ahead and start because it's the top of the hour. And just want to
Yes.
welcome everyone to our one of our last presentations of OCA Days on Friday. We're going to be hearing today from Daniel Rees, who of course is a vice president of the Odoo Community Association. Daniel is the managing director of open source integrators covering all of Europe, the Middle East, Africa, and Asian projects for the company. And grateful to have Daniel joining us because of course we all know Daniel as the author of many books on development, the Odoo Development Essentials, Odoo Developers Cookbook. Before that, Daniel worked for Securitas for 8 years, in which very cleverly, whenever they, as many enterprises do, you always have people that are users saying, I need this, I need that, and going out and buying a bunch of best of breed software. And instead of doing that, Daniel was able to use Odoo as a platform to solve many of those business problems with great functionality and custom development that he did. Also has a background in professional services, having worked at Capgemini before, and so for many years, and is just an excellent technical and functional consultant in Odoo. So Daniel, thank you for talking about the incredible legacy, the odyssey that you went through to develop the version 13 AVATAX connector. Can't wait to hear about that.
Thank you for the introduction, Rich. And my topic for this talk is about taxes and tax compliance. So we've been working on a connector to an online service that is able to take care for you all the complexities of taxes. And this connector is right now contributed and available in the OCA. And it's already doing a lot of great things, and I think it has potential to do even more. And my last slide is about a roadmap and how you can collaborate around that. So, and I'm excited to show you what we have and what it's available now. So, so our agenda for today is, first, I would like to discuss on what problem are we solving. So we're talking about taxes, we already know that, but exactly where is the complexity in taxes? Isn't just enough to do some configurations in Odoo and we're done with it? Not quite. So I'll explain you quite some scenarios where taxes get very complicated. And AVATAX is a possible solution for this problem. Of course, it may not be the only. It's still good for you to be aware of this option and identify for the scenarios you have, for the use cases you have, if it's an appropriate solution or not. I'll go through a live demo. So I'll just do a short walkthrough on how it looks like and how it's the look and feel of this in Odoo. And I'll share a roadmap and I'll be open to questions and answers. So what problem are we solving? So this is taxes. Taxes are hard, right? Nobody likes taxes, not only because you need to pay them, but because they're not simple, they're complex. But more complex than taxes are cross-jurisdiction taxes. And for example, you sometimes don't have a simple relation between a buyer and a seller. It can happen that you might have a triangle operation with a shipper in the middle. So then the place where the merchandise is shipped from or shipped to, or the place where the buyer is based or where the seller is based, all these can be relevant for accurately computing taxes. And again, this is not so simple because this is not homogeneous around different countries, around different states, even inside even on different regions of the same country. So the United States is a federation, and each state has their own tax regulations, and they vary a lot. They're very different. So it's next to impossible to someone selling to the whole US market to keep track of all the tax regulations, specific tax regulations on each state and on each county. And even if they didn't change, this would be already hard, but they continually change. So these regulations are not frozen in time, and they change from time to time. There are thresholds and nexus and a lot of known, for non-specialists, it's overwhelming. So I'm European based, and I began implementing this for specifically the US market. And I had this idea that the taxes in the US were so much simpler. And when it comes to companies, business to business, that's probably true. A lot of business to business relations are tax exempt. But when it comes to business to consumer, it's not that simple, because for business to consumer, taxes are probably even more complex than EU VAT. So for people from European Union listening to me, they're probably concerned with VAT, because VAT inside the EU is not trivial. Inside the same country, you can have, so like in the US, each country has its own tax regulations. And inside each country, you might have regions with different tax conditions. And depending on the kind of product, the same kind of product might have lower VAT rates in one country and not in the other. For example, in my country, in Portugal, we have at least 3 areas with different VAT taxes. So the mainland has tax rate, the islands of the Azores have a different tax rate, and the Madeira have different tax rate. And I know that in Spain the same happens, and I'm very sure there's a lot of other countries where similar things happen. And so this is not trivial for the EU. It's not trivial for the US. For the US, there's another complication, is that, so I said before that basically business to business relations are tax exempt. The US does not have VAT, but they do have a sales tax. It's like a consumer tax. But the thing is, when you're selling to a different company, you need to make proof through an exemption certificate that that business is not an end consumer, and you can apply for exemption. So while applying the tax is theoretically simple, you have this paper trail that you need to keep. If you have a tax audit, you need to prove that you're computing your taxes and applying tax exemptions properly. So it turns out that it's quite hard for people to keep compliant, for businesses to keep compliant with taxes. In the EU, we have other complications, like recently, e-services sold between EU countries, they should apply the VAT tax at the destination country. And there's even one service called the mini one-stop shop where you should apply so that you can pay your VAT taxes depending on the countries you're selling to. So this is supposed to be a simplification, but still all the concept behind this is still complex. And if you have an online shop selling for several countries in the EU, this is also a headache. So I'm not a tax specialist, so I'm an Odoo specialist. Still, I think I could convince you that there are here a lot of challenges on tax computation for non-trivial cases where you need to sell across several countries or several states. And this is actually very common in e-commerce platforms. So, and that's something that we see a lot of e-commerce platforms choosing Odoo as an ERP. So this is very relevant for Odoo. And what is Avalara? Avalara is a company that implemented a cloud service that promised taking care of all of this for you. So they have this cloud service called AVATAX that you basically, how this works is that your software sends a request to this service with all the relevant information for taxes. What is the seller's address, the buyer's address, the shipping from address, the shipping to address, the product details, and you send all this information there, and they promise you they'll compute the taxes, the correct taxes for you. And they also have this service of taking care of your tax returns, or filing your tax returns, or having prepared the correct information for your tax returns, so that you don't need to worry about that. For example, in the US, there are several states. You probably need to pay your taxes in several of these states, depending on what are your commercial transactions. And AVATAX helps you with this. So it's a valuable service. It's a paid service, although. So that's important. So our connector here is free. It's open source, free. Still, the backend service is not free. But it's still worth evaluating and see. Probably there's a good chance that the tax compliance assurance they'll give you outweigh the cost and brings value enough to outweigh the cost that the service has. So a word about the AVATAX Odoo connector that I'll be presenting today. So this was a module originally developed by Fabrice. It's the Americas director for Odoo. And they developed it and maintained it through versions 9, 10, and 11. And at version 12, they decided not to maintain it, I believe because they introduced the tax cloud module in the enterprise edition, and that is a free service in the US. It's a much simpler service, but it's free. And they decided to incorporate that in the Odoo 12 enterprise edition of Odoo to not let down the customers that were already running this module in their installations. They invited partners to maintain this connector and migrate it to version 12. So this happened, and at a later step, OSI, we decided that the OCA would be a good place to host this module, and we contributed the 13 version to the OCA, and it's now available in the OCA. Now, important, our contribution, unlike the original one, we changed the enterprise edition requirement. So the OCA version that we published is compatible both with the community edition and with the enterprise edition. So this is a great alternative because the official tax cloud that comes with Odoo is only for enterprise edition. So this is a good option for companies not running the enterprise edition. Also worthy of note is that this module went through an official certification process with Avalara, and we were awarded official certification. So this was tested and verified by Avalara engineers, and it's certified as it complies all the requirements for Avalara's requirements for the connector. A little bit more of history. So on version 12, we did significant work here, refactoring from the old SOAP API to the newer REST API. So this had some significant effort on itself. For version 12, we also struggled with significant changes in the Odoo tax engine. And on version 13, so that we wouldn't rest a lot on the results of our efforts, Odoo changed completely invoices, and they were refactored as account moves. So this also meant quite some significant effort moving code from one model to the other. And on top of all this, on all these versions, the Odoo tax engine was not built to be extended. And Avalara connector has requirements that the Avalara computed amount, tax amount, should be used at the cent with the precision of the cent. So we can't use the values computed by Odoo. We need to override those values, those amounts, with the ones computed by Avalara, because Avalara takes care for you of the correct rounding of the tax amounts. And it should override the ERP engine computing that. And that was not easy to achieve in Odoo because it was not built for you to be able to do that. One relevant link here, this is the repo where we are hosting this on account fiscal rule. So to be clear, initially, while this module was built to support the sales tax, US sales tax, so a good candidate might be the US localization repo. I know that AVATAX supports VAT, and it's an important use case for a lot of companies. So I decided to propose it to the account fiscal rule, which is the tax-related repo for the OCA, because my goal is this to serve not only specifically the US, but any region where that AVATAX supports, and have the OCA models also support those regions such as VAT in the EU. I know that Avalara is also working for the Brazilian market to compute taxes there, so that could be on the roadmap in the future. So there's a lot of other there's a lot of interesting things for the roadmap that make this generic enough to be on this repo and not on the US localization. So it's time to have here a short demo of how this looks like. So I'm bringing here my terminal. So I'm running right now an enterprise edition server. I'm bringing this window because I'll be showing you some interesting things of the inner workings in this terminal window. And I'm bringing here my running Odoo service, my running Odoo. So the flow starts with sales orders. So we can create a sales order, and at here, we select the customer, for example, open source integrators. Let me maximize this. Okay. And I see here some information on the exception numbers and codes. So this is the reason why this transaction or this customer might be exempt. This is configured and taken from the customer data. So I have here the default invoicing address, delivery address, and I can add products. So such as this customizable desk. And at this point, I don't have any taxes configured here. In older versions, you would see a button saying AVATAX here. So the trigger to say this tax is not computed by Odoo, but by the AVATAX service is the presence of an AVATAX button here. On version 13, we changed that, and instead of being an AVATAX code, the trigger to say which amounts should be computed by AVATAX, we move it to the fiscal position. So we're saying that this document is an AVATAX tax mapping. And this has this special use AVATAX API, meaning that the taxes by this document should not be computed by, should be automatically computed by an AVATAX API call. So right now I have 0 taxes here, and I can use this button to force the tax computation. So now I can have a quote with okay, here it is. So this 5.6% with a star here, this is an automatically computed by the AVATAX engine. So what happened behind the scenes is a call was sent to the AVATAX cloud service. I got a response, and the response told me that this document has $42 of taxes, and the tax applied on this line was 5.6%. And Odoo will automatically create this tax percentage if it's not available on the system. So we have a tax template with the appropriate configuration, such as the accounting, the accounts to be used, and it will use that as a template to create on the fly the missing tax percentages here. This was not so in the older versions of the connector. We had just an AVATAX button here. But that had a disadvantage. With this new approach of getting the tax percentages, I can get an estimation of what's the tax amount if I dynamically change information in the existing sale order line, or if I add a discount. So this is being done by Odoo. So Odoo is simulating the tax I'm going to have for this sale order. I know this is not the final amount because AVATAX must take over, and AVATAX is the one who should do the correct roundings. So this is an estimate. Probably the correct amount is 120.95 or 120.97, but at least the salesperson has a pretty close idea of what's going to be the tax amount. And he can compute taxes again just to be sure. I'm not sure. Yeah, it updated. Okay, so at some point I confirm. So I now converted this sale order into an invoice, and not yet. I'm sorry, I confirmed the sale order. I configured this product so I don't need to deliver. I can invoice immediately before I complete the delivery. And I'm creating the new invoice. And I'll have this information carried over to the invoice. Here I have the compute taxes button also, and I can post the invoice. When I confirm the sale order or when I post the invoice, there will be an automatic tax recomputation just to be sure that the final AVATAX amount that's computed here is correct and that the amounts posted to your accounting books are correct. So we did another click on that button, also did a click on the compute taxes for you. So you now have here all the accounting lines. And if you visit the AVATAX cloud, there's on the administration console on the AVATAX cloud, you can see the documents stored there. And that's the information they use for you to be able to fill in your tax returns. On the back end, so I enabled here a log that's actually a requirement for certification. You need to be able to store a detailed log of the transactions. This can be useful for troubleshooting problems. And you can see what's happening here. So this is the server log from Odoo. And you can see here that this is a response. I have the request a bit up here. So this is the request for the transaction for this invoice, and commit true means that this transaction is going to be committed, meaning it will be permanently stored in the AVATAX service. That means also that it will be used for the tax reports. And I'm sending all the relevant information for this invoice, the ship from, the ship to, so those are the addresses, all the lines with all the details and the items. Some items might be taxable or not on some jurisdictions. So there are item codes that you can assign to the products on the product master data that will help AVATAX know if what kind of taxation that product has in that jurisdiction. So I'm here just encoding all the details I have on the sale order, or in this case on the invoice. And then I have the response from the AVATAX service. So since this is quite a long message, it brings me back all the details, including the longitude and latitude of the addresses. This is used to accurately find what the jurisdictions that should apply. And it also gives me a breakdown of the taxes. So in the US, that 5.6 you saw there, it's really a composition of state taxes and city taxes and county taxes. So the Maricopa County gets here a rate of actually 0. It doesn't charge you anything. It's not the same for all counties. And the Arizona's state tax is there should be a tax here, tax percentage rate 0.056. So there's a composition of several taxes here. So this gives you a lot of detail, perhaps too much detail. You do have at the end here a summary of the total tax that should be applied, including the total amount roundings, because there may be specific regulations on how you should round the total amounts and the total tax to present. So you have all these details in your server log. AVATAX also handles credit notes, because credit notes, if you issue a credit note on January for a December invoice and the tax rate change on the 1st of January, the credit note should still carry the tax that was valid on December when the original invoice was issued. And that's also handled by the service. It's something that was tested on this service and it's working properly. So we can, when you send the credit note tax computation information for AVATAX, it knows the reference date must be the December invoice date, and it even knows what is the original invoice this tax corresponds to, and it also stores the reason. You need to type a reason for the return, for the credit note, and it stores that information there so that for tax audit purposes, you can explain why this credit note was issued. Okay, so this is basically the workflow. There's a few configurations here. All the configuration needed is explained in the module README. Let me just present you with two main configuration items. So on the invoicing or accounting menu on the configuration, you'll see here some AVATAX specific configurations. This one is where you configure the actual connections. This is multi-company compatible. And so you enter here your connection details, and you can enable or disable, like there's also an address validation. This is recommended to be used to be sure that you're selecting the right jurisdictions, but it's optional at your own risk. So there's quite some options here that you have available. And on the configuration side, I can show you the taxes. You have this AVATAX default tax. It's really a template. It's not used for anything, but you can add your accounting configuration here, and this will be used as a template to create the actual rates when you compute taxes and new rates are found and dynamically created in the system. Okay, so this is copied over from the AVATAX. Okay, enough for the demonstration. Let me go next to my next slide. So I just in case as a backup, I added some screenshots here to my presentation. And finally, this is my last slide for the roadmap. So this is my roadmap for the module, and I'll plan to work on them as time permits and as customers require it, but contributions are welcome. First thing on my list is to add the VAT support and get certification for VAT calculation. I'm guessing from the requirements list, this is not very far away. The additional requirement to the sales tax certification we already have is to make sure that it works for tax included prices. I just need to run these tests, make sure that it works as expected in this case, and we'll go through that certification. If things go for the best, this will be simple to do. It's just some time to run these tests. With a bit of luck, I won't even need to add significant fixes to the existing module. Another thing is to add an e-commerce extension so that it properly integrates with the checkout the checkout of the e-commerce module for Odoo. So this is something that's not available. I'm remembering same thing for POS, so that you have a button to compute taxes on the POS and can do that for you. Of course, documentation could need some love. It's a bit basic, and some examples, some additional clarifications could be interesting. And right now, Odoo 14 is out, and this will be for sure needs to be on the roadmap. It's to migrate it to version 14 and apply again for the version 14 certification. Finally, I'm aware that AVATAX service has a free layer. I'm not sure exact the limitations, but I know it exists. So adding this support for the free layer of AVATAX would be a great inclusion for the OCA module. I'm sure that a lot of businesses could get started with this one and upgrade to the paid service if they feel that there's significant benefit on the additional service provided by Avalara. And that's my presentation. So I hope you liked it, and I'm open for questions.
Fantastic, Daniel. There's just no way you can convey in 30 minutes. I mean, it's amazing what you showed in terms of tax complexity, but these folks will never get a sense of how unbelievable the development work was that you did to make this work. So I'm very, very grateful to have watched it as a participant today, and also to have seen your excellence. We've invited everybody in both into Discord and also the Q&A of this Zoom, and also the chat field to please ask questions, but we don't have any questions. So is there anything else you kind of have thought of, Daniel, as you've gone through and said, oh, I wish I had mentioned that earlier in the presentation? Or it's very comprehensive. It doesn't seem like you've missed anything, but sometimes there's three speeches. There's the one you think you're going to give, the one you actually everybody hears, then afterwards you go, oh, I should have said that. So anything else you wish you'd said?
Not that I remember now, but there are these topics here. So I remember last minute the POS integration would be missing here. Actually, I had that question from earlier presentations, and it's something that's really interesting. So one thing I can add is that some people ask me, why is not automatic? So when I press the save button, why doesn't it automatically run? Or even better, why when I'm adding a line on the sales order, why doesn't it automatic refresh? And the short answer is that because that would overload Avalara's service. So this is online, and they need to have a really a system that needs to scale a lot. It handles a huge amount of transactions. And during their certification process, they really look very closely how many calls your implemented connector is making to their service. And they ask you to try to keep those to the minimum possible. So they count them and they ask you to keep to the minimum possible. So in our case, the minimum flow from sale order to invoice right now, I think it's 4 calls. I think it's between 2 and 4 calls, which is under their 10 threshold for the full cycle. So we can't make that automatic on the save button because it wouldn't go through it wouldn't pass the certification process. That's a technical detail I would add. And here, the roadmap here is really the big thing, because I'm really happy to have contributed this to the OCA, and I hope that other people discover this and find it useful and jump in and help, and we make this better for everyone, a better connector for everyone.
Excellent. And that is a good point. It's easier for the users to just click on the save and let it call to the database in Avalara than try to overwhelm their servers with just constant API calls going back and forth that are unnecessary for updating the sales order in Odoo. So again, another example of how you had a very kind of a constraint in the development that you had to, you went way below that. You were allowed 10 API calls and you only did it in 4. So another compliment there. I think that's it, Daniel. And we're blessed that we've been joined by Jessica Novella and Jennifer Campbell of Open Source Integrators, who are getting ready for our next presentation to start. So we'll go ahead, Daniel, and it's 7:35 in Sintra. We know you got plans for the weekend with your family. We'd love to invite you to stay with us, but if not, you're welcome to drop off. And I'll go ahead and introduce Jen and Jessica. Very proud of my colleagues. Again, we've seen what an expert that Daniel is. Jen is really one of the key. She is the Vice President of General Manager at Open Source Integrators, but that does not in any way describe how critical and important her function is. As kind of she's been with the company for really since almost the inception of it, really over the last 7 years, and been a key part of the company, earning the Odoo Best Partner in North America in 2013 when she joined, and then last year in 2019 and 2020. Jen oversees a lot of the process, the project management, just the general management of the firm, is incredibly process-oriented, well-trained, has a master's of business administration from the University of Redlands. And also, more than that, though, just has a personality of positivity and optimism, and just can push through to the finish line in a way that all of us that have worked on IT projects knows that there's a lag of enthusiasm at some point, and you just need a coach and a cheerleader to jump in there and sometimes put the team on their shoulders and carry them over the finish line. And that is the kind of person that Jen Campbell is. And Jessica Novella joined Open Source Integrators as a project manager and business consultant about 1.5 years ago. Prior to that, both Jen and Jessica had worked at a very large billion-dollar software company called ESRI, E-S-R-I, in Redlands, California. That's one of the largest geoanalytics, geospatial information solutions in the world for governments and for private. And so they had both been project managers there and had worked together, and we were grateful that we could somehow poach Jessica to join the team. And Jessica has just proven to be astonishing also in her work ethic and her organizational skills and communication skills. And as we know, there are many more male people, men in technology than there are women, and that is true at Odoo as well. So we're really excited to hear from them about the women of Odoo and their adventure in the Odoo journey. I want to remind everybody that if those of you are in Latin America or here in the Western time zones, please just go ahead and stay with us. We're going to have this presentation and a final presentation from Wolfgang Hall. And when you have questions, please just go ahead and Zoom, and you can post them in the Q&A field down below or in the chat window, either one of those. And we'll go ahead and read those to Jessica and to Jen when the choice arises. Or you can also, on the tracks 2 of Discord, post the questions there. So we'll turn it over to Jen and Jessica. Looking forward to your presentation.
Thanks, Rich.
Oh, thanks, Rich. I appreciate the glowing introduction there. So I went ahead and hit our intro slide since that covered a lot of detail. Let me go ahead and present. Let's see. I think I might need a reminder on where the present screen is on.
I think it's in the middle of the screen. Do you see a green button that says share screen?
Thank you very much.
Okay, sure.
Okay, 1 second. I think I might need to take one quick break. I will be right back. Sorry about that.
That's okay. No problem, Jen. No problem. Thanks for coming back to us. Jessica, how are you doing? I don't get a chance to work with Jessica very much anymore because she's heads down on some projects where it's 24/7, 365, and there's no time for water cooler chit chat. So it's
yeah, doing well. I'm actually heading there right after this presentation. So
oh, good.
Continual busyness, but it's good.
Yeah,
it's very good.
At least it's a place where you can have a good happy hour, so to speak.
Yes.
That's crazy. So while we're waiting for that, Jessica, as you got ramped up into Odoo, you came on board and very quickly was involved in requirements gathering workshops and really assimilated into some project management responsibilities very quickly, much more quickly, I think, than we would like, have given you a little bit longer to ramp up. What were some of the most challenging things that you had in terms of learning Odoo and being able to, deliver those projects the way you have?
I mean, I think the flexibility of Odoo is amazing, but once you have the flexibility, it's also the challenges of understanding how that flexibility then aligns with business requirements. So understanding that it's humans at the end of the day managing the system, and I think that that's the biggest part. There's always a solution technically, but understanding how people are actually leveraging the system and working through their workflows and making sure that it works for people and
Sure.
having that
Change
kind
management.
of exactly change management is huge.
Sweet. And we got Jen back, and we've got her slides up.
Yep.
Jen, we can see your slides.
Looks
So
like she's
please.
doing well.
Oh, very
fire
good.
away.
And you can hear me now?
Absolutely. Sound great.
All right. Wouldn't be a perfect presentation without some kind of technical glitch. So appreciate the patience there. So yeah, I started my career actually in the graphic design space, believe it or not, many years ago. But when I was first starting, I always had an interest in technology. And I just remember that back in my school days that I did minor in computer science because of that interest. And, there was a women in computer science group that, my time participating with that group always kind of stuck with me. And at the time I was kind of like, I wonder why we're kind of highlighting women. I mean, I did look around me and it was a very small percentage of, the classmates that were women versus men. But I didn't really think much of it. I think because I never, was blessed with a strong, kind of philosophy growing up that you can do anything, it doesn't matter. Like I kind of didn't even think about gender. But I did notice that when I was in school. And so after school though, I did move on to, spend some time in the graphic design space, but pretty quickly moved back into IT and managing projects. And interestingly, what I learned with that transition just surprised me more, just big surprise. Moving into the IT space, doing project management, participating in building software in the real world, not just in school, I found that to be a lot more creative than graphic design. I mean, when I made that switch, it's like it unlocked this creative side of me that had been dying to be expressed for years. And that really, really surprised me. When I finally joined the Odoo community 7 years ago, the thing that I noticed was that there's more women in Odoo area than some of the other IT spaces. And I found this to be a really interesting observation. So through that, when Jessica and I kind of had this crazy idea of let's talk through this a bit today, what I really learned is that there's something special about open source, about the community and how women can really thrive. So, we kind of went through some analysis here to, seeing some like statistics around women in IT space, hearing some of the stories of the women in Odoo and seeing their career progression, but also pondering this, looking for this trend and explanations around, well, is there something special about the community? Is there something special about Odoo where women tend to click more and maybe are realizing, having that opportunity to explore that creative space more than in other IT realms. So through this process, we'll walk you through some of what we learned, but fundamentally, we have a real opportunity here in the Odoo world. OSI in general, we have this vision that open source is the future and it enables businesses to grow into who they want to be. It unlocks potential. It opens doors for what you can do with technology. I think in a parallel way, it's opening doors for women and this ability to express themselves creatively and really leverage our strengths more than we even expected. So I truly think there's something there with open source community and women kind of being this click and space where it's all kind of gelling together. So we are going to walk you through some of the examples of what we learned. We are going to go through some ideas of how can we use this opportunity, come together as a community and kind of push this, right? So take the spark and really write it through and make this shared vision a reality where women truly understand that how much they can reach their potential in IT space, not just because they, you know, oh, you're one of the nerdy the gals that likes to sit there and code. It's not it's not about that. That's not what the daily life is in technology. The daily life is exploring new worlds. It's going into realms of business that have never been built before. So, you know, there's so much more than I think women early in their careers realize that's out there in the IT space. And I think that that open source community and Odoo being kind of the central hub of that is such a strong opportunity to be this kind of guiding light and be a leader in the IT space on a whole to make this work and really bring women more into IT in general. And then the whole industry can really take off even more. So that's the vision. This is a slide that that Greg put together, but I feel like it's very, very pertinent to what we're talking about today, because the first step is really to understand that where our work and where our organizations, our daily actions have influence. Because you know, when you wake up in the morning and you open your computer and you start working through your to-do list, sometimes it can, especially nowadays where most of us are from home, it feels a little compartmentalized. And I think sometimes we forget to step back and really ask ourselves, well, who are we influencing with our daily work? And if you really start to break this down, it's a vast array of organizations and people. I mean, and I think the OCA, that's where you can, like, if you were to really look at all the networking connections within the OCA organization itself, you can start to see the application of this diagram, like all the hundreds of thousands of millions of connections are all there. And it comes down to this. So every single day, the actions you take, the work you do, the people you reach out to, how you present yourself, how you present your work, how you present your approach to solving problems, it affects every single one of these nodes. So just I mean, looking through this, your customers, your competitors, every single organization you interact with is going to be influenced. Of particular interest, where I think that, you know, if we ask ourselves back to this idea of the guiding light, where can we sort of focus some of our energies and push this idea of bringing more women into the IT space? Where I see a real potential there is in the community schools area and the OCA too, that community, open source community. Those are spaces where they're kind of, it's networking is the foundational hub of how they operate. So naturally, that's where you can look for opportunities to reach out to women, to make those connections, to start to break through barriers and bring a true perception of what our daily life is like in this space. Because it's not just staring at code. It's not just I mean, yes, there's a lot of screen time, but there's so much more. There's building businesses, there's building brand new solutions to business problems and enabling new industries to be created. So, I mean, this is the vision of the reality of our day-to-day work that somehow we have got to communicate that to those community areas. And so to inspire them to understand what potential is here and how in a very impactful way, we can apply our creativity that just is naturally.
And Jen, I just wanted to add something that we had talked about too, is the power of diversity in communities. And so allowing, particularly as Rich and Jen have already mentioned, the focus of a particular gender or that introduction of more women into the workforce allows that diversity and a greater impact of the broader community in all of those spaces that Jen was mentioning.
Yeah, excellent point, Jessica. Again, I think what open source, especially Odoo, has demonstrated over the years is that diversity is what makes us stronger. It's been fascinating to watch Odoo mature over time since they started in Europe and then had to adapt to US standards. That's a very different model. But why Odoo is thriving so well, I think, is that diversity that, you know, that sort of starting roots, but then going all over the world. And again, having such a strong participation from women in the space, absolutely, that diversity drives it. So just a couple of interesting statistics that this is on our website too, the OSI website, but really when you look at numbers in terms of women graduating with bachelor's degrees, women in the professional space, that starts to feel balanced. But there's something about, particularly with computing and IT space and management space, that the numbers aren't balancing yet. And you can kind of see that coming through with these points. Look at the CS degrees at 19% and the CS recipients over time since 1985. It's actually gone down. My root cause analysis around this is, again, the misconception of what the potential in the IT space really is and how well the requirements of the job actually meet up with some of the foundational personality traits that are wired into a lot of women. And of course, you know, when we talk about personality traits, it's never black and white. Like, of course, you know, you're going to see strengths and weaknesses in any individual, and everyone's different. But I do think there are some things that are wired into a larger portion of women, such as just this strong ability to nurture relationships, to be very detail oriented, to be very thoughtful and careful about decisions that are being made. And these types of personality traits, while they can sometimes be overlooked or overpowered, when they're nurtured and allowed to thrive, businesses thrive. So this is one of the things that I think we have to, you know, when we're interacting with the community and thinking about how can we kind of allow women to grow into what they have inside, like let that flourish. We have to kind of understand that some of these personality traits, although they might feel softer sometimes, they're actually exceptionally powerful if we let them grow and really see where they lead us and what they can turn into in the IT workspace.
All right, so I think that leads well into some examples that we've kind of seen here at OSI. And I think, as Jen mentioned, you know, the flexibility and the creativity that the OCA allows and open source allows kind of is the foundation, I feel like, that we have at OSI. So this is an internal example of something that I dealt with earlier this year, where I identified sort of a challenge with a colleague, and I came up with an initial plan of how to address that. And because I feel very confident in the leadership that Jen provides, her and I worked together and I laid out my plan. She provided some coaching back and like, have you thought about these things? And that really allowed me to then try out the plan, even though it was extremely uncomfortable for me in the moment. I was able to grow through that. And that effort didn't exactly work out and it needed to be escalated. So then went back to Jen for some feedback, and Jen then took it upon herself to get some additional coaching from our leader of, I would say she's more of a cultural leader in the organization, and helped us to create and navigate a solution that allowed for true growth, I think, in all of us, in allowing for mentorship, but also allowing me as an individual to grow and to take steps that I maybe wouldn't have done in another scenario. And really the foundation of trust between all of us. And so that like circle and community of women, that team and foundation that we've created at OSI, I think is extremely powerful. As Jen was saying, it's not all black and white about the strengths that women have, but that kind of ability to want to care and nurture the team and the community, I felt really strongly in this scenario. And so wanted to share this as a way to maybe help to think about who are the women in your organization who can help to lead and grow and mentor more people. Because I know Jen doesn't just mentor me, it's our whole entire team, but she brings that nurturing and also that ability to grow and try and fail, and that being okay, then that's the learning opportunity that we have. So, and I think into the sort of same foundation, that trust in developing relationships, I've also seen really powerful with the clients. So we have, I've worked with a client for about a year now. And we started with this project, we're mainly working with one individual. And as we know, a project is much more successful when there's a team around it. So we were very diligent in creating relationships beyond that individual stakeholder and understanding who else is involved and getting to know people. That allowed us to expand our role within the project. So we are no longer just seen as technology implementers, which maybe that would have been the original view. We're really part of their business consultation, and we are a part of their team now, and they trust us. And that then allowed for us to understand, Jen, if you can, I put a little bit of animation in here to understand their key concerns around leveraging some of the existing OCA modules. They had a hesitancy to not own their own development. And through understanding those key concerns, we were able to present existing modules and present the business benefits for leveraging something that's already in the community. And that allows them to spend less time developing something that already exists and more time on things that they would really need. So that kind of relationship allowed for growth in their business, but also for the OCA and open source. So those foundational relationships, I think also, as Jen was mentioning, the creative problem solving is the most interesting part. The technology is very cool, but it's really how we leverage that technology to help people empower their businesses, become more successful. I mean, it's at the end of the day, they're the ones who are impacted by this. So I think that diversity of the community, that continual problem solving that we strive to have at OSI, but also I think tendency of women to want to nurture and care for all of the relationships that we have, I think has allowed us to be much more successful in that project.
Thanks, Jessica. Really awesome examples. I've been with you on most of that ride, so I want to, the collegial relationship that I think we got to exercise through both the examples you gave really was a great just story about how, as a few of us women really supported each other, leveraged each other's strengths, reached out to each other where we knew we could grow some more. And everyone in that situation, our clients, our entire organization, and then of course us, we all were stronger as a result of all of that. So just a little bit more on other areas within Odoo that we've seen some really strong women participation. Interestingly, OSI has had participation in the tech space through family history for over 50 years. And it actually started with Greg's mom, who was self-taught in the IT space. And that was, she really pushed him and the rest of his family. And he grew from that. She grew from that. So even back, last century, mid last century, it's been, kind of wired into who we are. And then of course it's shown through, Jessica gave some of her stories, Cindy, Serena, and Rhonda, some of the key participants in OSI are growing every single day. They inspire me every single day. So again, just seeing the participation is pretty amazing. Some business owners I got to speak to within the Odoo space, Dara Shah and Anna Girarsti. Both of those women built their own company and are thriving within the Odoo space, pushing the technology, supporting their customers in really successful ways. So that they've been inspirations for me through most of my Odoo career as well, because I have heard their name. So there again, like you're seeing examples of these strong women really get to shine and show their growth potential in the space and inspire other women to know we can all be successful in this too. So again, and then of course, one of the central glue elements of the OCA, Rebecca, I don't know if any of us would be here without her. So Rebecca, you're there too, is kind of, and I know I'm missing so many, but just a few examples there of how women are really thriving. So interestingly, I'm asking myself, what's the holdup, right? Because clearly there's a talent with women. There's personality traits that really make us succeed. We're seeing strong examples in the Odoo space. We're seeing a little bit in other IT spaces too. But again, I think that if we can sort of be a beacon here and find ways to promote women more and more, the entire industry is going to really thrive from our leadership. So the question that comes to me is, okay, well, what is keeping women from doing this? I think that there's something around self-perception or limitation in terms of thinking, oh, either it's boring or it's really, really technical or it's too logical and maybe, that sort of logic doesn't seem as natural of a fit. But whatever that perception is, this is where we have a responsibility, because we're seeing it in play. We're seeing it in action. We're seeing the potential of participation here. So it's our responsibility to make sure our message and our experiences are getting back out to the community. So if it is partly that peer support element too, that's where, again, Jessica's example, we can support each other, look for our strengths, look for where we can grow, and be a leader to really inspire others. And then lastly, I kind of mentioned the misconception of the industry, but really giving a true reflection of what life is like, and that it is so creative. There's so much opportunity for crashing through into brand new industries that IT provides. So some action points that Jessica and I thought through. So these are specific things that each of us can walk away from and do something today to start to really push this idea and be leaders in the IT world and make this a reality of greater participation from women. But find someone in your circle and empower them. They have ideas. They may not have said all of them. They might be thinking something, but were shy or weren't sure. Again, back to kind of that self-perception of like, oh, I don't know if it's good enough. That's a bunch of baloney. So, but sometimes, women it applies to everybody really, but again, women being potentially extra careful sometimes, pull that out, empower each other to speak and share our ideas. The OCA is a perfect space to do this. look for, I mean, I think we kind of do this naturally in our businesses, but do think about, you know, how you can leverage what might be more of a natural tendency with some women you're hiring, and how you can turn that into a strength, even though maybe it seems like something that might be a holdup because there's too much caution or consideration or whatever. Turn it into a strength. They're being thoughtful. They're looking at the situation in a whole, not being rash. This is a good thing in business, to be logical and weigh the intuition with the facts. And then the last point there is, I think, one that could change the world, really. Back to that perception and that first point that we were talking about with the entry point in colleges, where there's this sense of, oh gosh, I get to stare at a screen all day, or I get to go make pretty pictures. And there's a sort of visceral reaction to, well, I want the colorful, interesting, creative thing. So it seems a little bit like a shiny object, but in reality, what I think we have to, again, we have a responsibility to make sure that new people coming into the education space, and it could be men or women, but again, like making sure that women are getting this message too. The amount of creativity, the amount of potential in the IT space, and that the Odoo world, the open source world, is a foundationally great place to start, and we can use this as a beacon to change the industry. So that's our collective vision. Thank you for your time, guys. I hope that you found all the stories as inspirational as I did.
Fantastic presentation. Jen, Jessica, I had expectations, but they were very much exceeded by, and again, it's like everything else. When you collaborate, you have a vision of the world. I've got this kind of, you know, color in my glasses, but I don't see it through someone else's eyes. And I had, personally, I didn't also have any idea about that challenge that Jessica had worked through. I'm glad that you two were able to mentor each other and work on that. We don't have any questions in Discord or anywhere else, but we did have Rebecca did join us, and during your presentation. So I just want to really send a shout out to Rebecca, because this has been an enormous difficult challenge for her and Graham and all of the OCA board to organize this, and it's been a very successful 2 days of OCA. Just want to thank Rebecca Galatli and everybody, all the presenters, everybody that's done this. So any other comments? Like we kind of at the tail end of Daniel's, we said, is there anything you thought of, you know, as you gave your presentation that you missed or that we didn't cover, that you just, as you're going through, thought, oh, I should have said this? And just want to give you one more shout out, because we've got Wolfgang teed up to do our final presentation on open source and Odoo for nonprofit. Any other final parting wisdom words of wisdom?
Really encourage everyone to find the one key action is the thing that Jen and I were really talking about, is what can we do to help create more diversity. And so we'd love to hear additional ideas, or take a step and share what, if you did make an action, how did that impact your work or your personal life? Would be awesome to hear about.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I found the same thing that you found, which was, I don't know if it's politically correct to mention, I'm going to actually make Rebecca join us if she wants to chime in. And so
yes,
I came from, I don't know if it's politically correct to mention like an evil empire company like Salesforce, where I used to be in the Salesforce world for many years before I came to Odoo. But I would go to Dreamforce, and it was great because Salesforce has a trailhead and a lot of encouragement for diversity. Like you say, a lot of female and you know, other folks from different groups that just could start. They could get trained, and that is the cool thing about Odoo and the OCA, that you can start making code and putting it on GitHub and sharing it with each other and learning and contributing from wherever you are. And it's a very supportive, collaborative team. Rebecca, did you have any comments for us? I don't know if you want to say anything.
I'll just unmute myself. It's very early. Well, it's not very early. It's only 7 a.m. in the morning here. Yeah, it's interesting having, I mean, the software development and all IT is obviously male dominated, but I've found nothing but support, even from my male colleagues. But it's noticeable at things like especially Odoo experience and that sort of thing. But the women stick together. That we come and talk, as you were talking earlier on, Jen, about Anna Jurasti, I always say it wrong. You know, she's wonderful she's a powerhouse. She comes in and everybody knows her. And I've, over the two Odoo experiences that I've actually been to, I have seen women come to her and ask her for support, ask her for guidance, where I feel they're much more comfortable to come to her rather than necessarily the male dominated. And they do, and I've heard them say to her, look, I've been following you for a couple of years now, and I just couldn't wait to meet you and have the chance to have a chat and have that one-on-one with you. So as you say, if there are women around you that you can find to help mentor, they are willing as well. That's the whole thing, is that nurture and that care, it comes through quite clearly. And we get things done. So, so it's a wonderful thing.
Well, and also, you know, Rebecca, you're a mother, Jen's a mother. It's classic. You're doing a lot of multitasking sometimes. I mean, you and I've had conference calls where your sweet little 6-year-old is right there. And so, I mean, nobody.
She's
we
just
all have
popped
mothers.
in as well this morning.
Early Saturday morning, she's like, "Mom, what are we doing?" And just we have 1 minute before Wolfgang's presentation, and we did get a question. Virginie was very active yesterday. She's in Belgium, and she asked a lot of great questions during one of the presentations yesterday on Odoo migration. So she has a question of, do you have in your company women doing code development and men doing customer relation management, gathering requirements? I, of course, in our company, Open Source Integrators, I'm a man working on customer relationship management and gathering requirements, and we do have women doing code development. Would you either Jen or Jessica like to have an answer on that?
Well, I think that there, again, with the code development piece in particular, again, it's all about helping to understand the creative opportunity there. Because I think, again, it comes back down to perception, where it feels like, oh, okay, I'm going to be staring at code all day. But in actuality, it's you know, women have this exceptionally strong, I mean, we all do, but it's equally strong in women, this logical problem solving, kind of detail oriented, being able to trace through and make connections of different things. So I really feel like, again, it's about making sure women understand what it really is to code. And same thing with like coding in the Odoo world, how interconnected it is and how community based it is. So we have some examples of that at OSI. I'd love to see even that grow even stronger within OSI and within the OCA as well. I think that it's again, the perfect, like this ground, this, you know, this field of where that's just ripe and fertile and ready to grow. And it's just a matter of putting some seeds there and nurturing it, really. So, and again, I think I appreciate everyone's input, because it is about taking action today to really make that perception correct.
Awesome, Jen. Thank you for that. It's a terrific way to end this. And my biggest takeaway was what you said about, I went into graphic design because I want to be creative and artistic, and found way more ability to really impact companies. I feel like what we're doing with Odoo is we're helping to save jobs. And this time when so many jobs are being cut, the automation and the improvements we can do in functionality support the users, to Jessica's point, is so critical.
Yeah,
now,
absolutely.
we're going to introduce Wolfgang, but before that, I just have to tell a quick story. In my previous life, I worked for a Salesforce consulting firm, and we were contacted by a woman who was a mom, homeschooling mom, and she wanted to teach her kid how to code. So she got on Code Academy, and the kid just was not motivated. Son was not motivated to learn to code. She, however, created a whole entire homeschool homework tracking, just this awesome module. And we were so impressed with that we brought her into our training program. And in 6 weeks, we got her certified on Salesforce. She became a junior project manager, just exactly like what you did, Jen. Rose through the ranks in project management from just, you know, self-initiative and self-study and support of teammates. So excellent messages. And we'll now flip over to Wolfgang. He's our last speaker of OCA Days. He's the closer of this great conference that we've had. Again, thanks to Rebecca for this. Wolfgang Hall is the lead consultant on field service management. So we had a terrific presentation from him yesterday on the work he's done with the modules, and give a demonstration of how Artisan Flooring is using that, and has worked with open source integrators for about 3 years. And prior to that, spent nearly 20 years at the company that both Jessica and Jen worked at, which is Esri, that is a leader in geoanalytics and geoinformational systems. And so tremendous talent in terms of his engineering background, has a master's in business administration, and got his undergraduate degree in engineering in Germany. So Wolfgang, welcome to finish us out with a strong presentation. We'll turn it over to you. And
well,
also,
thanks,
again, please,
Rich.
everybody, have questions. If you do have questions, post them in the chat or the Q&A in Zoom and or Discord, and we'll get to, when Wolfgang pauses, we'll ask those questions. Thanks, Wolfgang.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Rich. Thanks for the introduction. And also, it's hard to follow an act of this greatness from the power of women in the industry. Thanks, Rebecca, Jessica, and also Jen. And actually, what I'm doing right now, presenting on OCA, is possible because of people like Rebecca. It's possible because of people like Jessica and Jen, of course, who, as Jessica mentioned, is a great mentor for all of us in the organization. So this is slightly different, and maybe it's good that it's the last presentation because not everybody is interested in nonprofits. But I can tell you that I am, other than all the things that you mentioned in the introduction, I'm also president of an organization called NAMI. It's an affiliate, a local affiliate of non-profit organization in the US. And it's a part of the local affiliate of the National Alliance on Mental Illness, because we have a mentally ill daughter. And that really triggered in me an emotional response to what can we do in the non-professional world to make it easier for organizations. And that's the idea, to really foster more Odoo and OCA involvement in nonprofits. And I have a presentation, so I'm going to share my screen here and get started. 1 second. It should come up here any moment. Can you?
We see it. Thank you, Wolfgang.
See it now? Okay, good. Let me rearrange a few things on my screen here, just to get them out of the way. Okay. I think one more click. Okay, ready? So this is Odoo for nonprofits. And as I said, because I am involved in nonprofits myself, and I use the software tool that we're paying for, it triggered a lot of thoughts and what we can do in addition to what's already going on in Odoo. And I have an agenda that basically quickly goes into what are nonprofit organizations, what are the tools they're using to manage their business, and then what is going on in Odoo, what are the gaps, and what is the vision. So it's pretty clear where we want to go here. We want to add more to Odoo in nonprofit. What are nonprofit organizations? They're also worldwide, internationally known as NGOs, non-government organizations. And that is actually maybe not a great name for it, because non-government organizations could be other organizations too, but this specifically part of the UN resolution was to build non-government organizations that are also not-for-profit or that are non-profit organizations, so non-businesses. But of course, a non-profit organization is also a business, but it's not a business that wants to make profit. And that is the key thing. It's formed for the benefit of the public good. It's just run like a business, even though some people say it's not a business, but I like to look at it as a business because it has all the aspects of managing income and expenses and filing taxes and all these things. The profits are used to further their objectives. And in the US, they're granted tax-exempt status, which is probably true in most countries. I'm not so familiar with most countries, so I'm focusing on the US, and I apologize for that. But a lot of the things are actually representative to other countries as well. If NGOs were a country, they would have the 5th largest economy in the world. That's pretty amazing to think about. If you look at that statement, that means that this part of our life is really, really important. And it's not just the revenue and the expenses, it's also all the volunteers that are chiming in, thousands and thousands or millions of volunteers all across the world that have a mission, that feel compelled to give. And this is what it's all about. It's making the world a better place by helping others and not just think about our own benefit. Makes me actually get goosebumps just thinking about it. So I'm getting my chills here. There's a little survey that, oh, it's not so little, but it's a survey that happened, sponsored by some organizations in the nonprofit world. And they've sent out a survey in 160 countries and got some 5,700 something response from NGOs. And it shows us where actually the top countries are. You see the United States is pretty big. Mexico is significant. But look at India, 20%. I mean, isn't that wonderful? How many people in India are actually supporting each other in a community? I thought it was really an amazing little bit of knowledge here. And, you know, even though these countries are marked as the 5 largest, I know that every country in the world has these organizations, and it's important in any one of those countries. And then if you look at the sizes of the organizations, sometimes we think of NGOs as little organizations that don't really manage much in terms of expenses and money. It's actually not so true, because about half of all the NGOs are actually good size organizations that have reasonable expenses, and they need to manage a lot of stuff. It's not just a couple volunteers. So let's take a look at another set of statistics, also from NPTech for Good. And they basically, in the same survey, found out that 64% of all these surveyed NGOs accept online donations. So they're actually pretty tech savvy, and 40% of them use CRM for donor management and outreach, and 68% use recurring donation payments. So, you know, just want to get this on a monthly or annual basis from you. And also 24%, a quarter, are really unhappy with their CRM. And they say it's difficult to use, it's outdated, it's incompatible with other systems, it's expensive, there's no cloud access. So people are not really happy. And maybe we can say, well, that's only 25%, but 25% of a number that is really high, which is actually in the US, it's 1.5 million organizations. That's hundreds of thousands of organizations that are not happy. And I think we can do a lot better here with our support using the stuff we know really well. And when I look at these numbers here, 2.6 trillion in revenue just in the United States. That is a big chunk of organizations that have to manage a lot of things. And 500 million nonprofits have expenses over $500,000. So they're actually good-sized organizations, or they're starting to have to worry about really managing a business. And 500 million nonprofits that need to manage their business need tools to do that. So what are the tools? There are fundraising tools like QGive and